Hey guys, this is Hogwarts. How are you all? In this channel, we mostly create the fan fictions, what if stories, where we upload the what if scenarios kind of stories, where small changes can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of fan fiction, must subscribe the channels. Now start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was rescued by Narcissa Malfoy and they formed a secret alliance to rule the dark. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Serpent's Mercy Rain hammered Surrey like a punishment from God. Narcissa Malfoy stood beneath an umbrella that kept itself dry through magic older than the Ministry, watching the house at number 4 Privet Drive. It was, she thought, possibly the most aggressively ordinary home she had ever seen. The lawn was trimmed to militant precision. The car in the drive gleamed despite the downpour. The flowers in the window boxes stood at attention like soldiers awaiting inspection. She should not be here. At this precise moment, she should be at the Rosier estate, smiling vapidly while Rodolphus Lestrange toasted the Dark Lord's inevitable return. She should be laughing at appropriate moments, touching her husband's arm with practiced affection, and pretending she didn't notice the way certain Death Eaters looked at her when Lucius wasn't watching. Instead, she was standing in the rain in a Muggle suburb, watching a house where Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the child who had destroyed Lord Voldemort, the most famous wizard of the age, was currently scrubbing the kitchen floor. She could see him through the window. Small. Far too small for 6 years old. His clothes hung off him like sacks, and his movements had the mechanical efficiency of long practice. As she watched, a massive whale of a man, the uncle, she presumed, walked past him without acknowledgement, tracking mud across the freshly cleaned tiles. The boy simply started again from the beginning. Narcissa's grip tightened on her umbrella. She had come here on a whim. Or at least, that was what she told herself. The truth was more complicated, as truth always was. She had been tracking rumors for months, whispers in dark corners about the Savior's location, hints dropped by Ministry officials who thought themselves clever. Dumbledore had hidden the boy well, but Narcissa had resources even the old man didn't know about. What she hadn't expected was this. The Dark Lord had spoken of Potter as a threat, a danger, a rival to be eliminated. His followers still toasted to the boy's eventual death at their gatherings. And here he was, this great and terrible enemy, scrubbing floors in an oversized shirt while rain streaked the windows. She watched for another hour. The boy didn't stop working. Didn't sit. Didn't eat, though the family inside, obese husband, horse-faced wife, a son the size of a small automobile, consumed enough food for 10. When the boy finally finished his chores, he was directed not to a bedroom but to a cupboard beneath the stairs. A cupboard. They kept the boy who lived in a cupboard. Something cold settled in Narcissa's chest. It wasn't pity, she had carved that emotion out of herself years ago, along with mercy and sentimentality and all the other weaknesses that got witches killed. No, this was something else. Something calculating. She thought of her son, Draco, warm and safe at the manor. She thought of the Dark Lord's madness, the way it had consumed even those closest to him. She thought of a future where Voldemort returned, where her family bent the knee to a creature who would sacrifice them without hesitation, where Draco grew up serving a master who valued nothing but power. And she thought of the boy in the cupboard. The prophecy said he was the Dark Lord's equal. His vanquisher. The only one with the power to destroy him. What if that power could be redirected? What if, instead of destroying the darkness, it could be used to rule it? Narcissa Malfoy made a decision. She lowered her umbrella, stepped out of the shadows, and walked toward the front door of number 4 Privet Drive. The wards around the house were impressive. Ancient. Blood-based, keyed to maternal sacrifice. Dumbledore's work, clearly, the old man did love his dramatic flourishes. But blood wards had a weakness. They protected against those who meant harm. Narcissa didn't mean Harry Potter any harm at all. She walked through the wards like they were made of smoke, climbed the steps, and rang the doorbell. The door opened to reveal the horse-faced woman, Petunia, if Narcissa's intelligence was correct. Lily Potter's sister. The muggle who had been trusted with the wizarding world savior. Yes. Petunia's eyes narrowed, taking in Narcissa's elegant robes, her platinum hair, the subtle wrongness that muggles always sensed around magical folk. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any. I'm not selling anything, Narcissa said pleasantly. I'm here about the boy. Petunia's face went white. Then red. Then a fascinating shade of purple that suggested cardiovascular issues in her future. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no boy here except my Dudley, and if you think, Mrs. Dursley. Narcissa's voice dropped to something soft and cold. I am going to come inside now. You are going to take me to Harry Potter. And if you scream, or run, or do anything other than exactly what I say, I am going to do things to you that will make you pray for death long before I grant it. Do you understand? Petunia understood. People like Petunia always understood power. They spent their lives bowing to it in various forms, to their husbands, to their employers, to social expectations. They recognized it instinctively, and they knew when to submit. She stepped aside. The house was exactly as ordinary on the inside as it appeared from without. Family photographs lined the walls, none of them including the dark-haired boy Narcissa had seen through the window. Floral wallpaper. Spotless carpets. The aggressive normality of people desperately trying to prove they belonged. The cupboard, Narcissa said. Open it. You can't, he's a freak, he's dangerous, we've done our best with him but he's just like his parents, always causing trouble. Narcissa raised her wand. Just slightly. Just enough for the threat to register. Petunia opened the cupboard. The boy was sitting on a thin mattress stained with age and use. A single bare bulb provided illumination. There were no toys, no books, no evidence that a child lived here except for the child himself, knees drawn to his chest, watching them with eyes that should not have belonged to a 6-year-old. Those eyes. Green as killing curses. Old in a way that made Narcissa's breath catch. Hello, the boy said. His voice was calm. Curious. Completely unafraid. Are you going to hurt me too? Narcissa had prepared herself for many possible scenarios. A traumatized child. A broken one. A boy so damaged he would need years of careful handling before he could be useful. She had not prepared for this. No, she said, and found that she meant it. I'm going to take you away from here. The boy, Harry, studied her for a long moment. His gaze was unsettling, analytic, far too intelligent for his age. She felt as though she were being evaluated, and she did not entirely know if she passed. Why? He asked. Because I have a use for you. Something flickered across his face. Not hope, this child had no hope left. Something sharper. More pragmatic. What kind of use? The kind that will make you powerful. The kind that will ensure no one ever puts you in a cupboard again. She held out her hand. Come with me, Harry Potter. And I will teach you to be something they'll never forget. He looked at her hand. Looked at the cupboard. Looked at Petunia, who was trembling in the hallway, too afraid to run and too stupid to understand what was happening. Then he took Narcissa's hand and rose. The Dursleys, he said quietly. What happens to them? That depends. Narcissa allowed herself a small smile. What Harry considered this with the gravity of a judge passing sentence. Nothing yet. But I want them to remember. I want them to know that someday, I could come back. And when I do, he paused, and something cold moved behind those killing curse eyes. They'll wish they'd been kinder. Narcissa felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain. This child was 6 years old. He had been starved, beaten, locked in a cupboard and told he was worthless. By every reasonable expectation, he should be broken. Destroyed. A hollow shell waiting to be filled. Instead, he was already thinking about revenge. Planning it. Savoring it. The Dark Lord had been wrong. Harry Potter wasn't a threat to be eliminated. He was a weapon waiting to be forged. "Come," Narcissa said, and led him out of the house and into the rain. "We have much work to do." 5 years later, she sometimes wondered if she'd created a monster. Narcissa stood at the window of Malfoy Manor's east wing, watching the gardens below. 2 figures moved through the morning mist, her son Draco, silver blonde hair catching the light, and Harry, dark and lean and moving with a predator's grace that no 11-year-old should possess. They were dueling. Training wands only, of course. Real spells wouldn't come until Hogwarts, at least not officially. But watching them, no one would have guessed they were children. Draco attacked with the technical precision of his tutor's instruction, proper form, correct incantations, textbook footwork. Harry simply moved. Slipping between spells like water through fingers, never where Draco expected, always exactly where he needed to be. The duel lasted 3 minutes. It ended with Draco on his back, Harry's wand at his throat, and a smile on Harry's face that was almost warm. "You're getting better," Harry said, offering his hand. Draco took it, scowling. "You say that every time." "Because it's true every time. 6 months ago that combination would have worked. You're adapting. Not fast enough. Then adapt faster." Harry's voice was light, but his eyes weren't. They never were. In the real world, Draco, no one waits for you to catch up. You either improve or you lose. And losing gets you killed, Draco finished. "I know. You've mentioned it. Only because it's important." Narcissa watched them walk toward the manor, Draco gesturing animatedly while Harry listened with that particular stillness he'd developed over the years. They looked like brothers, they were brothers, in every way that mattered except blood. She had raised them together, trained them together, molded them into a partnership that she hoped would survive whatever came next. But she knew the truth that Draco still didn't fully grasp: they would never be equals. Harry was something else. Something more. Something that even she, who had created him, didn't entirely understand. The door opened behind her. She didn't turn. "He's ready," she said. "Is he?" The voice belonged to Severus Snape, who had become an unlikely ally over the years. He moved to stand beside her, watching the boys through the window. "He's 11 years old, Narcissa. Dumbledore will be watching him from the moment he steps onto Hogwarts grounds. Let him watch. He'll see exactly what we want him to see, a quiet boy, sorted into Slytherin, friend of the Malfoy heir. Nothing threatening. Nothing unexpected. And when he looks deeper, he won't. Not at first." Narcissa finally turned to face the potion's master. "Dumbledore's great weakness is that he believes he understands people. He will look at Harry and see a damaged child, salvageable with proper guidance. He will try to mentor him, to guide him back to the light. And Harry will let him believe it's working." Snape's black eyes were unreadable. "You've trained him well." "I've trained him to survive. Everything else, he learned himself." She paused. "He frightens you. He should frighten everyone." Snape's voice was soft. "I knew the Dark Lord when he was young. Brilliant. Charming. Everyone who met him thought they understood him, thought they could predict him, thought they could use him. They were all wrong." He met Narcissa's gaze. "Harry has that same quality. That sense that there's something behind his eyes that doesn't quite match what he shows the world. The difference is that I'm not trying to use him," Narcissa said. "I'm trying to partner with him. There's a distinction." "Is there?" Snape asked. "I wonder sometimes if you truly understand what you've created." He listens to you, yes. He follows your plans. But have you ever wondered what plans he's making that he doesn't share? Narcissa said nothing. It was a question she asked herself frequently, in the quiet hours of the night when she couldn't sleep. She had taken a broken boy and given him power. She had taught him magic, politics, manipulation, strategy. She had shown him how to kill and when to smile and why mercy was sometimes more effective than cruelty. And in return, he had given her something she hadn't expected, loyalty. Genuine, terrifying, absolute loyalty. Not because she demanded it. Not because she had compelled it. But because she had seen him, truly seen him, when everyone else had looked away. That loyalty was perhaps the most frightening thing about him. Because it meant that everything he did, every person he hurt, every plan he executed, was done in her name. In their shared name. For the future they were building together. She had wanted a weapon. What she had gotten was something far more dangerous. A partner. He's ready, she said again, and this time it wasn't a statement but a prayer. He has to be. Because what comes next will determine everything. Snape moved toward the door. I'll see them at Hogwarts, Narcissa. I'll do what I can to protect him. But if Dumbledore discovers the truth, he won't. Not until it's far too late. Narcissa's smile was thin and sharp. The old man thinks he's playing chess. He doesn't realize that we've already captured his king. The boys entered through the East Wing's rear entrance, still discussing the duel. Narcissa descended to meet them, her robes whispering against the marble floor. Mother. Draco straightened immediately, the casual camaraderie of the training grounds replaced by formal courtesy. He had learned early that Narcissa demanded different things in different contexts. Harry. She used his first name deliberately, she always did, when they were alone. It was a reminder of what they were to each other. Not master and servant. Not mother and son. Something stranger and more honest. You watched us duel, Harry said. Not a question. He always knew when he was being observed. I did. Your control is improving. My control is excellent. My restraint is improving. His eyes met hers, green and depthless. There's a difference. Draco shifted uncomfortably. These conversations always made him uneasy, the subtle current that ran between his mother and his adopted brother, the sense that they were communicating on a level he couldn't quite access. Draco, Narcissa said, your father wishes to speak with you about the arrangements for Hogwarts. Something about new robes. It was a dismissal. Draco recognized it, resented it, and obeyed it, as he always did. Yes, mother. He glanced at Harry. I'll see you at dinner. At dinner, Harry agreed, and watched him go. When they were alone, the air seemed to change. Narcissa led Harry to the small study she used for their private conversations, warded against listening charms, protected by spells that even Lucius didn't know about. Tomorrow, she said. The Express. I know. Dumbledore will be watching. So will the Death Eater's children. So will the Ministry, whether they admit it or not. Harry Potter, returning to the wizarding world after 5 years of absence, it will be the most talked about event since the Dark Lord's fall. I know. You will need to be perfect. Every word, every gesture, every expression, controlled. If anyone suspects what you truly are, they won't. Harry's voice was soft and certain. I've had an excellent teacher. She studied him, this boy she had found in a cupboard, starved and beaten and somehow unbroken. In 5 years, he had grown into something extraordinary. Not tall yet, but graceful. Not physically imposing, but possessed of a presence that made people look twice, look again, look away uncomfortable without knowing why. He had learned everything she could teach him and then some. Magic came to him like breathing, not the mechanical spellcasting most wizards practiced, but something deeper, more intuitive. He had a gift for languages, for politics, for reading people's hidden motives in the spaces between their words. He could charm when necessary and intimidate when useful and disappear into the background when neither was required. And behind it all, always, there was that coldness. That calculating intelligence. That absolute certainty about what he was and what he wanted. "There's something else," she said. "Something I haven't told you." Harry waited. He was excellent at waiting. "The dreams you've been having. The whispers at night." She saw his expression flicker, the slightest tell, quickly suppressed. "Yes, I know about them. Did you think I wouldn't? I thought you would tell me when it was relevant. It's relevant now." She moved to the window, looking out at the grounds where they had trained him for 5 years. "When the Dark Lord fell, he didn't truly die. You know this, I've told you about the Horcruxes, the fragments of soul he scattered across the world. You told me they existed. Not how many. Not where. Because I don't know. Not fully. But I suspect," she paused, choosing her words carefully. "I suspect that you are connected to the Dark Lord in ways that go beyond the prophecy. The scar he gave you wasn't an ordinary wound. It was a bridge. A link between your soul and his." Harry's hand moved toward his forehead, then stopped. "Controlled. Always controlled. You think I'm a Horcrux. I think you might be something adjacent. Something unintended. He marked you as his equal, Harry, and in doing so, he may have given you a piece of himself." She turned to face him. "The dreams, the whispers, they're not random. They're the echo of that connection. And as you grow stronger, as your magic develops, that echo will grow louder. You're saying I have a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in my head. I'm saying it's possible. I'm also saying that if it's true, it means you have access to things that no one else does. His knowledge. His memories. His power." Silence. Harry's face was blank, unreadable. "You're not afraid," Narcissa said. It wasn't a question. "Should I be? Most people would be. I'm not most people." He met her gaze steadily. "You've spent 5 years telling me that I'm special. That I have power beyond what anyone suspects. That one day, I'll rule the darkness instead of being consumed by it. This," he touched his scar, finally. "This is just another tool. Another weapon. Another part of the arsenal you've helped me build." Narcissa felt that familiar chill. The one she got whenever Harry revealed more of his true self than he intended. "There's more," she said. "The dreams aren't just Voldemort. There's something else. Something older." "The veil," Harry said quietly. "I know." What do you know?" "I know that something watches me when I sleep. Not the Dark Lord, something different. Older. Hungrier." His eyes were distant, looking at something she couldn't see. "It calls me air. It offers me things. Power. Knowledge. Freedom from everything that threatens us." "And what do you tell it?" "Nothing yet." His focus returned, sharp and present. "But I've been listening. Learning. Understanding what it is and what it wants." A ghost of a smile crossed his face. "You taught me never to reject an offer outright. Always gather information first. Always understand the full scope of the deal before you accept or decline. Harry." Narcissa's voice was sharp. "That thing, whatever it is dangerous. More dangerous than Voldemort, possibly more dangerous than anything else you'll face. I know. You need to be careful. I need to be what you made me." His voice was gentle, but there was steel beneath it. "You didn't raise me to run from danger, Narcissa. You raised me to meet it. To understand it. To master it." He rose from his chair, moving toward the window to stand beside her. The Veil, Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Ministry, they're all threats, yes. But they're also opportunities. Every one of them has something I want. Something we want. And I intend to take it all. She looked at him, this boy she had rescued, this weapon she had forged, this partner she had chosen. We change everything, she said softly. Together. Together, he agreed. Always. That night, the dream came again. Harry stood in a corridor that existed in no place he had ever been. The walls were stone, ancient and worn, covered in writing that shifted and changed whenever he tried to read it. The air was cold. The light came from everywhere and nowhere. At the end of the corridor was a door. It was always the same door. Tall, black, pulsing with a power that made his scar burn and his blood sing. Behind it, he could hear whispers, thousands of them, millions, speaking in languages that predated human speech. And one voice, louder than the others. Clearer. Air, it called. You come again. I always come, Harry said. In the dream, his voice was older. Stronger. You know I do. The barrier thins. The time approaches. Will you accept what I offer? Not yet. Curious child. Others would have crumbled long ago. Others would have accepted my gift or fled from my presence. You do neither. Others aren't me. Laughter, ancient and cold. No. They are not. You are something new. Something I have not seen in all my endless years. A child of light raised in darkness. A soul marked by death yet burning with life. You stand at the threshold between worlds, little heir, and you do not even know how rare that makes you. Tell me, Harry said. Tell me what I am. You are potential. Unwritten. Undefined. You could become anything, the savior your world expects, the dark lord they fear, or something else entirely. Something greater than both. And what the whispers intensified. The door seemed to pulse, to breathe, to want. I want you to open this door. To accept the power that waits beyond. To become what you were always meant to be, not a servant of light or darkness, but their master. Their ruler. Their God. And the price? Everything, the voice said. But also nothing. The price is what you choose to pay. The sacrifice is what you choose to sacrifice. I cannot force you, little heir. I can only offer. And wait. Then keep waiting, Harry said. I'm not ready yet. No, the voice agreed. But you will be. Soon. Very soon. The world is changing, little heir. The old powers stir. Your enemies gather. And when the time comes, when you stand at the edge of oblivion with nowhere else to turn, I'll come to you. Yes, the voice whispered, and the corridor began to fade. You will. Harry woke in his bed at Malfoy Manor, dawn light streaming through the windows. His scar throbbed. His hands were shaking. But he was smiling. Soon, the voice had said. The world was changing. His enemies were gathering. Good. Let them gather. Let them prepare. Let them believe they understood what was coming. They had no idea. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and clear, as if the universe itself had decided to celebrate Harry Potter's return to the wizarding world. Narcissa watched him dress, not hovering, not helping, just observing. He moved with precise economy, selecting each piece of his wardrobe with deliberate care. The robes were simple but perfectly cut. The shoes were polished to a mirror shine. Every detail was calculated to project an image, quiet confidence, understated elegance, nothing that demanded attention but everything that rewarded it. The other students will be in their house robes by tonight, she noted. Gryffindor red or Slytherin green. And I'll be in whichever colors the hat chooses. But this is about first impressions. About the image they form before they know where I belong. Harry met her eyes in the mirror. You taught me that. I taught you many things. I wonder sometimes how many of them you'll use against me. None. He turned to face her fully. Everything I've learned, everything I've become, it's for us. For what we're building together. I don't know how to make you believe that, Narcissa. I only know that it's true. She studied him for a long moment. This boy. This weapon. This son she had never meant to love. I believe you, she said finally. Perhaps that makes me a fool. Perhaps one day you'll prove me right to trust you, or prove me wrong in spectacular fashion. But today, right now, I believe you. Something flickered in Harry's eyes. Something that might have been surprise, or gratitude, or something he didn't quite have a name for. I won't disappoint you, he said. See that you don't. She moved toward the door. Draco is waiting downstairs. Lucius will take you to King's Cross, he insists on maintaining appearances. I'll say my goodbyes here. Not in public. Not in public, she agreed. What we have, it's not for them to see. It's not for anyone to see. Harry nodded. He understood, he always understood. Their relationship, whatever it was, existed in shadows and private moments. To the world, he was Harry Potter, orphan child raised in mysterious obscurity, recently emerged from wherever Dumbledore had hidden him. To Slytherin House, he would be Draco's friend, the Malfoy's ally, a useful connection to cultivate. Only in these quiet moments did the truth emerge, they were partners. Conspirators. Two people who had looked at the world and found it wanting, and decided to remake it in their image. Write to me, Narcissa said. Through the usual channels. Dumbledore will monitor your official correspondence, but our methods are still secure. Every week. And be careful with Severus. He's useful, but he has his own agenda. Never forget that. I never forget anything. She almost smiled. No. You don't. A pause. A moment of silence that held too much weight, too many unspoken things. Thank you, Harry said quietly. For everything. For seeing me when no one else did. For believing I could be more than what they made me. You always could be more. I simply helped you realize it. That's what I'm thanking you for. Narcissa crossed the room and did something she had never done before, she pulled him into an embrace. Brief. Fierce. Almost painful in its intensity. Destroy them all, she whispered. Make them remember your name. And when you're done, when you've burned everything to the ground and built something new from the ashes, I'll come home, Harry finished. And we'll rule together. Together. She released him. Stepped back. Became once again the composed, elegant Narcissa Malfoy that the world expected. Go, she said. The train won't wait. Harry nodded, picked up his trunk, and walked out of the room without looking back. He didn't need to look back. He knew exactly what he was leaving behind, and exactly what he was walking toward. The future. His future. Their future. And nothing, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not the ancient voice beyond the veil, was going to stop him from claiming it. King's Cross Station was chaos. Harry moved through it with Draco at his side, Lucius striding ahead of them like a man who expected crowds to part on his behalf. Which, in fairness, they did. Lucius Malfoy had that effect on people, all aristocratic disdain and barely concealed contempt for anything that didn't meet his standards. Remember, Lucius said over his shoulder, you are representing the Malfoy name today. Both of you. I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. Yes, Father, Draco said automatically. Harry said nothing. Lucius hadn't addressed him directly, and Harry had learned long ago not to offer what wasn't requested. His relationship with the Malfoy patriarch was complex. Lucius had accepted his presence in the family, even grown to value him as an asset, but they would never be close. The older man sensed something in Harry that made him uneasy, something that defied easy categorization. Smart man, Harry thought. Smarter than he knows. They reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Lucius gestured impatiently. Draco first. Then you. Draco squared his shoulders and walked through the barrier, vanishing between one step and the next. Harry followed a moment later, the transition from Muggle to magical world as smooth as stepping through a curtain. Platform 9 3/4 erupted into sensory overload. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express. Families clustered in anxious groups, parents fussing over children, older students greeting friends with shouts and embraces. Owls hooted from cages. Cats yowled. Someone's escaped toad bounced across the platform, pursued by a round-faced boy near tears. Harry observed it all with detached interest. This was the world he was about to enter, the world of Hogwarts, of magic, of politics and power wrapped in the trappings of childhood education. He couldn't wait. There's Crabbe and Goyle, Draco said, nodding toward two hulking figures near the train. I should go say hello. Appearances, you know. Go ahead. I'll find a compartment. Draco hesitated. For all their complicated history, for all the jealousy and admiration and confusion that marked their relationship, there was genuine affection there. Draco looked at Harry and saw a brother, flawed, frightening, but still family. Be careful, Draco said quietly. First impressions, remember. Everyone will be watching the famous Harry Potter. Let them watch. Harry's smile was thin and cold. They won't see anything I don't want them to see. He grabbed his trunk and moved toward the train, leaving Draco behind. The platform crowd shifted around him, and he felt the exact moment when recognition began to spread. Whispers. Pointing fingers. Wide eyes. Is that, Harry Potter? The scar, did you see the, where's he been all these? Harry ignored them all. He walked with quiet confidence, neither hurrying nor dawdling, projecting an air of someone who knew exactly where he was going and would not be deterred. People stepped aside for him without quite knowing why. The train's interior was packed with students, most compartments already full. Harry moved down the corridor, assessing and dismissing options. He needed somewhere he could observe without being observed. Somewhere he could meet people on his own terms. He found it at the end of the last car, a compartment occupied by a single girl with bushy brown hair and an enormous book. Mind if I sit here? He asked, sliding the door open. The girl looked up, clearly prepared to refuse, and froze. Her eyes went to his forehead, to the scar barely visible beneath his carefully arranged hair. You're Harry Potter, she breathed. I am. And you are. Hermione. Hermione Granger. She seemed to realize she was staring and forced herself to look away. I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry settled into the seat across from her, arranging his trunk above. I've never read any of those. Perhaps you could tell me what they say. Oh, well, they mostly focus on the knight you-know-who, Voldemort. Hermione flinched. You say his name. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. A wise man told me that once. It was a lie, no one had told him that, he'd simply reasoned it out for himself, but it sounded better as received wisdom. So tell me, Hermione Granger. What do the books say about me? She launched into a detailed summary, clearly delighted to have an audience for her knowledge. Harry listened with apparent interest, cataloging everything she said. The books painted him as a hero, a savior, a symbol of light's triumph over darkness. They speculated about his childhood, secret training with powerful wizards, according to one theory, and his current abilities, prodigious, naturally, befitting the boy who lived. It was fascinating. Not because any of it was true, but because it showed him exactly what the wizarding world expected him to be. Expectations were useful things. They could be met, exceeded, or subverted, all depending on what you wanted people to believe. And of course, everyone wonders which house you'll be sorted into, Hermione finished. I've been doing research, and Gryffindor seems most likely given your parents' history, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be surprising either if you've been training all these years like some people think. What about Slytherin? Hermione's expression flickered. Well, Slytherin has a reputation. All the dark wizards came from there, didn't they? Including including Voldemort. Does that mean everyone in Slytherin is evil? No, of course not, that would be, she stopped, frowning. But statistically, the correlation is quite strong. Statistics measure patterns, not certainties. And patterns can be changed. Harry leaned back, studying her. Where do you think you'll be sorted? Gryffindor, I hope. Though Ravenclaw wouldn't be terrible. Anywhere but Slytherin, really. Why? Because she paused, uncertain. Because they value blood purity and dark magic and, they value ambition and cunning. Some of them value blood purity. Some of them value dark magic. But the house itself was founded on a different principle, the belief that power should be pursued openly, without the false modesty that other houses encourage. Harry's voice was soft, reasonable. I'm not saying the stereotypes are baseless. But I've learned to be cautious about judging people before I've met them. Hermione stared at him. You sound like you've thought about this a lot. I think about everything a lot. It's how I've survived. Before she could respond, the compartment door slid open again. A gangly red-haired boy stood in the doorway, looking harried. Sorry, everywhere else is full, can I? He stopped. His eyes went wide. Blimey. You're Harry Potter. So I've been told. The boy, a Weasley, Harry knew from the hair and the hand-me-down robes, sank into the seat beside Hermione, apparently forgetting to wait for permission. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Is it true you've got the scar? Harry brushed his hair aside, revealing the lightning bolt. Ron's reaction was everything he expected, awe, fascination, a touch of fear. Wicked, Ron breathed. The conversation turned to Hogwarts, to houses, to families. Harry guided it with subtle questions, learning everything he could about these potential allies. Ron was exactly what he appeared, earnest, loyal, desperate to escape the shadow of his accomplished brothers. Hermione was more complex, brilliant but insecure, eager to prove herself, hungry for acceptance. Both could be useful. Neither would be his enemy, not unless they chose to be. The train rolled on through countryside that grew progressively wilder, houses giving way to forests, fields to mountains. They changed into their school robes. Hermione drilled Ron on spells she'd already practiced. Harry watched, listened, and planned. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry Potter had already begun building his network. Small pieces. Careful moves. The opening gambits of a game that would span years. First years, a massive figure bellowed from the platform. First years over here. Harry stepped off the train and into his future. The Great Hall was everything the books had promised and more. Enchanted ceiling showing a star-swept sky. Floating candles casting golden light. For long tables filled with students in house colors. And at the head of the hall, the staff table, where Dumbledore sat in throne-like grandeur. Harry felt the old man's eyes on him immediately. Blue, twinkling, apparently benevolent, and sharp as broken glass beneath the warmth. So this was the great Albus Dumbledore. The wizard who had defeated Grindelwald. The only one Voldemort ever feared. The puppet master who had placed a baby in an abusive home and called it protection. Harry met his gaze steadily. Held it. Let nothing show in his expression except polite curiosity. After a long moment, Dumbledore smiled and looked away. First point to me, Harry thought. Professor McGonagall, stern, Scottish, exactly as Narcissa had described, led them to the front of the hall. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool, ancient and patched and thrumming with old magic. Names were called. Students were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor, beaming with relief. The Weasley boy followed, as expected. Draco swaggered to Slytherin before the hat had barely touched his head. Potter, Harry. Silence crashed over the great hall like a wave. Harry walked to the stool. Sat down. Felt the hat settle onto his head. Well, a voice said in his mind. Isn't this interesting? Harry didn't react. He'd been told the hat could read thoughts, could see into the deepest corners of the mind. He'd prepared for this. Prepared, yes. But you can't hide from me, Mr. Potter. No one can. The hat's voice was amused. I've seen a great many minds over the centuries. I thought I'd seen everything. But you're something new. What do you see? Darkness. Light. Power beyond measure. Ambition that would make Salazar himself take notice. And beneath it all, the hat paused. Fear. Not of death or pain or failure. Fear of becoming what you hate. Fear of losing yourself in the very darkness you seek to master. Just tell me where I belong. You could belong anywhere, child. That's what makes you so dangerous. Gryffindor would forge your courage into something legendary. Ravenclaw would sharpen your mind beyond mortal limits. Hufflepuff would teach you loyalty that could save or damn you. And Slytherin. Yes. You've already decided, haven't you? You've been Slytherin since the day Narcissa Malfoy took you from that cupboard. But I wonder if you understand what that means. The path you've chosen, the path you were placed upon, it leads somewhere very dark, Harry Potter. Very dark indeed. I'm not afraid of the dark. No. The hat's voice softened. You're not. And that's what frightens me. A long pause. The great hall held its breath. Slytherin. The word echoed off stone walls. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Draco started clapping. Slowly, others at the Slytherin table joined him. Harry rose from the stool, removed the hat, and walked to join his new house. He didn't look at Dumbledore as he passed the staff table. He didn't need to. He could feel the old man's gaze on his back, heavy with calculation and concern. Let him worry. Let them all worry. Harry Potter had returned to the wizarding world. And nothing would ever be the same again. That night, in the Slytherin dormitory, Harry lay awake in his bed and listened to the deep water sounds of the lake above them. His roommates slept, Draco in the bed nearest his, Blaise Zabini by the window, Theodore Nott and Gregory Goyle filling the other spaces. Tomorrow it would begin in earnest. The games, the alliances, the careful dance of power that would define his years at Hogwarts. He would make friends and enemies. He would learn magic, the official curriculum, and magic far darker. He would face Dumbledore and Voldemort and whatever lurked beyond the veil. But tonight, just for this moment, Harry allowed himself to simply exist. To remember the cupboard under the stairs. To remember a woman in the rain, offering her hand, promising him power. They had come so far. And they had so far yet to go. Sleep came eventually, and with it, the dreams. The door. The whispers. The voice calling him heir. But for the first time, when Harry stood before that impossible darkness, he didn't feel small. He felt ready. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Masks and Mirrors. The Slytherin common room fell silent when Harry descended the stairs the next morning. It wasn't an obvious silence, Slytherins were too well trained for that. But Harry felt it, the subtle shift in attention as conversations paused mid-sentence and eyes tracked his movement across the room. He was being evaluated. Measured. Every student in that dungeon chamber was asking the same questions. What was he? What did he want? And most importantly, was he a threat or an opportunity? Harry let them look. He moved to one of the leather armchairs near the fire, settled in with deliberate casualness, and waited. Draco appeared a moment later, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. He crossed the room with the easy confidence of someone who belonged here, who had been raised to command these spaces, and dropped into the chair across from Harry. Sleep well? Well enough. Harry's eyes swept the room, cataloguing faces. Interesting crowd. The cream of pure-blood society. Plus a few exceptions. Draco's lip curled slightly. Marcus Flint's mother was a greengrass, barely tolerable. And Gemma Farley's father made his money in trade, which is practically, Draco. The single word stopped him cold. Draco blinked, caught off guard by the quiet authority in Harry's voice. We discussed this, Harry said softly. Blood doesn't matter. Power matters. And power comes in many forms. I know, but, no buts. Not here. Not now. Harry leaned forward slightly. You can believe whatever you want in private. But in public, every word you speak reflects on both of us. And I won't have us looking like provincial bigots when we're trying to build something that lasts. For a moment, something flickered across Draco's face, resentment, perhaps, or wounded pride. Then it was gone, smoothed away by years of pure-blood training. You're right, he said stiffly. Of course. I know I'm right. Now, Harry rose from his chair. Breakfast. I want to see how the other houses react to last night's little surprise. They walked to the great hall together, Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind like oversized shadows. Harry noted the way other students watched them pass, the curiosity, the wariness, the naked hunger for gossip that characterized Hogwarts as much as any school. The Slytherin table buzzed with their arrival. Older students made room with practiced grace, and Harry found himself seated between Draco and a pale, willowy girl with dark hair and eyes like chips of ice. Pansy Parkinson, Draco said by way of introduction. Her family's been allied with ours for 3 generations. 4, actually, Pansy corrected. If you count the Rosier connection. She studied Harry with frank assessment. So you're the famous Harry Potter. I expected someone taller. I expected someone less obvious. Pansy's eyes widened slightly. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. Oh, I like you. You'll make things interesting around here. That's the plan. Breakfast proceeded with the rigid formality that seemed to govern everything in Slytherin House. Harry learned the hierarchy quickly, 7th years at the head of the table, 1st years at the foot, with precise gradations of status determining everything from seating position to who could speak first. It was, he recognized, a training ground for the political games that awaited them in adulthood. He also learned who to watch. Theodore Nott sat 3 seats down, his dark eyes following Harry with undisguised hostility. His father had been one of Voldemort's inner circle, Narcissa had made sure Harry knew all the Death Eater families, and the son clearly considered himself rightful heir to Slytherin's leadership. Blaise Zabini was harder to read. Beautiful in an androgynous way, with skin like burnished copper and a smile that revealed nothing, he observed everything and committed to nothing. His mother was famous for marrying wealthy wizards who died under mysterious circumstances, and Blaise seemed to have inherited her talent for strategic ambiguity. And then there was Daphne Greengrass. She sat across the table and 2 positions down, blonde hair pulled back in a severe plait, posture perfect enough to satisfy the most demanding etiquette instructor. She hadn't spoken a word since Harry arrived. She hadn't needed to, her silence was louder than Pansy's chatter or Nott's glaring. She was watching him the way he watched everyone else. Cataloging. Calculating. Seeing through the masks to whatever lay beneath. Interesting. Harry caught her eye and held it. Most people looked away when he did that, something about his gaze unsettled them in ways they couldn't articulate. Daphne Greengrass didn't look away. She met his stare with perfect composure, one eyebrow slightly raised, as if to say, "Yes, I see you. And you see me. Now what?" Now what, indeed? Harry allowed himself a small smile and returned his attention to his breakfast. But he filed her away in a special category: potential threat, potential ally, definitely worth watching. The meal ended with Professor Snape sweeping down the table to distribute class schedules. He paused at Harry's position, black eyes flat and unreadable. "Potter." His voice carried generations of contempt. "The celebrity graces us with his presence at last." "Professor." Harry kept his tone neutral. "I look forward to your class." Something flickered behind Snape's mask, surprise, perhaps, at the lack of defensive response. "See that you live up to the hype, Potter. I would hate for Slytherin's newest acquisition to prove disappointing." He moved on. Draco leaned close. "He doesn't like you. He doesn't like anyone. But he hates me specifically because of my father." Harry glanced at his schedule. "Your mother explained. They have history. Mother tells you everything. Your mother and I have an understanding." Harry rose from the table. "First class is Transfiguration with Gryffindor. Shall we?" The first week at Hogwarts established patterns that would define the months to come. Harry excelled in every class without appearing to try too hard. It was a delicate balance: too much success would attract Dumbledore's attention, while too little would undermine his position in Slytherin. He answered questions when called upon, demonstrated spells with controlled precision, and always stopped just short of revealing the full extent of his abilities. Transfiguration came easily. McGonagall seemed torn between approval and suspicion when he transformed his match into a needle on the second try. Charms was even simpler, Professor Flitwick actually falling off his stack of books when Harry levitated his feather without speaking the incantation aloud. "Remarkable," the tiny professor squeaked. "Quite remarkable. Have you practiced magic before, Mr. Potter?" "Just some reading, sir. I find visualization helps." "A lie, of course." Harry had been practicing magic for 5 years, trained by tutors Narcissa had carefully selected and sworn to secrecy. But no one needed to know that. Potions was more complicated. Snape clearly intended to humiliate him. The questions came rapid fire: where would you find a bezoar? What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? What would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Each one designed to expose ignorance and embarrass the famous Harry Potter. Harry answered them all. Correctly. Completely. Without a trace of smugness in his voice. By the third question, the dungeon had gone utterly silent. Snape's face was blank, but Harry could see the fury building behind his eyes. The potions master had expected defiance, expected the arrogant James Potter reborn, expected a target for his decades-old grudge. What he got was a student who refused to give him ammunition. "Acceptable," Snape said finally, the word seeming to cause him physical pain. "Perhaps there's some hope for you after all, Potter. Though I suspect you'll find my practical examinations somewhat more challenging." "I look forward to proving you wrong, sir." The words were perfectly polite. The subtext was not. Snape's eyes narrowed, and for a moment something dangerous passed between them, the recognition of one predator by another. Then Snape swept away to terrorize Neville Longbottom, and the moment passed. "That was either very brave or very stupid," Draco murmured as they began preparing their potion. "It was necessary. Snape needed to understand that I'm not my father. I won't rise to his baiting, and I won't give him easy excuses to punish me." Harry measured his ingredients with precision. "He's useful, Draco. Your mother values him. But he needs to respect me, and respect starts with not being able to push me around. You sound like you're playing chess with everyone you meet." "I am." Harry added the porcupine quills at exactly the right moment. The question is whether I'm playing to win or just to survive. And the answer, he glanced at his friend. The answer is that I don't see a difference. Defense against the dark arts was a joke. Professor Quirrell stammered his way through lectures about vampires and hags, jumping at sudden noises and trailing off mid-sentence when students asked questions. His classroom smelled of garlic, his turban seemed perpetually lopsided, and he couldn't demonstrate a single defensive spell without flinching. Harry watched him carefully. There was something wrong with Quirrell. Something beyond the obvious cowardice. When the professor turned his back, Harry felt a presence, cold, calculating, deeply familiar. His scar prickled. His magic stirred restlessly. Voldemort. Not whole. Not strong. But present. Watching. Waiting. Narcissa had warned him this might happen. The Dark Lord wasn't dead, he never had been. He existed in some diminished form, searching for a way to return. And something about Quirrell suggested that search had led him here, to Hogwarts, to the school where Harry Potter had finally emerged from hiding. Fascinating. Harry played the dutiful student, taking notes on garlic's effectiveness against vampires and asking inane questions about the knockback jinx. But his mind was working on a different problem entirely. If Voldemort was here, possessing Quirrell, most likely, though Harry couldn't be certain, then he had a reason. He wanted something. And whatever he wanted, it was probably connected to whatever Dumbledore was hiding on the forbidden third-floor corridor. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Nicholas Flamel's legendary creation, capable of producing the elixir of life. Exactly what a disembodied Dark Lord would need to restore his power. Harry smiled to himself as Quirrell stuttered through an explanation of the wand-lighting charm. Let Voldemort hunt his prize. Let Dumbledore set his traps. Neither of them understood what they were dealing with, not the diminished Dark Lord seeking resurrection, and not the old wizard trying to protect his weapon. Harry wasn't interested in protecting the stone or stealing it. He was interested in understanding the game, learning its rules, and positioning himself to exploit whatever came next. After all, Narcissa had taught him well, the most dangerous player was never the one with the most pieces. It was the one who understood what everyone else wanted and used that knowledge against them. The confrontation with Theodore Nott came 3 weeks into term. Harry had expected it. Nott had been simmering since the sorting, his dark eyes following Harry with barely concealed hatred. He was the son of a Death Eater, raised on stories of the Dark Lord's glory and the Potter brat who had somehow defeated him. In his mind, Harry's very existence was an insult, and Harry's placement in Slytherin was a desecration. It happened in the common room, late on a Friday evening when most of the older students had retreated to their dormitories or the library. Harry was reading by the fire, a book on dueling theory that Narcissa had sent him, disguised as a Quidditch annual, when Nott approached with his own little entourage. Potter. Harry didn't look up. Nott. There's been discussion. Theodore's voice was tight with controlled anger. About your position in this house. About whether you belong here at all. Has there? Harry turned a page. Fascinating. The Sorting Hat made a mistake. Everyone knows it. You're the Gryffindor golden boy, the light's precious savior, you don't belong in Slytherin. You never will. The Hat disagrees. The hat is a 1,000-year-old piece of leather that's clearly lost its judgment. Nott stepped closer, his shadow falling across Harry's book. You should leave. Transfer to Gryffindor where you belong. Or this will become unpleasant. Slowly, deliberately, Harry closed his book and looked up. The common room had gone quiet. Other students, first years and a few older ones, had noticed the confrontation and were watching with poorly concealed interest. This was a test, Harry understood. A public challenge to his right to be here. How he responded would determine his position in Slytherin for years to come. Theodore, Harry said, his voice soft and pleasant. I'm going to give you one chance. Walk away now, and we'll pretend this conversation never happened. Challenge me again, and I'll respond in ways you won't enjoy. Nott's face twisted. You dare threaten me? My father was in the Dark Lord's inner circle. My family has been in Slytherin for 20 generations. You're nothing, a half-blood orphan raised by Muggles, playing at being one of us. I wasn't raised by Muggles. That stopped him. What? The Dursleys were, temporary. Harry rose from his chair, and something in the room shifted. The air seemed heavier, the shadows deeper. I've had other teachers. Better ones. And they taught me things your father's Dark Lord never imagined. Nott's hand moved toward his wand. You're bluffing. You're an 11-year-old first year, same as me. Whatever tricks you learned before Hogwarts, they won't save you now. Try me. The words hung in the air. Nott's face flushed with anger and something that might have been fear. His hand closed on his wand. Enough. A new voice cut through the tension. Gemma Farley, the fifth-year prefect, emerged from the girls' dormitory staircase. Her expression was severe. Whatever this is, it ends now. First years don't duel in the common room. You have grievances, take them to Professor Snape. Stay out of this, Farley, Nott snapped. This doesn't concern you. Everything in Slytherin concerns me. I'm a prefect. Her eyes moved between them. Potter, sit down. Nott, go to bed. Now. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Nott's lip curled. This isn't over, Potter. We'll finish this. Whenever you're ready. Nott stalked away, his followers trailing behind. Gemma watched them go, then turned to Harry with an unreadable expression. You handled that well. I handled it the only way possible. Maybe. She studied him for a moment. You're not what I expected, Potter. When I heard Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts, I thought, well. Everyone thought we'd get a Gryffindor hero, all courage and no brains. Instead we get. She gestured vaguely at him. Whatever you are. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. She turned to leave, then paused. Nott won't let this go. His pride won't allow it. When he comes at you again, and he will, be ready. I'm always ready. Draco found him in the dormitory an hour later. I heard what happened. He sat on his bed, facing Harry's. Nott's telling everyone he's going to destroy you. Says his father taught him curses they don't teach at Hogwarts. I'm sure he did. Harry. Draco's voice was serious. Theodore isn't stupid. Cruel and arrogant, yes, but not stupid. If he's making threats like this, it's because he thinks he can follow through. Let him think what he wants. You're not worried? Harry looked up from the letter he was composing, his weekly report to Narcissa, written in a code they'd developed together. Should I be? He's dangerous. His family served a madman who got himself killed by a baby. Harry's voice was calm, factual. His father is a coward who claimed the Imperious Defense and bought his way out of Azkaban. His legacy is failure and shame dressed up as dark glory. So no, Draco. I'm not worried about Theodore Nott. Draco was quiet for a moment. Sometimes you frighten me. Only sometimes. More often than I'd like. He lay back on his bed, staring at the canopy above. When we were children, I thought you were just strange. Different. Mother's special project, the mysterious boy she'd brought home. I didn't understand what she was making you into. And now? Now I understand, and I wish I didn't. Draco turned his head to look at Harry. You're not a normal wizard, Harry. You're not even a normal dark wizard. You're something else. Something I don't have a name for. I'm your brother. Are you? The question hung between them, heavy with everything it implied. Yes, Harry said finally. I am. Maybe not by blood, and maybe not in any way the world would recognize. But your mother saved me, Draco. She gave me everything, a home, training, purpose. I owe her a debt I can never repay. And that debt extends to you. That's not the same as being brothers. No. It's not. Harry set down his quill. But it's what I have to offer. Loyalty. Protection. Partnership. I will never betray your family. I will never work against your interests. And when the time comes, when we've built what your mother and I are building, you'll stand beside me or behind me, whichever you prefer. But you'll never stand against me. Not unless you want to lose. Draco stared at him. That sounds more like a threat than an offer of brotherhood. It's both. Harry's smile was thin. Everything with me is both, Draco. You should understand that by now. The weeks passed. October turned to November, and Hogwarts settled into the rhythms that would define Harry's first year. He attended classes, earned points, avoided losing them. He navigated the complex politics of Slytherin House with a grace that surprised even the older students. He built relationships carefully, never too close, never too distant, always maintaining the precise balance between approachability and mystery. And he watched. Always watched. Dumbledore's attention was a constant pressure. Harry felt the old man's eyes on him during meals, during the few occasions when their paths crossed in corridors. The headmaster never approached him directly, that would be too obvious, but Harry knew he was being observed, catalogued, assessed. Let him look. Harry gave him nothing to see except a quiet, studious boy who excelled in his classes and kept to himself. No dark magic. No suspicious behavior. Nothing that couldn't be explained by natural talent and diligent study. But Harry was learning things that weren't in any official curriculum. The hidden corners of Hogwarts revealed themselves to him slowly. Passages that weren't on any map. Rooms that appeared only under certain conditions. A castle that was far older and stranger than the cheerful guidebook suggested. One night, he found a door. It was in the dungeons, deeper than the Slytherin common room, down a corridor that shouldn't have existed. Harry had been exploring, carefully, always carefully, when he felt something pull at his magic. A resonance. A call. The door was black stone, unmarked, cold to the touch. It had no handle, no visible lock, no way to open it that Harry could determine. But when he pressed his palm against it, something on the other side pressed back. Air, a voice whispered. Not the voice from his dreams, something closer, more immediate. You found us at last. What are you? We are what waits. What has always waited. The first darkness, before light was born. The last darkness, after everything else has burned. That's not an answer. It is the only answer we can give. The rest you must discover for yourself. Open the door, air. Descend the stairs. See what lies beneath the world of shadows and lies. Harry's hand trembled against the stone. Part of him, the part Narcissa had spent 5 years cultivating, screamed warnings. This was unknown. Uncontrolled. Dangerous in ways he couldn't calculate. But another part of him, the part that had survived the cupboard and emerged unbroken, wanted to know. Needed to know. What was this power? Where did it come from? And why did it call him heir? Not yet, he said aloud. I'm not ready yet. Soon, then. We are patient. We have waited ages. We can wait a little longer. Harry pulled his hand away. The door remained closed, but he could still feel it there, pulsing with ancient power, waiting for the day he would return. He made his way back to the common room, mind racing with questions he couldn't answer. The duel with Theodore not happened a week before Christmas holidays. Not had been building to it for months, snide comments in the common room, attempts to sabotage Harry's potions, whispered threats that grew louder as his frustration mounted. Harry had ignored it all, which only made Nott angrier. By December, the boy was practically vibrating with the need to prove himself. The challenge came in public, during dinner in the Great Hall, loud enough for half of Slytherin to hear. Wizard's duel, Potter. Tonight. Midnight. The trophy room. Nott's voice carried the desperate bravado of someone who had run out of other options. Unless you're too scared. Harry set down his fork and looked up with an expression of mild interest. The trophy room? Really? That's rather pedestrian. What? If you want to duel me, Nott, we can duel properly. Third floor corridor, the empty classroom at the end. 10 o'clock, I need my sleep. Harry smiled pleasantly. And bring whoever you want. I suspect you'll need the support. Nott's face went pale, then red. The third floor corridor was forbidden, Dumbledore had said so himself, on pain of death. Suggesting it was either incredibly brave or completely insane. Fine, Nott spat. 10 o'clock. Don't be late. He stalked away. Draco leaned close. Harry, the third floor, is forbidden, yes. Harry returned to his meal. Which means no one will disturb us. No prefects. No professors. Just Nott and whoever he brings, and me. And me. Harry looked at his friend. You don't have to, yes, I do. Draco's jaw was set. You're my brother. Whatever that means. If you're walking into a fight, I'm walking in with you. Something shifted in Harry's chest. Not quite warmth, he had trained himself away from such vulnerabilities, but something close. Thank you, he said quietly. But stay back when it starts. This is my fight. Let me finish it. The third floor corridor was dark and silent when they arrived. Nott was already there, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, interesting that they'd chosen his side over Draco's, though not surprising given the ongoing power struggle, and two older students Harry didn't recognize. Fifth years, maybe. Big enough to be intimidating. You actually came. Nott's wand was already in his hand. I thought you'd run. I don't run. Harry walked forward until he stood 10 paces away. Close enough for conversation, far enough for spell work. But I'll give you one last chance. Walk away now, and this ends. No consequences. No grudges. We go back to ignoring each other. I'm not here to be ignored, Potter. I'm here to put you in your place. Then let's begin. Nott moved first. His wand slashed through the air, Evrut statum. And a bolt of red light shot toward Harry's chest. Harry didn't move. Didn't raise his wand. Didn't blink. The spell struck an invisible barrier 6 inches from his body and dissipated into nothing. What? Nott's face twisted with confusion. That's not possible. You didn't cast anything, I cast something before you arrived. Harry's voice was calm. Several things, actually. The beauty of preparation, Nott. You might want to learn it. He raised his own wand, almost lazily. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm wasn't particularly powerful. It didn't need to be. Nott's wand flew from his grip and clattered across the stone floor, leaving the boy standing defenseless. That's impossible. Nott's voice cracked. The disarming charm doesn't work against shields, it does when the shield's been tied to a single point of defense. I could explain the theory, but I suspect it would be wasted on you. Harry stepped forward. Do you yield? Crabbe. Goyle. Get him. The two hulking boys lumbered forward. Harry didn't even look at them. Impedimenta. Both stopped mid-stride, frozen in place like statues. Draco, Harry said without turning. Please collect their wands. Draco moved through the frozen boys like they were furniture, gathering their wands and tucking them into his robes. The two fifth years were backing away, suddenly aware they were out of their depth. Now then. Harry returned his attention to Nott. I believe I asked if you yield. Theodore Nott looked at his frozen allies, at his wand on the floor, at Harry standing before him with all the casual menace of a cat with a mouse. His face was pale. His hands were shaking. I yield, he whispered. Louder. I yield. The words echoed off the stone walls. I yield, damn you. Good. Harry acchioed Nott's wand and caught it one-handed. Now. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back to your dormitory. You're going to stop making threats, stop plotting against me, and stop being a nuisance. You're going to treat me with respect, because I've earned it and because the alternative, he twirled Nott's wand between his fingers. The alternative involves explaining to your father why you can't do magic anymore. You wouldn't, try me. Silence. Nott's eyes darted around the corridor, searching for escape, finding none. I understand, he said finally, the words clearly costing him. I understand. I'm glad. Harry tossed him his wand. Now get out of my sight. Take your friends with you. And Nott, his voice stopped the boy mid-turn. Remember this. Remember what happened here. Because if you ever come at me again, I won't be this merciful. They fled. All five of them, scrambling down the corridor like rabbits before a wolf. Draco watched them go with an expression of mixed awe and concern. That was. He trailed off, apparently unable to find the right word. Necessary. It was brutal. Also necessary. Harry released the impediment jinx on empty air, the spell fading since its targets were gone. Nott needed to learn his place. So did everyone who'll hear about this by morning. In Slytherin, you don't negotiate with threats. You crush them. Where did you learn to duel like that? The same place I learned everything else. Harry turned toward the far end of the corridor, where another door waited. Not the black stone door from the dungeons, this one was ordinary wood, slightly ajar. Now, since we're here anyway. Harry, no. Whatever's down there, is protected by Dumbledore himself. Which means it's either dangerous enough to kill us or important enough to steal. Harry smiled. Either way, I want to see it. He walked toward the door. After a moment, Draco followed. The room beyond was long and narrow, dominated by a massive three-headed dog that appeared to be sleeping. Its enormous paws rested on a trapdoor set into the floor. Fluffy, Harry murmured. What? The dog. Hagrid mentioned him once, in the groundskeeper's hut. I put the pieces together. He studied the beast with clinical interest. Cerberus breed. Greek in origin. Usually guards entrances to the underworld. Which means whatever's beneath that trapdoor, is something worth guarding with a monster. The Philosopher's Stone, most likely. Dumbledore's hiding it here. And someone, his mind clicked through the implications. Someone else wants it badly enough to risk everything. The dog stirred. One of its 6 eyes cracked open, then snapped wide. Time to go, Harry said, and they ran. Behind them, the 3 heads began to howl. Christmas at Malfoy Manor was a production. The great house blazed with enchanted lights. House elves scurried through corridors bearing silver trays. The finest pureblood families in Britain passed through the receiving rooms, offering compliments and veiled insults with equal polish. Harry observed it all from his usual position, visible enough to be noticed, quiet enough to be overlooked. Narcissa found him in the library, as she always did when the parties became too tedious. Successful term, she asked, settling into the chair across from his. By most measures. He set aside the book he'd been reading. I've established myself in Slytherin. Neutralized the most obvious threats. Made a few useful connections. The Greengrass girl. Harry didn't ask how she knew. Narcissa always knew. Daphne. Yes. She's interesting. Interesting how? Intelligent. Ambitious. And completely unimpressed by my fame. He allowed himself a small smile. She sees through people the way you do. It's refreshing. Dangerous, you mean? That too. He leaned forward. But I didn't ask to speak with you about Daphne Greengrass. There's something at Hogwarts. Something old. He told her about the door in the dungeons. The voice. The whispers that called him heir. As he spoke, Narcissa's expression grew increasingly grave. The veil, she said finally. It has to be. The veil is in the Department of Mysteries. I found this in the dungeons of Hogwarts. The veil is everywhere and nowhere. It's not a place, it's a boundary. A thin spot between this world and what lies beyond. She rose, pacing before the fire. When the Dark Lord tried to kill you, Harry, he didn't just mark you with a scar. He tore something. Opened a wound in reality itself. And ever since then, something's been watching me. Yes. She turned to face him. I hoped it would fade. I hoped the connection would weaken as you grew older. But if you're hearing voices, finding doors, it's getting stronger. Which means you're getting stronger. And that, she paused, choosing her words carefully. That can be both opportunity and danger. Explain. The Veil Covenant. That's what the old texts call it. An ancient order, predating the founders, possibly predating organized magic itself. They served whatever lies beyond the veil. Drew power from it. And eventually, they were destroyed by it. She sat back down, suddenly looking older than Harry had ever seen her. The last record of the Covenant is from nearly 1,000 years ago. They tried to open the boundary permanently, to let their masters through. They failed. But the attempt left wounds in reality that have never fully healed. And I'm connected to one of those wounds. You're connected to all of them. Her eyes met his. Harry, when I found you in that cupboard, I saw potential. A weapon. A way to change everything. But I'm beginning to suspect that I only saw part of the truth. What's the rest of it? I don't know. The admission clearly cost her. And that frightens me. I've spent my entire life understanding the game, seeing 3 moves ahead of everyone else. But this, what you are, what you're becoming, I can't see where it leads. Harry considered this. Most people, hearing such a confession from their mentor, would feel uncertainty. Fear. Perhaps even betrayal. He felt none of those things. Does it matter? He asked quietly. Whatever I am, whatever I'm becoming, we're still partners. We still have the same goals. The only difference is that now we know the game is bigger than we thought. And what if the game becomes too big? What if what's beyond the veil wants something neither of us can give? Then we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. He rose, crossing to stand before her. You saved me, Narcissa. You made me what I am. Whatever happens next, whatever I become, that doesn't change. We're in this together. Until the end. She looked up at him, this boy she had rescued, this weapon she had forged, this son she had never expected, and something like peace settled over her features. Until the end, she agreed. Whatever that means. Harry returned to Hogwarts in January with new purpose. The months that followed were a careful dance of advancement and concealment. He excelled in his classes without attracting too much attention. He deepened his connections within Slytherin, turning potential allies into actual ones through a combination of charm, favors, and the quiet menace of demonstrated power. And he watched Quirrell. The defense professor was getting worse. His stammer had become almost unintelligible. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor. And sometimes, when he thought no one was looking, his hand would drift to his turban as if responding to a voice only he could hear. The Dark Lord was getting impatient. Whatever he planned to do, he would do it soon. Harry made his own preparations. He mapped the third-floor corridor, studied the protections around the Philosopher's Stone, 7, by his count, each designed by a different professor, and calculated his options. He had no particular interest in the stone itself. Immortality was a fool's dream, and gold could be acquired through less flashy means. But Voldemort's obsession with it created opportunities. The confrontation came in early May. Harry had known it would happen eventually. He had positioned himself carefully, ensuring that he would be in the right place at the right time. When Quirrell made his move, slipping toward the third-floor corridor while Dumbledore was conveniently absent, Harry was already waiting. Not to stop him. Stopping Quirrell would serve no purpose. The stone was well protected, and there was no guarantee Dumbledore wouldn't blame Harry for any involvement. But to watch. To learn. To see the Dark Lord exposed and understand what came next. The trap beneath the trapdoor was elaborate. Devil's snare. Flying keys. A giant chess set. Each obstacle was designed to test different skills, to separate the worthy from the unworthy. Harry followed at a distance, letting Quirrell exhaust himself on the challenges. By the time the professor reached the final chamber, he was weak, desperate, barely able to stand. And the thing in his turban was very, very angry. The stone, Quirrell whispered, staring at a mirror that dominated the room. It's here. I can feel it. But how do I get it out? Use the boy, a voice said. High, cold, terrible. Potter is here. I can smell him. Quirrell spun, wand raised. His eyes were wild. Show yourself, Potter. I know you're there. Harry stepped out of the shadows. Professor. He kept his voice calm. I wondered when you'd notice me. You followed me. You, Quirrell's face twisted. Clever boy. Too clever for your own good. I've been watching you all year. The stammer, the garlic, the turban, you're not a very good actor, Professor. But I suppose that's not really your fault. It must be hard to act natural with the Dark Lord attached to your skull. Silence. Then, slowly, Quirrell began to laugh. You know, he said, and his voice was different now. Stronger. More confident. You actually know. I wondered if the reports were accurate. Harry Potter, raised in secret, trained for war. I didn't believe it. But here you are. He reached up and unwound his turban, revealing the horror beneath. A face protruded from the back of his skull. Pale. Serpentine. Red eyes burning with a light that made Harry's scar flare with agony. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. We meet again. Tom Riddle. Harry didn't flinch. You look terrible. Rage flickered across those terrible features. You dare, I dare everything. Harry raised his wand. You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. And now here you are, a parasite clinging to a coward's skull, reaching for immortality because you're too afraid to face what waits beyond death. I fear nothing. You fear everything. That's why you made the Horcruxes. Harry smiled at the shock in those red eyes. Yes, I know about those too. 7 pieces, scattered across Britain, each one a monument to your pathetic terror of the inevitable. How could you possibly? I told you. I've been watching. Preparing. Learning. Harry's wand arm was steady. You're not the only one who seeks power, Tom. And you're not the only one who has it. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The mirror gleamed between them, reflecting an image Harry couldn't quite see. Then Voldemort laughed. A terrible sound, like broken glass scraping stone. You fascinate me, boy. Truly. In all my years, I have never met someone quite like you. Those red eyes burned into Harry's. We are alike, you and I. More alike than you know. The Sorting Hat saw it. I see it. Together, we could be. I'm not interested in your offers. Harry's voice was flat. I'm not going to work with you, Tom. I'm not going to join you. But I'm also not going to kill you. Not yet. Not yet. You're too weak to be a threat. But you're valuable as a demonstration. Harry lowered his wand. When you return, and you will return, you're too obsessed with living to stay dead. I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember that I could have destroyed you here, tonight, and chose not to. You could not have destroyed me. I am Lord Voldemort. You're a fragment. A ghost. A memory of power playing at significance. Harry stepped back toward the shadows. When you're whole again, come find me. We'll have a real conversation then. Potter. But Harry was already gone, slipping through the chambers, past the obstacles, up the stairs and away. Behind him, Voldemort's rage echoed off the stones, impotent, furious, and tinged with something that might have been fear. Good, Harry thought. Let him be afraid. The aftermath was everything Harry had anticipated. Quirrell was found dead in the chamber, his body burned from the inside out. The official story, Dumbledore's story, was that he had died trying to steal the stone, victim of its protective enchantments. The stone itself had been destroyed, Nicholas Flamel choosing death over the risk of Voldemort's return. No one suspected Harry's involvement. He had been in the Slytherin dormitory all night, according to the prefects who had checked on him. Just another student, sleeping peacefully while adventure unfolded elsewhere. But Dumbledore knew. The headmaster summoned him to his office 3 days later. Harry went willingly, curious to see what the old man would say. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's blue eyes were grave behind his half-moon spectacles. Please, sit. Harry sat. The office was fascinating, artifacts and instruments everywhere, many of them humming with power he couldn't identify. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, eyes ancient and knowing. You were in the chamber, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. Was I? Don't play games with me, Harry. I know you were there. I know you spoke with Voldemort. And I know you chose to let him go. If you know all that, why are we having this conversation? Dumbledore's expression flickered, frustration, perhaps, or something sadder. Because I'm trying to understand you. To help you. Harry, you've been through something terrible, I've been through many terrible things. I've survived them all. Yes. You have. But survival alone is not enough. There is more to life than power, more to existence than the games you've been taught to play. Is there? Harry leaned back in his chair. Tell me, Professor. When you faced Grindelwald, did you negotiate with him? Did you show him compassion and mercy? Or did you defeat him, absolutely and completely, because that was the only way to protect the people you loved? Silence. I thought so. Harry rose. I appreciate the concern, Headmaster. But I don't need your help. I don't need anyone's help. What I need is to be left alone to do what must be done. And what is that? Whatever is necessary. He moved toward the door. You've spent your life fighting for the light. Fighting darkness wherever you find it. But darkness isn't the enemy, Professor. Chaos is. And order, true order, requires tools that your philosophy doesn't allow. Harry, goodbye, Headmaster. I'm sure we'll speak again. He left the office without looking back. Behind him, Dumbledore sat alone in his tower, surrounded by his instruments and his regrets, wondering how they had all been so wrong about the boy who lived. The Hogwarts Express departed on a brilliant June morning. Harry found a compartment near the back, settling in for the long journey home. Draco joined him, as expected. But they weren't alone for long. The compartment door slid open to reveal Daphne Greengrass. "May I?" she asked. Harry gestured to the seat across from him. "Please." She settled in with the grace of someone raised in ballrooms and boardrooms. Her ice-blue eyes studied him with frank assessment. "You're building something," she said without preamble. "At Hogwarts. In Slytherin. Something bigger than house politics." "Am I?" "Don't insult my intelligence, Potter. I've been watching you all year. The way you move, the way you speak, the way you handle challenges, you're not just surviving. You're positioning. And what do you think I'm positioning for?" "Power." She said it simply, without judgment. "Real power. The kind that changes the world." Harry studied her in return. She was beautiful, in the cold way of statues and ice sculptures. But there was fire beneath that surface, ambition that matched his own. "Suppose you're right," he said carefully. "What would you do about it?" "Join you." Draco made a surprised noise. Daphne ignored him. "Not as a follower. I have no interest in being anyone's servant. But as a partner." She leaned forward slightly. "My family has been neutral for 3 generations. Playing both sides, betting on neither. It's kept us safe, but safety isn't the same as significance. I want more than that. And you think I can give you more? I think you're going to take more, whether anyone gives it to you or not. I'd rather be standing with you when that happens than watching from the sidelines." Harry considered this. Considered her. Considered what it would mean to have someone like Daphne Greengrass as an ally, not recruited, not manipulated, but genuinely choosing to stand beside him. "I'll think about it," he said finally. "Think quickly." She rose. "Opportunities like this don't wait forever. And neither do I." She swept out of the compartment. Harry watched her go, something almost like admiration stirring in his chest. "That was unexpected," Draco said quietly. "No." Harry smiled. "That was inevitable. She just arrived faster than I anticipated." The train rolled on through the British countryside. Summer waited ahead, more training, more planning, more pieces moving on a board that grew larger by the day. Harry Potter looked out the window and let himself feel, for just a moment, something like satisfaction. 1 year down. 6 to go. And so much still to build. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Court of Whispers. The summer heat pressed against Malfoy Manor like a living thing, but inside the dueling chamber, the air was cold with magic. Harry moved through forms that had no name in any textbook, ancient patterns Narcissa had recovered from Black family grimoires, techniques the Ministry had banned 3 centuries ago. His wand traced burning lines through the darkness, each spell flowing into the next without pause or hesitation. Across the chamber, 3 practice dummies attacked in coordinated waves. They were enchanted to fight back, to learn from his patterns, to exploit any weakness in his defense. 6 months ago, they had been a genuine challenge. Now they were barely a warm-up. "Lacero," Harry whispered, and the first dummy shattered. "Confractum." The second crumbled to dust. "Mortem simulacrum." The third dummy didn't just stop. It turned on the remaining fragments of its companions and began destroying them, puppet strings cut and reattached to a new master. "Impressive," Narcissa said from the observation gallery. "The puppet's death. I wasn't certain you'd mastered it." Harry released the spell, letting the final dummy collapse. "It's useful. Turning an enemy's forces against themselves. It's also deeply illegal. The Ministry classifies it as dark magic. The Ministry classifies anything that frightens them as dark magic." Harry wiped sweat from his brow. "That doesn't make them right." Narcissa descended the stairs, her robes flowing like water over stone. In the harsh light of the training chamber, she looked every inch the dangerous woman she was, beautiful and lethal in equal measure. You've grown, she observed. Not just in power. In certainty. A year at Hogwarts will do that. Most students come home from their first year excited about Quidditch and house points. You come home having faced the Dark Lord and walked away. She stopped before him, studying his face. Tell me again what he said to you. Exactly. Harry had told her 3 times already. But Narcissa was nothing if not thorough. He said we were alike. That together, we could be something greater. Harry's voice was flat, clinical. The usual Dark Lord recruitment speech. Power, immortality, dominion over lesser beings. And you weren't tempted? I was curious. There's a difference. He moved to the weapons rack, selecting a practice blade. Voldemort is insane, Narcissa. Brilliant, powerful, but fundamentally broken. He's so afraid of death that he's torn his soul into pieces. That kind of fear makes people stupid. It makes them predictable. And you're not afraid of death. Harry considered the question seriously. It deserved serious consideration. I don't know, he admitted finally. I've never been close enough to dying to find out. But I don't think I'd do what he did. Splitting your soul, hiding pieces of yourself in objects, it's not immortality. It's just prolonged existence. The difference matters. Philosophy from a 12-year-old. Philosophy from someone who's thought about it. He began moving through sword forms, the blade an extension of his arm. The voice beyond the veil offers something different. Not immortality but transcendence. Not survival but transformation. Narcissa's expression sharpened. You've been dreaming again. Every night. The door. The stairs. The thing that calls me air. Harry's blade whistled through the air. It's getting clearer. More insistent. It knows I'm growing stronger, and it wants me to open that door. And will you? The blade stopped, perfectly still. Eventually, Harry said. When I understand what's behind it. When I'm strong enough to face whatever waits there and walk away unchanged. He met her eyes. You taught me that, Narcissa. Never accept a deal you don't fully understand. Never walk into a room without knowing all the exits. I also taught you that some rooms have no exits. Some deals have no escape clauses. Then I'll make my own. He sheathed the practice blade. Now. Tell me about Lucius. You said there were concerns. The shift was deliberate, moving from the metaphysical to the practical, from the distant future to the immediate present. Narcissa accepted the redirect, though her eyes said the previous conversation wasn't finished. He's asking questions. About where you came from. About why you were placed with us. She moved to the window, looking out at the manicured grounds. So far I've deflected him with half-truths. The boy was orphaned. He had connections to the Black family. Dumbledore's placement failed, and I intervened. He doesn't believe you. He believes me enough. But Lucius is not a stupid man, whatever his other failings. He knows something doesn't add up, and he's too proud to let it go. What does he suspect? I'm not certain. He hasn't confronted me directly, that's not his style. He prefers to gather information, build his case, strike when he's sure of victory. She turned to face Harry. The problem is that your performance at Hogwarts has made you visible. Your defeat of Not's son, your encounter with the Dark Lord, people are talking. And when people talk, Lucius listens. Harry processed this. Lucius Malfoy was a complication he'd anticipated but hoped to avoid for another year or two. The man's loyalty to Voldemort was genuine, if self-serving, and he would not react well to discovering his wife had spent 5 years raising the Dark Lord's prophesied enemy. Options, Harry said. We bring him in. Tell him enough of the truth to secure his cooperation. He'd never agree. His identity is too wrapped up in being Voldemort's faithful servant. We neutralize him. Politically, financially, or, she paused delicately. More permanently. He's Draco's father. And despite everything, I think you still care for him. Something flickered across Narcissa's face. What I feel for Lucius is complicated. But you're right, killing him would create more problems than it solves. Then we misdirect. Harry began pacing, his mind working through possibilities. Give him a different explanation for my presence. Something that satisfies his curiosity without revealing the truth. Such as, I'm a Black. By blood, through my grandmother. That's not a lie, it's just not the whole truth. What if I was placed with you not because of Potter connections, but because of Black ones? An inheritance claim, perhaps. Something that would benefit the family. Narcissa's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The Black fortune is substantial. And with Sirius in Azkaban, the line of succession is unclear. Exactly. Lucius would understand greed. He'd understand positioning a potential heir to claim a fortune. It's the kind of scheme he'd run himself. It might work. But it would require documentation. Proof that you have a legitimate claim. Can you create it? A thin smile crossed her face. I can create anything, given sufficient motivation. Then we have a plan. Harry moved toward the door. For now, keep him distracted. The longer we can delay the confrontation, the stronger my position becomes. And when the confrontation comes anyway? Harry paused at the threshold. Then we'll handle it. Together. Whatever it takes. The return to Hogwarts brought changes Harry had anticipated and some he hadn't. The anticipated, his reputation had grown over the summer. Whispers followed him through corridors, and younger students gave him a wide berth. The story of his defeat of Theodore Nott had spread, embellished with each retelling until it bore little resemblance to reality. Good. Myths were more useful than facts. The unanticipated, Gilderoy Lockhart. The new defense against the dark arts professor was everything Harry despised, wrapped in lavender robes and a too bright smile. He was vain, incompetent, and so transparently fraudulent that Harry was amazed anyone took him seriously. But people did take him seriously. The wizarding world had embraced Lockhart as a hero, and his presence at Hogwarts only amplified his fame. Tell me you're not actually reading that, Draco said, staring at the Lockhart book open on Harry's desk. Know your enemy. Harry turned a page. His stories are obviously fabricated, the magical signatures he describes don't match the spells he claims to have used. But someone is buying them. Understanding why tells us something about the wizarding public. And what does it tell us? That they're desperate for heroes. For larger-than-life figures who defeat evil and smile handsomely. Harry closed the book. It's useful information. When the time comes to shape public perception, we'll know what they want to see. Draco shook his head. Sometimes I forget how calculating you are. Then you say something like that. Would you prefer I be stupid? I'd prefer you occasionally act like a normal 12-year-old. Normal is overrated. Harry rose from his desk. Come on. We're meeting the others in the room of requirement. The what? Harry smiled. Something I found last year. I've been waiting for the right moment to show you. The room of requirement was one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets, a chamber that transformed to meet the needs of whoever found it. Harry had discovered it in April, following magical traces that most wizards couldn't perceive. Now it served as his private headquarters, hidden from teachers and students alike. Tonight, it had configured itself as a comfortable sitting room with enough chairs for 6. Draco took one look and whistled softly. This is incredible. Does Dumbledore know about this place? Probably. But he can't enter without knowing exactly what I asked for, and I doubt he could guess. Harry settled into the largest chair. The others will be here shortly. Others? The door opened before Harry could answer. Daphne Greengrass entered first, as cold and composed as ever, followed by Blaise Zabini and Tracy Davis. They arranged themselves in the remaining chairs with the ease of people who had done this before. Draco looked from face to face, realization dawning. "You've been meeting without me." "Only twice," Daphne said. "To discuss whether you should be included." "Whether Draco's face flushed. "I'm Harry's brother. Of course I should be included. Being Harry's brother is precisely why we debated it." Blaise's voice was smooth as silk. "Family loyalty is a weakness as much as a strength. We needed to know which it would be for you." "And what did you decide?" "That you're useful enough to risk," Tracy said bluntly. She was a small girl with sharp features and sharper eyes, daughter of a half-blood family that had clawed its way into respectability. "Your name opens doors. Your connections extend throughout pureblood society. And despite your tendency toward dramatics, you're not actually stupid. High praise from you, Davis. It's the best you'll get. Take it or leave it." Harry watched the exchange with quiet amusement. This was exactly what he'd wanted, a group that would challenge each other, that wouldn't simply defer to his judgment. Yes, men were useless. He needed people who would tell him when he was wrong. "Enough," he said, and the room fell silent. "Draco's in. The question is what we do next." "We could start with explaining what this actually is," Draco said. "Some kind of secret society? A study group? A conspiracy to take over the wizarding world?" "Yes," Harry said simply. Draco waited for elaboration. None came. "You're serious." "I'm always serious." Harry leaned forward. "The wizarding world is broken, Draco. The ministry is corrupt. The old families are stagnant. Voldemort and Dumbledore have been fighting the same war for decades, and all they've accomplished is destruction. Someone needs to build something new. And that someone is us. 5 second years and Draco gestured vaguely at Tracy. "Whatever you are." "I'm a half-blood with nothing to lose and everything to gain," Tracy said sweetly. "Which makes me more dangerous than any of you purebloods with your precious legacies and family expectations." "She's not wrong," Blaise murmured. "The point," Harry said, cutting through the tension, "is that we start small. Build our base within Slytherin first. Learn to work together, trust each other, cover each other's weaknesses. By the time we graduate, we'll have a network that extends throughout the wizarding world." "That's a 7-year plan," Daphne observed. "Everything worthwhile takes time. What happens in 7 years?" Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "In 7 years, the Dark Lord will have returned. The ministry will be in chaos. The old order will be crumbling." His eyes swept across the room. "And we will be perfectly positioned to pick up the pieces." Silence settled over the chamber. The weight of what Harry was proposing hung in the air like smoke. Finally, Blaise spoke. "You're talking about revolution. I'm talking about survival. About building something that can withstand what's coming." Harry rose, moving to the window that the room had helpfully provided. "Voldemort won't stay dead. Dumbledore won't live forever. The current system is a house of cards waiting for a strong wind. I intend to be the wind." "And if we refuse?" Tracy asked. "If we decide your ambitions are too dangerous, too extreme? Then you walk away. Right now, no consequences." Harry turned to face them. "I don't want followers who stay from fear. I want partners who stay because they believe in what we're building. Anything less is a liability." The room held its breath. Daphne stood first. She crossed the space between them with deliberate steps, stopping close enough that he could smell the subtle perfume she wore. "I told you on the train," she said quietly. "I want more than safety. More than neutrality. I want to matter." She extended her hand. "Show me how." Harry took her hand. Her grip was stronger than he'd expected, her eyes burning with an ambition that matched his own. "Welcome to the Court of Whispers," he said. "That's what I'm calling it, by the way." It seemed appropriate. One by one, the others rose. Blaise, with his knowing smile. Tracy, with her hungry determination. And finally Draco, conflict warring across his face before resolve won out. "You're going to get us all killed," he said, extending his hand. "Probably." Harry shook it. "But we'll change the world first." The first attack came in October. Harry had felt the wrongness building for weeks, a pressure in the castle's ancient magic, a darkness gathering like storm clouds on the horizon. His scar throbbed more often than usual. His dreams grew more intense, the voice beyond the veil louder and more insistent. And then the writing appeared on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Mrs. Norris hung stiff and cold beside the blood-red letters, and Hogwarts erupted into panic. Harry stood in the crowd of students who had discovered the message, keeping his expression carefully neutral while his mind raced. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's legendary hidden room, home to a monster that only his true heir could control. He had read about it in the family histories Narcissa had provided, but had assumed it was myth. Apparently not. "Move along. Nothing to see here." Filch was screaming, clutching his petrified cat. "Who did this? Who killed her? I'll have your hands, she is not dead, Argus." Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, calm and authoritative. "She has been petrified. A powerful curse, certainly, but not irreversible." Harry watched the headmaster examine the scene, those twinkling blue eyes taking in every detail. Dumbledore knew something. More than he was saying. The careful way he avoided looking at the message, the subtle tension in his shoulders, he had seen this before. "All students will return to their common rooms immediately," McGonagall announced. "Prefects, escort your houses. There will be no exceptions." The crowd began to disperse. Harry lingered at the edges, watching, listening. "Potter." Draco appeared at his elbow, face pale. "We need to talk." "Not here, the room." Harry nodded slightly and let himself be swept along with the Slytherin students heading for the dungeons. The court convened an hour later, tension crackling through the air. "The Chamber of Secrets is real," Tracy said without preamble. "I did some research last year, it's mentioned in 3 different historical texts. Salazar Slytherin supposedly built it before he left the school, and sealed something inside. Something designed to purge Hogwarts of those unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Blaise clarified. That's what unworthy meant in Slytherin's time. Students without magical parentage. The monster in the chamber was supposed to finish Slytherin's work whenever his heir returned to claim it. Tracy's eyes were dark with worry. "If the chamber's been opened, that means the heir is here. In the school. Right now." "Voldemort," Daphne said quietly. "Voldemort's not here," Harry replied. "Not physically. I would know." "Then who? Who else could claim to be Slytherin's heir?" Harry considered the question. The line of succession was complicated. Slytherin had children, and those children had children, and over 1,000 years the bloodline had branched and mingled until tracing it became nearly impossible. Nearly. But not entirely. "My scar's been hurting more," he said slowly. "Not like when Quirrell was possessed. Different. Like an echo of the Dark Lord rather than his presence." "An echo?" Draco leaned forward. "What does that mean?" "I'm not sure yet. But I intend to find out." Harry rose, pacing before the fire. "The chamber is somewhere in this castle. It's been hidden for 1,000 years, but it exists. And whatever's inside it, whatever Slytherin left behind, it's valuable. Powerful. You want to find it," Daphne said. "Not a question. I want to control it. Whatever's happening, whoever opened the chamber, they're using Slytherin's legacy for their own purposes. I'd rather it served ours. And the Muggleborns being attacked? Harry paused. This was the moment, he knew, when the court would learn something about him that they might not like. If I can stop the attacks, I will, he said carefully. Not because I particularly care about blood status, I don't, but because the attacks are creating chaos. Chaos invites scrutiny. The Ministry, the Board of Governors, even Dumbledore, they're all paying closer attention now. That makes everything harder. Tracy's expression flickered. That's a very practical answer. I'm a practical person. It's also the kind of answer that makes people wonder what you'd do if the practical choice wasn't the moral one. Harry met her eyes steadily. I suppose they'll have to keep wondering. Silence. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Daphne broke it. You said you could find the chamber. How? I speak Parseltongue. The revelation landed like a thunderclap. It came with the scar, apparently, a gift from the Dark Lord. And if Slytherin built secret chambers, he would have protected them in the language only he and his heirs could speak. You can talk to snakes. Draco's voice was strangled. You've been able to talk to snakes this entire time and you never mentioned it. It never came up. Harry shrugged. But now it's relevant. I can access places others can't. Find things others can't find. And when I do, when you do, you'll have Slytherin's monster at your command, Blaze finished. Whatever it is. A basilisk, probably, based on the old texts. A basilisk. Tracy went pale. A giant snake that kills with its eyes. That's what you want to control. I want to understand it. Control comes after. Harry moved toward the door. Keep your ears open. Monitor the other students. If anyone knows more than they're letting on, I want to know about it. Where are you going? Harry smiled thinly. Hunting. He found the chamber 3 weeks later. The entrance was absurdly simple once you knew what to look for, a tap in a girl's bathroom, of all places, marked with a tiny snake that moved when you spoke to it in the right language. Harry had searched systematically, checking every corridor and alcove where Parseltongue might be relevant. The bathroom was haunted by a miserable ghost called Moaning Myrtle, who wailed at him for 10 minutes before he managed to convince her he wasn't there to mock her death. Apparently she'd been killed 50 years ago by something in the chamber itself, the basilisk, presumably, though she hadn't actually seen it. Just big yellow eyes, she sobbed. And then everything went dark. Useful information. Harry filed it away. The pipe behind the sink was large enough to slide through, dropping him into a tunnel deep beneath the castle. The air was old and cold, thick with magic that pressed against his senses. This was a place of power, he realized. Not just Slytherin's hidden room, but a nexus of ancient forces that predated Hogwarts itself. The chamber proper was vast. Serpent statues lined the walls, their stone eyes following his movement. Water reflected the pale green light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. And at the far end, dominating the space like a god in its temple, a massive stone face stared down at him. Salazar Slytherin, presumably. The founder looked every inch the dark wizard history painted him, gaunt, stern, lips curved in a sneer that suggested he'd found humanity wanting. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the mouth began to open. Harry watched with clinical fascination as something emerged from within the statue, a serpent's head the size of a small car, scales the color of poison, eyes sealed shut as if by instinct. The basilisk. It was beautiful, in the way that all deadly things were beautiful. Pure purpose given form. 1,000 years of breeding and magic concentrated into a single creature designed to kill. Who summons me? The voice was ancient, sibilant, vibrating with power. You are not the master who woke me. No. I'm someone else. Harry held his ground as the massive head swung toward him. But I speak the tongue, and I came here of my own will. That must count for something. It counts for everything. The basilisk lowered its head until it was level with Harry's, eyes still closed. The other one, he is broken. A piece of something that should be whole. He commands, but he does not understand. Tell me about him. He came through an object. A book filled with memories. He whispers to the girl, and she does his bidding without knowing why. A book. A girl. Harry's mind raced. Someone at Hogwarts had been given an object, a book, that contained a piece of Voldemort. Not a full possession like Quirrell, but something subtler. Influence. A voice in someone's head, guiding their actions. Can you show me? The girl, the book. I serve the blood of Slytherin. The great head tilted, considering. You carry his mark. His magic. But you are not his heir by birth. No. I'm something new. Harry reached out, letting his fingers brush the basilisk's snout. The scales were cool and smooth, thrumming with contained power. I'm the one who's going to finish what Slytherin started. Not his purge, that was small-minded, even for his time. Something greater. A world where those with power rule, and those without, adapt or perish. Ambitious words for a youngling. I'll grow into them. Something shifted in the chamber. The ancient magic that saturated the space seemed to pulse, to recognize something in Harry that it hadn't expected. The basilisk's great body relaxed, coiling into a more comfortable position. The girl is called Ginevra, it said finally. She writes in the book, and the book writes in her mind. Soon there will be nothing left of her but the memory that commands her. Ginevra. Ginny Weasley. Harry remembered her from the train platform last year, a small red-haired girl staring at him with enormous eyes, whispering to her mother about Harry Potter. Ron Weasley's little sister. First year now, sorted into Gryffindor. And apparently the unwitting vessel for a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The book, Harry said. What is it exactly? A piece of the Dark Lord. His memory made manifest, preserved in ink and paper. It has happened before, he learned the technique from old magics, darker than most can comprehend. A Horcrux. It had to be. Not the one containing his soul, perhaps, but something similar, a way of preserving consciousness beyond death. And somehow it had ended up at Hogwarts, in the hands of an innocent girl who had no idea what she was dealing with. Harry smiled. Keep the chamber sealed, he instructed the basilisk. Obey no commands from the fragment. If anyone enters this space besides me, kill them, unless I say otherwise. You presume to command me, youngling. I presume nothing. I simply speak the truth. Harry met the creature's sealed eyes without flinching. You've been sleeping for 50 years, waiting for a master worthy of your power. The fragment isn't worthy. He's broken, as you said. But I'm whole. I'm growing. And when I've finished becoming what I'm meant to be, you'll have a master worth serving. Silence. The basilisk's tongue flickered, tasting the air around him. Bold, it hissed finally. Very bold. I will watch you, little heir who is not heir. I will wait and see what you become. That's all I ask. Harry turned and walked back toward the entrance, leaving the ancient creature coiled in its eternal dark. He had learned what he needed to learn. Now he had to decide what to do about it. Finding the diary took another week. Harry moved carefully, observing Ginny Weasley without appearing to pay her any attention. She was pale, increasingly withdrawn, writing in a small black book during meals and classes with feverish intensity. Her brothers noticed nothing, typical Gryffindor obliviousness. Her housemates were too caught up in their own concerns to see the girl dissolving before their eyes. Harry saw everything. He also saw the opportunities. A Horcrux, or whatever this diary was, represented invaluable knowledge. Voldemort had discovered how to preserve consciousness in objects. He had learned techniques for cheating death that even the Veil Covenant didn't seem to offer. If Harry could study the diary, understand its construction. But there were risks. The diary was clearly dangerous, corrupting anyone who used it. And the fragment of Voldemort within might recognize Harry, might try to influence him, might even alert its master through whatever connection bound the Horcruxes together. He needed to separate the knowledge from the threat. Extract what was useful and destroy the rest. First, though, he had to get the diary. The opportunity came on a Thursday evening. Ginny had left the Gryffindor common room to use the bathroom, a convenient excuse to visit Myrtle's bathroom, no doubt, and Harry followed at a careful distance. He found her standing before the sink, diary clutched to her chest, whispering in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "Open," she hissed in Parseltongue. The pipe began to move. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Harry said. Ginny spun, her face contorting with surprise and something darker. For a moment, her eyes flickered, brown to red and back again, and Harry felt the familiar cold pressure of Voldemort's presence. "Potter." The voice that emerged was higher, younger, but unmistakably not Ginny's. "I wondered when you'd show yourself. Tom Riddle, I presume." Harry stepped closer, wand loose in his hand. "Or do you prefer Lord Voldemort these days?" "I prefer, my lord, actually. But from you." The possessed girl's lips curved into a smile that looked wrong on her young face. "From you, I'll accept anything. After all, we're practically family. We share a connection. That's not the same thing. Isn't it?" The fragment tilted Ginny's head, studying Harry with borrowed eyes. "I've been watching you through her eyes, you know. Watching the boy who lived navigate Slytherin politics like he was born to it. It's fascinating. Dumbledore's weapon, raised in darkness, my darkness, if I understand correctly." Harry said nothing. Let the fragment talk. Every word revealed something. "The Malfoy woman took you, didn't she? After your relatives proved unsatisfactory." Tom's smile widened. "Clever of her. Breeding a weapon to use against me. But she didn't realize what she was creating. You're not just her weapon, Harry. You're mine too. The piece of me that lives in your scar is a connection, nothing more." Harry cut him off. "You don't control me, Tom. You don't influence me. Whatever piece of you landed in my head when you tried to kill me, it's not running the show. Are you certain? The skills you've developed, the coldness you've cultivated, do you really think that's natural? That a boy raised in a cupboard would emerge with such perfect control?" The fragment laughed. "I've been with you all along, Harry. Shaping you. Preparing you for what comes next. If that were true, you'd have known I was coming. You'd have run instead of standing here monologuing." Something flickered across Ginny's face. Uncertainty. "You see, Tom, here's the problem with your theory." Harry raised his wand. "If you were really influencing me, if your presence in my mind was shaping my development, you'd have made me your ally. Your servant. Something you could use. Instead, I've spent 6 years preparing to destroy you. Which suggests that whatever connection we share, it doesn't work the way you think it does. You can't destroy me. I'm immortal. I'm Accio Diary." The book ripped free from Ginny's grasp before she, or the fragment controlling her, could react. It flew across the bathroom and slapped into Harry's palm. The moment contact was lost, Ginny crumpled. "No." The voice that screamed was neither hers nor Tom's, something in between, a hybrid of innocent girl and corrupted memory. "Give it back. I need it, you don't understand, I understand perfectly." Harry looked down at the diary in his hand. It pulsed with dark energy, a heartbeat of malevolent magic that tried to worm its way into his consciousness. "You've been feeding on her, Tom. draining her life to restore yourself. Another few weeks, and you'd have become solid enough to walk out of here on your own legs. Give it back, Potter. The voice was different now, deeper, older, the full weight of Tom Riddle's consciousness pressing against the thin barrier of the diary's bindings. Give it back, and I'll spare your life. I'll even let the girl live. But if you try to destroy me, I'm not going to destroy you. Not yet. Silence. Confusion radiated from the diary. You have knowledge I want, Harry continued. Techniques for preserving consciousness. Methods for extending life and power beyond normal limits. The diary contains memories, and those memories contain secrets. I intend to extract them. You can't. The diary is protected. Only I can access, your protections were designed for ordinary wizards. Harry smiled thinly. I'm not ordinary. And I have resources you can't imagine. He spoke a phrase in Parseltongue, something he'd learned from the basilisk, an ancient binding that even Tom Riddle wouldn't recognize. The diary shuddered in his hand. The pulse of dark magic weakened, contained by something older and stronger. What are you doing? What, putting you to sleep, Tom? Just for a while. Harry watched as the diary's resistance faded, its consciousness retreating into dormancy. When I wake you up, we'll have a proper conversation. You'll tell me everything I want to know. And then, maybe, I'll decide whether you're worth keeping. The diary fell silent. Harry looked at Ginny, unconscious on the bathroom floor. She was pale, too thin, drained nearly to the point of death. If he left her here, she'd be found eventually. Questions would be asked. Investigations would be launched. Or he could take her to the hospital wing himself. Play the hero, the concerned student who happened to find a classmate in distress. It would buy him goodwill with the Weasleys, distract from the diary's disappearance, and position him as something other than suspicious. Decision made. Harry levitated Ginny's unconscious body and headed for the hospital wing, the diary tucked safely inside his robes. A fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. A potential goldmine of forbidden knowledge. Things were progressing nicely. The Christmas holidays brought complications and opportunities in equal measure. Ginny Weasley recovered, unable to remember anything about the diary or the months of possession. The attack stopped, the castle slowly returned to normal, and everyone assumed the threat had simply faded away. Harry let them believe it. He had larger concerns. The diary sat in a warded box beneath his bed at Malfoy Manor, its consciousness suppressed but not destroyed. Harry had been studying it carefully, using techniques Narcissa had taught him and some he'd developed himself. The construction was brilliant, a soul anchor that preserved not just existence but personality, memories, even the ability to interact with the physical world. If he could understand how it worked, truly understand it, the possibilities were endless. But the more he studied, the more questions emerged. The diary was only one Horcrux. Voldemort had made others, 7, if the rumors were accurate. Each one would need to be found and destroyed before the Dark Lord could truly die. Unless Harry could find another use for them. You're thinking something dangerous, Narcissa said, finding him in the study late one evening. I'm always thinking something dangerous. More dangerous than usual, then. She settled into the chair across from his desk. Tell me. Harry set down the book he'd been reading, an ancient text on soul magic, borrowed from the Black family vault. The Horcruxes. What if destroying them isn't the only option? Explain. Voldemort scattered pieces of his soul to achieve immortality. It was clumsy, violent and self-destructive. But the basic concept is sound. Anchoring consciousness to objects, preserving identity beyond death. He met her eyes. What if I could do the same thing without the soul splitting? Use the knowledge in the diary to develop a cleaner method? Narcissa was silent for a long moment. You're talking about immortality. I'm talking about options. The Veil Covenant offers one path to transcendence. Voldemort's method offers another. What if there's a third way? Something that doesn't require selling my soul to ancient darkness or tearing it apart with murder? And what would this third way look like? I don't know yet. That's why I'm researching. Harry leaned back in his chair. But the diary is a starting point. Tom Riddle figured out how to preserve consciousness in an object. Even if his method was flawed, understanding the principles is dangerous beyond measure. Narcissa's voice was sharp. Harry, do you understand what you're proposing? Experiments with soul magic, based on the work of the darkest wizard in modern history. I understand perfectly. That's why I'm being careful. Careful. She laughed without humor. You're 12 years old, playing with forces that have destroyed greater wizards than you'll ever be. Then help me be better than them. Harry's voice didn't waver. You didn't raise me to be cautious, Narcissa. You raised me to be prepared. To understand the tools available and use them wisely. The Horcruxes are tools. So is the Veil Covenant. So is everything else in this world of magic and darkness. I refuse to ignore resources because they're dangerous. I refuse to be limited by fear. It's not fear that limits us. It's wisdom. Wisdom says understand first, act later. That's what I'm doing. He gestured at the books spread across his desk. Research. Study. Careful experimentation under controlled conditions. If I find something useful, I'll tell you before I proceed. If I find something too dangerous, I'll step back. And if you find something that tempts you beyond reason? If the power available becomes too seductive to resist? Harry considered the question seriously. Then I'll remember what you taught me, he said finally. That power is a means, not an end. That ruling requires living long enough to rule. And that the person who loses themselves in pursuit of power has already lost everything that matters. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw in his face, it seemed to satisfy her. Keep me informed, she said finally. Every step. Every discovery. And if I tell you to stop, I'll stop. No arguments. No exceptions. See that you do. She rose, moving toward the door. And Harry? Yes. Don't mistake knowledge for understanding. The diary contains memories, but memories can lie. Tom Riddle was a master manipulator long before he became Lord Voldemort. Whatever he shows you, whatever he tells you, verify everything. Trust nothing. I never trust anything. That's what worries me. She paused at the threshold. Trusting nothing includes trusting yourself, eventually. And at some point, you'll need to find something to believe in. Something beyond power and survival. I believe in us, Harry said quietly. In what we're building together. Something flickered across Narcissa's face. That's a start. Make sure it stays a start. The destination matters more than any single step along the way. She left. Harry turned back to his books, the diary's dormant presence humming at the edge of his awareness. Trust nothing. Verify everything. Good advice. He intended to follow it. The spring term brought new challenges. Lucius Malfoy's investigation had progressed further than Narcissa had hoped. Harry learned this through careful observation, the way Lucius watched him at dinner, the questions he asked Draco about your friend's background, the owls that arrived at odd hours bearing official-looking seals. Something was going to break. Harry could feel it approaching like a storm on the horizon. The confrontation came in April. Harry was summoned to Lucius's study, a rare occurrence that set his nerves on edge. He went prepared for anything, his wand hidden but accessible, his mind clear and focused. Lucius sat behind his massive desk, expression carefully neutral. Narcissa stood by the window, her face revealing nothing. Sit, Lucius commanded. Harry sat. I've been doing some research, Lucius said conversationally. Into your background. Your parentage. Your placement with this family. Have you? The official story is that you're an orphan with connections to the Black family. That Narcissa took you in out of familial obligation and the hope that you might one day claim the Black inheritance. Lucius's eyes were cold. That story, I've discovered, is largely true. Your grandmother was indeed Doria Black, which gives you a legitimate claim to the family vault. Harry said nothing. Waited. But there are inconsistencies. Lucius leaned forward slightly. You arrived at this house when you were 6 years old. Before that, according to ministry records, you were placed with Muggle relatives by Albus Dumbledore himself. Protected by blood wards. Hidden from the wizarding world for reasons the old man has never adequately explained. And I can't find any record of how you left those Muggles. No reports from the ministry. No inquiries from Dumbledore. It's as if you simply vanished from one life and appeared in another. Lucius's voice dropped. My wife claims she discovered you through family connections. That she removed you from an unsuitable environment and brought you here for training. But she's never explained how she found you, or why she went looking in the first place. Perhaps you should ask her. I have. Her answers are unsatisfying. Lucius's eyes flicked to Narcissa, then back to Harry. Which leads me to wonder what she's hiding. And why? Harry felt the moment crystallize. Everything Narcissa had built, everything they had planned, it all balanced on what happened in the next few minutes. You want to know why I'm here, Harry said calmly. What Narcissa's goal is. Whether I represent a threat to your family or an asset. I want to know the truth. The truth. Harry allowed himself a thin smile. Very well. The truth is that your wife rescued me from the Dursleys because she recognized my potential. She trained me for 6 years because she saw what I could become. And she hid all of this from you because she knew you wouldn't understand. Wouldn't understand what? That the Dark Lord's return is inevitable. That when he comes back, he'll destroy everyone who can't serve him absolutely. Including you. Including Draco. Including everyone in this house. Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. Narcissa doesn't intend to let that happen. Neither do I. Lucius's face went pale. You dare, I dare everything. Harry stood, his presence suddenly filling the room in ways that had nothing to do with physical size. You served Voldemort out of ambition and fear. Your wife serves her family out of love. Which motivation do you think is stronger? Which one will still be standing when everything else has burned? If you think I'll let some half-blood orphan, you'll let me do whatever I want. Harry's voice was soft, dangerous. Because the alternative is watching your son grow up in a world ruled by a madman who will sacrifice him without hesitation. The Dark Lord doesn't love his followers, Lucius. He uses them. And when they're no longer useful, he discards them. That's the truth. The truth you've been avoiding for 20 years. Harry moved toward the door. Narcissa and I are building something new. Something that can survive Voldemort's return and Dumbledore's meddling and whatever else this broken world throws at us. You can be part of that, or you can stand in our way. And if I stand in your way... Harry paused at the threshold. Then I'll go through you. Not because I want to, but because I can't afford to let anything threaten what we're building. Not even family. He left without looking back. Behind him, he heard Narcissa's voice, low, calm, saying things he couldn't quite make out. In the corridor, Harry let himself breathe. The confrontation hadn't gone exactly as planned. He'd revealed more than intended, pushed harder than was probably wise. But the fundamental message had been delivered. Lucius Malfoy now knew what he was dealing with. What he did with that knowledge would determine the next phase of the game. 2 days later, Lucius requested a private meeting with his son. Harry heard about it from Draco himself, who emerged from the conversation looking shaken and uncertain. "He wants me to spy on you," Draco said, his voice barely above a whisper. "To report everything you do, everyone you meet. He says you're dangerous, that Mother has been compromised, that the family is in danger." "And what do you think?" Draco was silent for a long moment. "I think he's scared," he said finally. "I think he looked into your eyes and saw something he didn't understand. And for a man like my father, not understanding is the same as being afraid. That's perceptive. I learned from watching you." Draco met Harry's gaze. "What, the truth? That I'm building something. That I intend to change the wizarding world. That anyone who stands with me will be protected, and anyone who stands against me will be destroyed." Harry paused. "And that includes him, if he forces the issue." I don't want to hurt your family, Draco. Your mother is the closest thing to a parent I've ever had. You're the closest thing to a brother. But I won't let anyone, threaten what we're building. If Lucius becomes a threat, I'll neutralize him. One way or another." Draco's face was pale. "That's cold. Even for you. It's survival. Everything is survival, in the end." Harry put a hand on Draco's shoulder. "Tell your father what I said. Let him decide how to respond. And whatever he decides, I know." Draco's voice was heavy. "Whatever he decides, I'm with you. That's what you want to hear, right? I want you to make your own choice. I just hope it's the right one." Harry walked away, leaving Draco alone with the weight of impossible decisions. The game was changing. Pieces were moving that he couldn't fully control. But that was fine. He'd never expected to control everything. He just needed to be ready when the chaos came. The term ended with fragile peace. Lucius had backed down, not capitulated, but retreated to regroup. He watched Harry with new eyes now, a mixture of fear and grudging respect that was almost amusing to witness. The confrontation had established boundaries that hadn't existed before. The diary remained dormant in its warded box, its secrets slowly yielding to Harry's careful study. He had learned things from it, fragments of Voldemort's early research, hints about soul magic that no official text would ever reveal. Not enough to act on. Not yet. But the foundation was being laid. And the voice beyond the veil grew louder each night. Soon, it whispered. The door awaits. The stairs descend into truth. You are almost ready, little heir. Almost ready to see what waits in the darkness between worlds. Harry listened. Considered. Planned. He was 12 years old. He had faced the Dark Lord twice and walked away stronger each time. He had built a network of allies within Slytherin, established himself as a power to be reckoned with, and begun unlocking secrets that could reshape the world. And this was only the beginning. Soon, the voice promised. Soon, Harry agreed, speaking to the darkness of his bedroom. But not yet. I still have so much to learn. The darkness didn't respond. But Harry felt its satisfaction like a weight in his chest. The game continued. The pieces moved. And somewhere in the depths of eternity, something ancient and terrible smiled at the promise of what was to come. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Blood Will Tell. The diary screamed. Harry sat in the warded chamber beneath Malfoy Manor, watching the black book writhe against the chains of magic that bound it. 3 months of careful study had led to this moment, the forced extraction of Tom Riddle's memories. You can't do this, the diary's voice snarled, echoing off stone walls. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You're a fragment, Harry said calmly. A piece of a whole that doesn't even know you exist anymore. The Dark Lord has moved on, Tom. He's possessing defense professors and hunting philosophers' stones. He doesn't remember you. Lies. I am his greatest creation. His insurance against Legilimens Extractum. The spell was ancient, pulled from Black family grimoires that predated the ministry by centuries. It didn't read minds, it ripped them open. Harry felt Tom Riddle's consciousness shudder as the magic tore through its defenses, exposing memories that had been buried for 50 years. He saw the orphanage. The cruelty of the other children. The moment young Tom realized he was different, special, destined for greatness. He felt the cold satisfaction of hurting those who had hurt him first. He saw Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat's whispered warnings. Slughorn's eager mentorship. The slow, methodical seduction of teachers and students who never suspected what lurked behind the charming smile. He saw the Chamber of Secrets opening for the first time. Myrtle Warren dying with a look of stupid surprise on her face. The thrill of killing, not the act itself, but what it represented. Power. Control. The ability to end a life with nothing more than will and magic. And he saw the Horcruxes. Not 1. Not 2. 7. The diary was only the beginning. A ring, inherited from the Gaunt family. A locket that had belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself. A cup from Helga Hufflepuff. A diadem from Rowena Ravenclaw. Something of Gryffindor's, though even Tom's memory was unclear on what. And one more, unintended, unexpected, created on the night Voldemort tried to kill a baby and failed. Harry. The revelation hit him like physical force. He pulled out of the diary's mind, gasping, his scar burning with sympathetic agony. You understand now, Tom's voice said, weaker than before but still defiant. You're one of us. One of his anchors. You can't destroy him without destroying yourself. Harry sat in silence, processing what he'd learned. A piece of Voldemort's soul lived in his scar. Had lived there for 12 years, dormant but present. It explained the connection, the dreams, the parseltongue, the way he sometimes knew things he shouldn't know about the Dark Lord's mind. It also explained why the Veil Covenant called him heir. He carried death within him. He walked the boundary between life and oblivion every moment of every day. You're wrong, Harry said finally. About what? About what this means. He rose, looking down at the diary with something approaching pity. You think the Horcrux in my head makes me Voldemort's creature? His anchor. His weakness. But you're thinking too small, Tom. You always did. What are you talking about? The soul fragment doesn't belong to him anymore. It belongs to me. I've been carrying it since I was a baby, it's grown with me, merged with me, become part of who I am. When the time comes to destroy Voldemort, I won't need to destroy myself. Harry smiled coldly. I'll just need to reclaim what's already mine. The diary was silent. Thank you for the information, Harry continued. You've been more helpful than you know. The locations, the objects, the protections, I have everything I need to hunt them down. And what happens to me? That depends. Harry considered the question seriously. You have knowledge I can still use. Techniques. Spells. Understanding of magic that died with Voldemort's humanity. If you cooperate, truly cooperate, I might find a use for you. Cooperate with my own destruction. Cooperate with your transformation. Harry's eyes gleamed in the dim light. You want to exist, Tom. More than anything. That's why you created this diary in the first place. I'm offering you a chance to continue existing, not as a fragment slowly fading into nothing, but as something new. Something useful. Silence stretched between them. What would you have me do? The diary asked finally. Teach me. Everything Voldemort learned before he went mad. Every spell, every technique, every piece of forbidden knowledge he accumulated. Pour it all into me, and in exchange, I'll preserve you. Not as a sole anchor, but as a memory. A record. Something that can advise me when I need it, without the ability to control or manipulate. Harry met the diary's invisible gaze. It's more than you'd get anywhere else. And it's the best offer you'll ever receive. The diary considered this for a long moment. You're not what I expected, it said finally. When I first felt your presence, I thought you'd be like the girl. Innocent. Corruptible. Easy to consume. I'm not innocent. No. You're not. Something like respect colored Tom's voice. Very well, Harry Potter. I accept your terms. Teach me to trust you, and I'll teach you everything I know. I don't need you to trust me. Harry began gathering his materials. I just need you to understand that cooperation serves your interests better than resistance. Self-interest is the only trust that matters. Now that, the diary said, sounds like something I would say. Where do you think I learned it? Harry left the chamber, mind racing with possibilities. 7 Horcruxes. 7 anchors to destroy before Voldemort could truly die. And one of them lived in his own head. The game had just become infinitely more complicated. And infinitely more interesting. Narcissa found him in the library at midnight. She moved like a ghost through the stacks, robes whispering against stone floors, until she stood before the table where Harry had spread his research. Maps. Family trees. Historical records going back centuries. You've learned something, she said. I've learned everything. Harry looked up, his face illuminated by candlelight. 7 Horcruxes. The Dark Lord split his soul 7 times to achieve immortality. The diary was one. There are 6 more. He watched her process this. Narcissa's face remained composed, but he could see the calculations happening behind her eyes, the implications, the possibilities, the dangers. Can they be destroyed? Yes. But it won't be easy. Harry gestured at his maps. Some are protected by powerful enchantments. Others are hidden in places that will require significant resources to access. And one of them, he paused. One of them is inside my head. Silence. The night he tried to kill you, Narcissa said slowly. He didn't just leave a scar. He left a piece of himself. Apparently. Harry's voice was calm. It explains certain things. The connection I feel to him. The way his magic sometimes resonates with mine. We're linked at the soul level, whether either of us likes it or not. And this complicates matters. It changes the game entirely. Harry rose, pacing before the fire. If I want to destroy Voldemort permanently, I need to eliminate all his anchors. Including the one in my own head. Which means, you need to find a way to remove a Horcrux without killing the host. Or I need to find a way to die and come back. Harry's smile was thin. The Veil Covenant has offered that, after all. What's beyond death? What lies on the other side of that door? Perhaps dying isn't the end, perhaps it's a transformation. That's an enormous risk. Everything we're doing is an enormous risk. Harry stopped pacing, facing her directly. But we have advantages we didn't have before. I know what the Horcruxes are. I know where most of them are hidden. And I have access to knowledge that Voldemort has forgotten he ever shared. The diary. Tom Riddle was a brilliant student before he became a monster. His memories contain techniques that have been lost for decades, methods of magical combat, soul manipulation, mind magic that makes legitimacy look primitive. Harry's eyes gleamed. He's agreed to teach me everything. In exchange for continued existence. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. You've made a deal with a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. I've acquired a resource. The distinction matters. Does it? She moved closer, her voice dropping. Harry, I raised you to be ruthless. To use every tool available. But there are limits, lines that shouldn't be crossed, are there? He met her gaze without flinching. You took me from a cupboard and forged me into a weapon. You taught me that power justifies itself, that survival matters more than morality. Now you're worried I've learned too well. I'm worried you've learned the wrong lessons. Then teach me the right ones. Harry's voice softened slightly. I trust you, Narcissa. More than anyone else in the world. If you tell me I'm making a mistake, I'll listen. I'll consider. But you need to give me more than vague concerns. Tell me specifically what's wrong with using the diary's knowledge. She was silent for a long moment. The concern, she said finally, isn't what you learn. It's what learning costs you. Every piece of Tom Riddle's wisdom carries his perspective, his values, his way of seeing the world. The more you absorb, the more you risk becoming like him. I'm already like him. That's what makes this possible. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. The difference is that I have things he never did. People I care about. Goals beyond personal power. Limits I won't cross because crossing them would cost more than they're worth. Are you certain of that? No. The admission was quiet, honest. I'm not certain of anything. But I'm certain that doing nothing isn't an option. The Dark Lord will return. When he does, he'll be more dangerous than ever, a wounded predator, desperate and furious. I need every advantage I can get. Narcissa considered this. Weighed it against her knowledge of the boy she had raised, the weapon she had forged. Very well, she said finally. Use the diary. Learn what you can. But, she raised a hand to forestall his response. I want regular reports. Detailed accounts of what you're learning and how it's affecting you. If I see signs that you're losing yourself, if you start to become something I don't recognize, you'll stop me. I'll try. Her voice was heavy. Whether I could succeed is another matter entirely. Harry smiled, genuine, almost warm. That's all I ask. Someone to watch. Someone to pull me back if I go too far. He reached out, touching her arm briefly. Partners, remember? We do this together. Always. Together, she agreed. Whatever that means in the end. Summer bled into autumn, and Harry returned to Hogwarts for his third year. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. He carried himself differently now, not with the deliberate control of previous years, but with the easy confidence of someone who had looked into the abyss and found it looking back approvingly. His magic moved more smoothly, responding to intent rather than incantation. And his eyes held depths that made even Dumbledore pause. The headmaster had been watching more closely since the chamber incident. Harry could feel the old man's attention like a constant pressure, probing for weaknesses, searching for the truth hidden behind carefully constructed masks. Let him search. Harry's defenses were stronger than ever. The year's complications began almost immediately. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. He's coming for you, Draco said, showing Harry the Daily Prophet headline during breakfast. They're saying he was you-know-who's most loyal servant. That he betrayed your parents to the Dark Lord. Harry studied the photograph, a gaunt face twisted with madness, eyes that held nothing but savage fury. This was his godfather, according to the records. The man his parents had trusted with their lives. The man who had supposedly sold them to Voldemort. They're lying, Harry said quietly. What? The official story doesn't make sense. Harry set down the paper, his mind working through the contradictions. Black was the Potter's secret keeper. If he wanted to betray them, why wait? Why go to such elaborate lengths when he could have simply told Voldemort the location immediately? Maybe he was gathering information. Earning their trust, he was James Potter's best friend since childhood. He already had their trust. Harry shook his head. Something else happened that night. Something the Ministry doesn't know or doesn't want to admit. You're defending a mass murderer. I'm questioning a convenient narrative. Harry's eyes met Draco's. The Ministry says Black killed 13 people with a single curse. But what curse? The killing curse can only target one person at a time. Explosion hexes leave physical evidence that could be analyzed. If Black really did what they claim, there should be records. Investigations. Wand examinations. There weren't. There was a trial that lasted less than an hour, followed by immediate imprisonment in Azkaban. No defense allowed. No evidence presented. Just a quick conviction and a life sentence. Harry smiled coldly. Someone wanted Sirius Black silenced. I intend to find out why. The Court of Whispers convened that evening. Sirius Black, Harry said, surveying his allies. What do we know? Old family, Blaise offered. The Blacks were one of the original pureblood dynasties. Sirius was disinherited for joining the light side, but he'd still have inherited significant magical artifacts if not for his imprisonment. He was also your godfather, Daphne added, her ice-blue eyes thoughtful. Which means he has legal claim to guardianship over you. If he were cleared of charges, he could challenge the Malfoy's custody, Tracy finished. That would complicate things. It would also provide opportunities. Harry leaned back in his chair. A cleared Sirius Black would be a powerful ally. He has connections Dumbledore trusts, knowledge of the old families, and a very personal grudge against anyone who wronged him. You're thinking about recruiting him? I'm thinking about understanding him first. The official story says he's a madman who betrayed everything he believed in. But Narcissa knew him before Azkaban. She says he was devoted to my parents. Fanatically so. People change, Draco said quietly. Not like that. Not overnight. Not without some kind of outside influence. Harry stood, moving to the window. There's a piece missing from this puzzle. Someone else was involved that night, someone who benefited from Black taking the blame. Peter Pettigrew, Daphne said suddenly. Harry turned. What? Peter Pettigrew. He was supposedly killed by Black, one of the 13 victims. But his body was never recovered. Just a finger. A finger. Harry's mind raced. If Pettigrew was the real traitor. If he staged his death to frame Black. He'd be in hiding somewhere. Probably close to someone who could protect him. Daphne's expression sharpened. Someone connected to Hogwarts. Someone who would never suspect, the Weasleys. Harry's voice was soft with realization. Ron Weasley has a pet rat. An extremely old rat that's been in the family for over a decade. I think we need to get a closer look at that rat. Harry smiled, a predator's expression, cold and hungry. And I think Sirius Black might not be as mad as everyone believes. Acquiring the rat proved surprisingly straightforward. Ron Weasley was trusting to a fault, especially when it came to people who showed interest in his possessions. Harry arranged a chance encounter in the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower, expressed admiration for the remarkably intelligent rat perched on Ron's shoulder, and offered to help with a potions essay in exchange for a closer look. His name's Scabbers, Ron said proudly, holding out the rat. Been in my family for ages. My brother Percy had him before me. Harry took the rat carefully, suppressing his revulsion at what he was holding. The creature trembled in his hands, not with fear, but with the barely contained terror of someone who knows they're being hunted. Remarkable indeed. Harry stroked the rat's fur, feeling for something specific. He seems quite healthy for his age. Yeah, he's a tough one. Survived a lot. Harry's fingers found what they were searching for. A missing toe on the right front paw. Where a finger might have been, if the rat were something other than it appeared. Fascinating. Harry handed Scabbers back, careful not to let his expression change. I hope he lives many more years. Thanks, Harry. About that potions essay, meet me in the library tomorrow. I'll help you work through the properties of Moonstone. They parted ways. Harry walked until he was certain he wasn't being followed, then ducked into an empty classroom and began crafting a message. The rat was Pettigrew. Now he needed to find Black before the Dementors did. The confrontation came on a cold October night. Harry had been tracking the signs for weeks, glimpses of a massive black dog in the Forbidden Forest, whispered reports from house elves about food going missing from the kitchens. Black was at Hogwarts, or close to it, watching and waiting for his chance. Harry intended to give him one. He slipped out of the castle after curfew, using passages Narcissa had mapped during her own school years. The Forbidden Forest loomed before him, dark and ancient and thrumming with old magic. He walked into its depths without fear. The dog found him within minutes. It emerged from the shadows like a nightmare made flesh, huge, black, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence far beyond any normal animal. It circled Harry slowly, hackles raised, a growl building in its throat. "Sirius Black," Harry said calmly. "Or should I call you Padfoot?" The dog froze. "Yes, I know what you are. I know about the Marauders, the map, the animagus transformations you mastered in school." Harry kept his voice steady. "I also know you didn't betray my parents." The transformation happened in an instant. Where the dog had stood, a man now crouched, gaunt, filthy, dressed in the rags of prison uniform. His eyes were sunken, his hair matted, and his face held the hollow look of someone who had spent 12 years surrounded by Dementors. But beneath the damage, Harry could see the man Narcissa had described. The proud bearing. The sharp intelligence. The fierce loyalty that had survived even Azkaban. "How?" Sirius's voice was rough with disuse. "How do you know? Peter Pettigrew has a missing toe. You didn't kill him, you exposed him. He staged his own death and framed you, then went into hiding as a rat." Harry watched the shock spread across Black's face. "I've seen him. He's at Hogwarts right now, hiding in plain sight." "You believe me?" The words came out broken, disbelieving. "Without proof, I believe the evidence I've gathered. I believe the holes in the official story. And I believe Narcissa Malfoy, who told me you would have died before betraying my parents." Sirius staggered, nearly falling. "Narcissa. She helped you, she saved me." Harry stepped closer. "She took me from the Dursleys when I was 6. She raised me, trained me, made me what I am. And she told me the truth about the night my parents died, or at least, the truth as she understood it." Tears were streaming down Sirius's face. He made no attempt to hide them. "I came back for you," he said brokenly. "When I saw the paper, when I saw Peter, I knew he was close to you. I had to warn you. Had to protect you from, you came back to protect me." Harry's voice softened slightly. "After 12 years of Dementors. After everyone in the world believed you guilty. You escaped the most secure prison in Britain because you thought I was in danger. You're my godson. James and Lily's son. I would have died for them. I would die for you. I don't need you to die." Harry knelt before the broken man, meeting his eyes. "I need you to live. To help me do what needs to be done." "What needs to be done?" "Voldemort is coming back. When he does, he'll be more powerful than ever, and the wizarding world isn't ready. I'm building something, a network, a force that can stand against him. I need allies I can trust." Harry paused. "I'm offering you a place in that alliance." Sirius stared at him. "You're 13 years old." "I'm 13 years old and I've already faced Voldemort twice. I've mastered magic that most adults can't comprehend. I've built a power base within Slytherin that extends through half the sacred families." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "Age is irrelevant. Results are what matter. You sound." Sirius trailed off, something troubled entering his expression. "You sound like him. The way he talked when we were young, before he went mad. Before he turned into a monster." Harry shook his head. "I know what I sound like. I've been warned about this more times than I can count. But there's a difference between using dark methods and becoming dark. I have limits. Lines I won't cross. Do you? I'm having this conversation instead of turning you over to the Dementors. That's a line. Harry stood. I don't expect you to trust me immediately. I don't trust easily myself. But I'm asking you to give me a chance. Come to Malfoy Manor. Let Narcissa explain what we're doing, what we're building. Then decide. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Narcissa Malfoy, he said finally. My cousin Narcissa. The one who married Lucius and joined the Death Eaters. The one who took a broken child out of an abusive home and gave him a future. The one who spent 12 years believing in your innocence when the rest of the world condemned you. Harry's eyes were steady. Family is complicated, Sirius. You of all people should understand that. Another long silence. Show me Pettigrew, Sirius said finally. Let me see him for myself. Then we'll talk. Harry nodded. Tomorrow night. I'll arrange it. But Sirius, he caught the man's arm as he turned. When we catch him, I want him alive. His testimony is the only thing that can clear your name. You think I care about my name? After what he did, you care about being free. You care about being able to walk in daylight without running from Dementors. And you care about being able to help me, openly, without the entire ministry hunting you. Harry's grip tightened. Vengeance can wait. Justice serves us better. Sirius's face twisted with decades of rage and grief. But slowly, reluctantly, he nodded. Tomorrow night, he agreed. But if he tries to run, he won't. I'll make sure of it. Harry released his arm and stepped back. Rest. Eat something. You'll need your strength for what comes next. He turned and walked back toward the castle, leaving his godfather alone in the darkness. Behind him, Sirius Black watched him go with an expression that mingled hope and fear in equal measure. The boy was everything he could have wished for, strong, clever, determined to destroy the monsters who had ruined so many lives. But there was something behind those green eyes that worried him. Something cold. Something calculating. Something that reminded him far too much of another brilliant boy, decades ago, who had charmed and manipulated his way to power. Sirius had failed to save James and Lily. He would not fail their son. Even if saving Harry meant saving him from himself. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. Harry arranged a study session in an unused classroom, inviting Ron Weasley along on the pretense of continuing their potions tutoring. Scabbers came too. Ron rarely went anywhere without his beloved pet. What Ron didn't know was that Sirius Black waited in the shadows, wand at the ready, and that every exit had been sealed with wards strong enough to hold a professional cursebreaker. This essay is driving me mad, Ron complained, spreading his notes across the table. I don't understand why Moonstone has different properties depending on the lunar cycle. It's all the same rock, isn't it? The magical resonance changes based on the moon's position relative to the stone's formation point. Harry wasn't really paying attention, his focus was on the rat currently sniffing at Ron's inkwell. It's a sympathetic connection. The moonstone remembers where it was when it first absorbed lunar energy. That makes no sense. Magic rarely does. Harry waited until Scabbers had wandered slightly away from Ron's immediate reach. Then, casually, he pointed his wand at the rat. Homorphous. The spell was designed for werewolves, forcing them back to human form. For an animagus, the effect was similar, and immediate. Ron screamed as his pet rat began to twist and grow, limbs extending, body reshaping into something horribly human. Within seconds, Peter Pettigrew stood in the middle of the classroom, balding and round-faced and very, very afraid. Harry, please, he began. Incarcerus. Ropes burst from Harry's wand, binding Pettigrew before he could move. The man crashed to the floor, struggling helplessly against his bonds. What the bloody hell is going on? Ron demanded, voice cracking. That was, Scabbers, that was Peter Pettigrew. Sirius stepped out of the shadows, and Ron screamed again. The man who betrayed your best friend's parents. The man who let me rot in Azkaban for 12 years. The man who's been living as a rat in your family's home since before you were born. Sirius Black. Harry, run, he's a murderer. No, he isn't. Harry's voice cut through Ron's panic. Pettigrew is the murderer. He was the real secret keeper. He told Voldemort where to find my parents, then staged his own death and framed Sirius for the crime. Ron gaped at him. At Sirius. At the bound man on the floor who had been his pet for years. This can't, it can. It is. Harry knelt beside Pettigrew, tilting the man's face up with one finger. Tell him, Peter. Tell him how you betrayed everyone who trusted you. You don't understand, Pettigrew whimpered. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, I had no choice, you had every choice. Sirius's voice was ice. You chose your own skin over your friends' lives. You chose to let me be tortured by Dementors while you lived in comfort with a family that treated you like a prince. Please, Sirius, we were friends, we were never friends. I just didn't realize it until too late. Enough. Harry stood, drawing their attention. Here's what's going to happen. Peter Pettigrew will be delivered to the Ministry with a full confession, extracted under Veritaserum if necessary. Sirius Black will be cleared of all charges. And then, he looked at Ron, who was still pale with shock. Then we'll have a longer conversation about what this means for everyone involved. The Ministry won't listen, Sirius said bitterly. They never do. Fudge would rather keep me as a convenient scapegoat. Fudge will do whatever keeps him in power. Right now, that means covering up his predecessor's mistakes. Harry's smile was sharp. We're not going to the Ministry. We're going to the press. Rita Skeeter has been looking for a story that will make her career. This will do nicely. You've planned this all out. I always plan things out. Harry gestured at the bound Pettigrew. Take him somewhere secure. I'll arrange the interview. By this time next week, you'll be a free man. Sirius stared at him, this boy who had orchestrated everything, who had captured a criminal that had evaded justice for 12 years, who spoke of manipulating the press and the Ministry with casual confidence. Who are you? He asked quietly. Really? I'm Harry Potter. The answer was simple. I'm the boy who survived. And I'm the one who's going to make sure no one ever threatens the people I care about again. He turned to Ron, who was still processing everything he'd witnessed. I'm sorry, Harry said, and meant it. This wasn't how I wanted you to find out. But Pettigrew was too dangerous to leave where he was. He'd already betrayed my parents to Voldemort, I couldn't risk him doing the same to your family. You used me. Ron's voice was shaky. All those study sessions, all that help with homework, you were just getting close to my rat. I was getting close to a criminal who murdered 13 people and betrayed my parents. The homework help was genuine. Harry met his eyes. You're not my enemy, Ron. You never were. But Pettigrew needed to be stopped, and you wouldn't have believed me if I'd just told you the truth. So you manipulated me instead. Yes. Harry didn't look away. And I'd do it again if I had to. That's the kind of person I am. I'm sorry if that disappoints you. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. You're mental, he said. Completely mental. But, he looked at Pettigrew, bound and whimpering on the floor. But you caught the actual murderer. You're going to clear an innocent man. That's good, isn't it? It's necessary. Yeah. Ron ran a hand through his hair, still shaken. Yeah, I suppose it is. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Perhaps not everyone was as predictable as he'd assumed. Rita Skeeter's article ran on the front page of the Daily Prophet 3 days later. Sirius Black innocent, ministry cover-up exposed. The story was everything Harry had hoped for, explosive, damning, impossible to ignore. Peter Pettigrew's confession, extracted under Veritaserum, revealed the full scope of his treachery. The ministry's failure to provide Black with a fair trial became a scandal that threatened to topple Fudge's government. Within a week, Sirius Black had been officially pardoned and released from all charges. Within 2 weeks, he had been reinstated as the rightful heir to the Black family fortune. And within a month, he had formally requested guardianship of Harry Potter. "This complicates things," Narcissa said, studying the legal documents that had arrived that morning. "It simplifies them." Harry set down his teacup. "Sirius is family by blood and by law. His guardianship doesn't threaten your custody, it supplements it. We can present a united front, the boy who survived, raised by 2 ancient families working together. Lucius won't see it that way. Lucius doesn't have a choice." Harry's voice hardened. "He's been dancing on the edge of open opposition for months. This forces him to commit. Either he accepts Sirius as part of our alliance, or he declares himself an enemy. And if he chooses to be an enemy, then we handle him. Permanently if necessary." Narcissa was silent for a long moment. "You've changed," she said finally. "These past months. The diary, the Horcrux revelation, everything with Black, it's hardened you. I've become what I need to be. Have you?" She met his eyes. "Or have you become what Tom Riddle wanted you to be?" The question hung in the air between them. "The diary is a tool," Harry said carefully. "I use its knowledge without accepting its perspective. Every lesson I learn, I filter through my own understanding, my own values." "And what are your values, Harry? What do you believe in?" "I believe in power. In using it to protect the people I care about." "That's not a belief. That's a strategy. What would you have me say?" Harry's voice sharpened. "That I believe in justice. Mercy. The fundamental goodness of humanity. I've seen too much to pretend those things matter. The world is brutal and cold and it doesn't care about any of us. The only thing that matters is being strong enough to survive. Survival isn't enough. It's more than most people get." Narcissa studied him, this boy she had raised, this weapon she had forged. He was everything she had intended and nothing she had expected. Brilliant, ruthless, utterly committed to the goals they shared. And slowly, inexorably, slipping away from her. "Promise me something," she said softly. "Anything. When this is over, when Voldemort is destroyed and the ministry is reformed and you've won everything you're fighting for, promise me you won't forget why you started." "Why I started?" "You were a boy in a cupboard. Starved. Beaten. Alone. I offered you a future because I saw someone worth saving, not just useful, not just powerful, but valuable in himself. Don't let that boy disappear." She reached out, touching his face. "Don't let the weapon consume the person wielding it." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I'll try," he said finally. "That's all I can promise. I'll try. That's enough." She withdrew her hand. "For now, that's enough." The Christmas holidays brought the entire alliance together for the first time. Malfoy Manor had been transformed for the occasion, not with the usual ostentatious displays of pure-blood wealth, but with subtler signs of the new order emerging. Sirius Black sat in the great hall, still gaunt but recovering, deep in conversation with Narcissa about family magic. Draco moved through the room with a new confidence, having finally accepted his place in Harry's inner circle. And the Court of Whispers, Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, observed everything with the careful attention of future power brokers. Harry stood apart, watching his creation take shape. "You're doing it again," Daphne said, appearing at his side. That thing where you observe everyone like they're pieces on a chessboard. Old habits. Terrible habits. She handed him a glass of wine, elf-made, older than the ministry. You should be celebrating. Black is free. The Horcruxes are mapped. Your network grows stronger every day. This is victory, Harry. Or as close to it as we're likely to get before the war actually begins. There's still so much to do. The remaining Horcruxes. The Veil Covenant. Whatever Dumbledore is planning, will still be there tomorrow. Daphne moved closer, close enough that he could smell the subtle perfume she wore. Tonight, you're allowed to enjoy what you've accomplished. Harry looked at her, truly looked, perhaps for the first time. She was beautiful, in the cold way of winter stars and ancient ice. But there was warmth beneath the surface, visible only to those who knew where to look. Is that an order? He asked. Consider it strategic advice. Her smile was sharp and knowing. Rulers who don't celebrate their victories become tyrants who fear their own success. You've built something remarkable, Harry. Let yourself appreciate it. And if I don't know how? Then I'll teach you. She took his arm, guiding him toward the gathered assembly. That's what partners are for. Harry let himself be led, something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Not quite hope, he had learned to be cautious with hope. But something adjacent. Something that felt almost like happiness. The party continued around them. Alliances solidified. Plans were laid. The future took shape in whispered conversations and meaningful glances. And for one night, Harry Potter allowed himself to be something other than a weapon. The confrontation with Lucius came at the end of the holidays. Harry had expected it. The older man had been circling for months, probing for weaknesses, searching for leverage. Sirius Black's exoneration had destabilized his position within the family, and he was desperate to reassert control. They met in Lucius's private study, the one room in the manor that Narcissa had never been able to breach. You've been busy, Lucius said, gesturing Harry to a chair. Capturing murderers. Clearing criminals. Building your little network of allies. You've been watching. I always watch. It's how I've survived this long. Lucius poured himself a drink, not offering one to Harry. Tell me, boy, what exactly do you think you're doing? Building a future. Whose future? Yours? My wife's? Or perhaps, Lucius's eyes glittered. Perhaps you're building towards something darker. Something that would make even the Dark Lord pause. The Dark Lord was a madman who shattered his own soul to avoid death. I'm nothing like him. Aren't you? Lucius leaned forward. I've been investigating you, Potter. Truly investigating, not the surface inquiries Narcissa deflected so easily. I know about the diary. I know what you extracted from it. And I know, he smiled coldly. I know about the door in the dungeons. The one that leads somewhere very dark indeed. Harry's expression didn't change, but internally he went very still. You've been to the chamber, he said quietly. I've been everywhere in this castle worth knowing. Including places that existed before the founders came. Lucius stood, moving to a cabinet that Harry hadn't noticed before. The Malfoy family didn't acquire its position through politics alone. We've had patrons. Powers that exist beyond the petty squabbles of light and dark. He opened the cabinet. Inside was a single object, an orb of swirling darkness that hurt to look at directly. The Veil Covenant, Harry breathed. You recognize it. Good. Lucius touched the orb almost reverently. The Covenant has been watching you since the night Voldemort tried to kill you. They've been waiting for you to find your way to them. And now I've been given the privilege of making the introduction. You serve them. I serve myself. But our interests align. Lucius turned back to face Harry. The Covenant offers true power, boy. Not the pale shadows that Dumbledore calls magic, or the broken fragments that Voldemort created in his desperate bid for immortality. Real power. The power that existed before the first wizard spoke the first spell. And the price? There's always a price. Lucius's smile was cold. But for you, you who already carry the mark of death in your very soul, the price might be lower than most. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing everything. This was what he'd feared. What Narcissa had warned him about. The Covenant had been patient, watching, waiting for the right moment to make its approach. And they had chosen Lucius Malfoy as their messenger, probably hoping that family connection would make Harry more receptive. Why tell me this? Harry asked finally. Why not keep your connection secret, use it against me? Because I'm not your enemy. Lucius's voice was surprisingly sincere. I know what you think of me, the Death Eater, the servant, the man who bent the knee to a lunatic out of ambition and fear. Perhaps you're even right. But I'm also a pragmatist, Potter. And pragmatism tells me that you're going to win whatever game you're playing. I'd rather be on the winning side. Even if that means serving me. I don't serve anyone. But I can ally. Cooperate. Work toward mutual goals. Lucius set down his drink. The Covenant wants to meet you. They're willing to offer their power in exchange for consideration. Nothing more sinister than that. Nothing more sinister than an ancient darkness that wants to consume reality. Nothing more than the force that's been whispering to me in dreams since I was 6 years old. You're not afraid. I'm never afraid. Harry stood, facing Lucius directly. I'll consider your offer. But not because you pressured me, because understanding the Covenant is necessary for what I'm planning. Which is none of your concern. Not yet. Harry moved toward the door. Tell your patrons that Harry Potter will meet with them when he's ready. Not before. And tell them, he paused at the threshold. Tell them that if they try to force the issue, they'll discover that even ancient darkness can bleed. He left without waiting for a response. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy stared at the space where Harry had stood, something like respect warring with fear in his expression. The boy was 13 years old. And he had just threatened beings that had existed since before time began. Lucius poured himself another drink, suddenly feeling very old and very small. The game was changing, and he wasn't certain anymore which pieces belonged to which player. Harry found Narcissa in the gardens, despite the cold. He told you about the Covenant, she said without turning. You knew. I suspected. She finally faced him. Lucius has always sought power from unconventional sources. When I realized the Covenant was watching you, I wondered if they had approached him too. And you didn't warn me. Would a warning have changed anything? She shook her head. You were always going to face the Covenant eventually. The only question was when and how. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing this. He offered to introduce me. To bring me to them willingly, on his terms. Of course he did. The Covenant has been trying to reach you for years, the dreams, the doors, the whispers. But you've resisted. Refused to come to them. If Lucius could deliver you, he'd gain their favor. Cement his position within whatever power structure they're building. Exactly. Narcissa's voice was tired. It's not personal, Harry. It's politics. Lucius is trying to find a place in the new order, whatever that turns out to be. And what about you? Where do you stand? She met his eyes directly. I stand where I've always stood. With you. Against anything that threatens our goals. She paused. Including the Covenant, if it comes to that. It might. I know. She moved closer, taking his hands. Harry, listen to me. The Covenant offers real power, I won't pretend otherwise. But their power comes with chains you can't see until they're already around your throat. Whatever they promise, whatever they offer, I won't accept their bargain. Not blindly. Not without understanding what it truly means. Good. She squeezed his hands. That's good. But be careful. The Covenant has been patient for millennia. They won't give up simply because you resist. Then I'll have to become strong enough to resist forever. Harry's voice was steady. Or strong enough to bargain from a position they can't ignore. Can anyone be that strong? I intend to find out. The year ended with fragile alliances and looming threats. Sirius had taken up residence at Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black home that had been awaiting his return. From there, he worked to rebuild the Black family's influence, carefully distancing himself from the darker elements of his heritage while maintaining access to their considerable resources. The Court of Whispers had expanded, not in numbers, but in reach. Their tentacles extended throughout Hogwarts, into the Ministry, into families that had never before paid attention to the ambitions of students. They were building something that would survive graduation, that would continue growing regardless of what happened in the coming war. And the diary continued to teach. Harry spent hours each night in communion with Tom Riddle's memories, extracting knowledge that had been lost for decades. Soul magic. Mind magic. Combat techniques that made standard dueling look primitive. Each lesson was carefully filtered, each insight examined for traps and manipulation. But the knowledge was real. And it was making Harry stronger. You're doing it again, Draco said one evening, finding Harry in the room of requirement. That thing where you look like you're not quite here. I was thinking. You're always thinking. It's unnerving. Draco sat across from him. We need to talk. About? About my father. Draco's voice was carefully controlled. I know about his connection to the Covenant. I know he's been trying to recruit you. And I need to know where I stand. Draco met Harry's eyes. My father is my father. But you're my brother. If it comes to a choice, it might. I know. Draco took a deep breath. I choose you. Harry was quiet for a moment. That's not a small thing, Draco. Choosing me over your own father. Nothing is small anymore. The stakes are too high. Draco's jaw tightened. You saved me, Harry. Not physically, but you showed me a world bigger than pureblood politics and Death Eater loyalty. You gave me purpose beyond being my father's heir. And now? Now I'm my own man. Whatever that means. He extended his hand. I'm with you. Until the end. Whatever that looks like. Harry took his hand, something almost warm stirring in his chest. Whatever it looks like, he agreed. Together. The alliance held. The preparations continued. And somewhere in the darkness between worlds, ancient powers watched and waited. The game was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might actually be winning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Gathering Dark. The letter arrived on a summer morning that smelled of rain and old magic. Harry recognized the seal immediately, the Ministry crest, pressed into crimson wax with all the pompous authority the bureaucracy could muster. He broke it open with a knife rather than his fingers, a habit born from years of paranoia that had served him well. Dear Mr. Potter, you have been selected as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament, to be held at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during the upcoming academic year. He stopped reading. Set the letter down. Looked across the breakfast table at Narcissa, who was watching him with carefully blank expression. You knew, he said. I suspected. She set down her teacup. The tournament was announced last month. A resurrection of a tradition abandoned after too many deaths, suddenly revived in the year Harry Potter turns 14. The coincidence seemed unlikely. Someone entered my name. Someone wants you in that tournament. The question is who, and why. Harry's mind was already working through the possibilities. Dumbledore, hoping to test his weapon. Unlikely, the old man preferred subtler methods. The Ministry, seeking to control the boy who lived through public spectacle. Possible, but Fudge lacked the imagination. Voldemort's servants, arranging something more sinister. That felt right. The tournament would provide opportunities, isolated tasks, minimal supervision, plenty of chances for accidents to occur. They want me vulnerable, Harry said slowly. Exposed. Away from my protections and allies. Almost certainly. Then I'll have to disappoint them. Harry folded the letter precisely. I'll compete. I'll win. And I'll use every moment of public attention to establish myself as something more than Dumbledore's pet savior. The tournament is dangerous. Champions have died, champions who weren't prepared. Champions who didn't know they were walking into a trap. Harry's smile was cold. I know. And I'll be ready. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. You've changed, she said quietly. These past months. Since the diary. Since Sirius. I've grown. There's a difference. Is there? She rose, moving to the window. Sometimes I look at you and I see the boy I rescued from that cupboard, determined, brilliant, desperate to prove himself worthy of the chances he'd been given. Other times I see something else. Something harder. Something that frightens me. Harry was quiet for a moment. You made me what I am, he said finally. Everything I've become, the strength, the ruthlessness, the willingness to do whatever is necessary, it all comes from you. From what you taught me. I taught you to survive. Not to lose yourself in the process. I haven't lost myself. Harry stood, crossing to stand beside her. I know exactly who I am. What I want. What I'm willing to do to get it. That's not loss, that's clarity. And what do you want, Harry? Truly. The question hung between them. Harry considered it seriously, as he considered all serious questions. I want to win, he said finally. Not just the tournament. Not just against Voldemort. I want to reshape this world into something better, something where power protects instead of destroys, where strength serves purpose instead of madness. That sounds almost idealistic. It sounds like ambition with direction. Harry met her eyes. I'm not the Dark Lord, Narcissa. I don't want to rule through fear or crush everyone beneath my feet. But I'm not Dumbledore either, content to manipulate from the shadows while pretending my hands are clean. I want something in between. Something new. And the Veil Covenant? Their offers are still on the table. Waiting for me to understand them fully before I accept or refuse. He paused. Your husband has been persistent. Lucius always is, when he thinks he's found advantage. Narcissa's voice was carefully neutral. He believes the covenant can elevate his position. That by delivering you to them, he'll gain favor beyond anything mere politics could provide. And you? I believe the covenant is more dangerous than Lucius comprehends. Their power is real, but so is their hunger. Whatever they offer, the price will be higher than it appears. Everything has a price. The question is whether it's worth paying. Sometimes the question is whether you can afford to pay it all. Harry had no answer for that. He turned back to the letter, reading the rest of its contents with methodical attention. The tournament would begin in October. 3 tasks, spread across the school year. 1 champion from each of the 3 great European schools, plus, apparently, Harry Potter, the unexpected 4th competitor. Someone wanted him in that arena. Very well. He would give them a performance they'd never forget. The goblet of fire burned with cold blue flames in the center of the great hall. Harry watched from the Slytherin table as students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang filed through the doors, their exotic robes and accents stirring whispers throughout the hall. The tournament was becoming real now, not just an abstraction, but an event with actual competitors, actual stakes, actual possibilities for triumph or disaster. Victor Krum, Draco murmured, nodding toward the Durmstrang contingent. Bulgarian seeker. Best in the world, some say. I've read his statistics. Harry's eyes followed the famous Quidditch player. Impressive, but not invincible. He relies too heavily on speed and daring, useful on a broomstick, less so in a magical tournament. You think he'll be selected? Almost certainly. He's the obvious choice, famous, talented, ambitious. Exactly what Durmstrang would want representing them. And Beauxbatons? Harry studied the French students, searching for the tells that marked potential champions. One figure drew his attention, a girl with silver blonde hair and an otherworldly beauty that made students stare as she passed. Vila blood, Daphne said from his other side. Quarter, at least. Maybe more. Fleur Delacour. Heir to the Delacour fortune and top of her year at Beauxbatons. Harry watched the girl move through the hall with perfect poise. She'll be selected too. The French love their symbols. And you? The goblet will choose me because someone ensured it would. The question is how to use that to our advantage. The selection ceremony was scheduled for after the welcoming feast. Harry ate without tasting anything, his mind occupied with strategies and contingencies. Whoever had entered his name expected him to be frightened, confused, off balance. They expected the boy who lived, a symbol, a figurehead, someone who had survived through luck and prophecy rather than genuine skill. They would learn differently. When the goblet finally flared and spat out its first name, the great hall fell silent. Victor Krum. Dumbledore announced, and the Durmstrang students erupted in cheers. Then, Fleur Delacour. More cheers, this time from Beauxbatons. Then, Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff's table went wild as their champion rose to accept his selection. And then, impossibly, the goblet flared again. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was absolute. Every eye in the great hall turned toward the Slytherin table, where Harry sat with an expression of mild interest, as if his name being called from an ancient magical artifact was a minor curiosity rather than an unprecedented scandal. He rose slowly, deliberately, and walked toward the headmaster's table with the easy confidence of someone who had expected this exact outcome. Because he had. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Did you enter your name in the Goblet of Fire? No. Did you ask an older student to enter it for you? No. Then how? Someone entered my name without my knowledge or consent. Harry's voice carried through the silent hall. Someone who wants me in this tournament for reasons I intend to discover. But since the goblet has spoken, I see no choice but to compete. Murmurs rippled through the students. This wasn't how the boy who lived was supposed to react. He should be frightened, protesting, begging for someone to fix the situation. Instead, he stood before the most powerful witches and wizards in Europe with perfect composure. The rules are clear, Barty Crouch said from his position at the judges' table. A binding magical contract has been formed. Mr. Potter must compete. Then I will compete. Harry inclined his head slightly. And I will win. He walked toward the champion's antechamber without waiting for permission, leaving chaos in his wake. The first task was dragons. Harry had known for 3 weeks, having extracted the information through a combination of careful observation and judicious bribery. The tournament organizers had brought 4 nesting mothers to Hogwarts, Hungarian horntail, Chinese fireball, Swedish shortsnout, and common Welsh green, and each champion would face one in an arena designed to test courage, quick thinking, and magical prowess. The other champions had discovered this too, of course. Cedric had been warned by a mysterious source, Harry, working through intermediaries. Fleur had connections in the French magical government. Krum had simply bribed one of the handlers. Everyone knew. But knowing and preparing were different things. Harry spent the weeks before the task in intensive practice, not dueling, but something subtler. He worked on his Parseltongue, honing the ability to project not just words but intent, emotion, command. Dragons weren't snakes, but they shared enough biological heritage that the language might work. And if it didn't, he had contingencies. The day of the task dawned cold and gray. Harry dressed in simple black robes, wand holstered at his forearm, mind clear and focused. He had done everything possible to prepare. Now it was simply a matter of execution. The arena was massive, a rocky enclosure designed to give the dragon advantages of terrain while still allowing spectators to watch in safety. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, of course. The most dangerous of the four. Someone wanted to see him burn. He walked into the arena with steady steps, ignoring the roar of the crowd above him. The dragon was already there, coiled around her eggs, watching his approach with eyes that held nothing but predatory calculation. Beautiful, Harry thought. Deadly and ancient and magnificent. He stopped 50 feet from the nest and opened his mouth. "You are mighty," he hissed in Parseltongue. "Strong and fierce and worthy of respect. I do not come to harm your eggs. I come only for the false one, the golden shell that was placed among your children." The dragon's head swiveled, nostrils flaring. She had understood something, if not the words, then the intent behind them. "I am not your enemy," Harry continued, pouring sincerity into each syllable. "But I must take what the wizards placed in your nest. Allow me, and I will ensure you are returned to your mountain. Deny me, and I will be forced to fight. Neither of us wants that." Silence. The crowd above had gone quiet, unable to hear his words but sensing something strange happening in the arena below. The horntail considered him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she shifted her bulk, not attacking, but creating a gap. A path to the golden egg nestled among her real ones. "Thank you," Harry said, and walked forward to claim his prize. He reached the nest without incident, collected the golden egg, and backed away with the same careful respect he'd shown throughout. The dragon watched him go, something almost like approval in her ancient eyes. The crowd erupted as Harry raised the egg above his head. He had completed the first task in under 5 minutes, without casting a single spell or taking a single scratch. The judges stared in disbelief. The other champions watched with expressions ranging from admiration, Cedric, to calculation, Crumb, to outright shock, Fleur. And in the stands, Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Mad-Eye Moody, felt the first stirrings of genuine fear. The boy was supposed to be a lamb led to slaughter. Instead, he was something else entirely. How? Daphne demanded that evening, cornering him in their usual alcove. "How did you get a nesting horntail to let you walk up to her eggs?" I asked politely. In Parseltongue. It seemed appropriate. Harry set down the golden egg he'd been examining. Dragons aren't serpents, but they share enough ancestry that the language resonates. She couldn't understand my exact words, but she understood the intent behind them. That's not supposed to be possible. The research clearly indicates, the research was conducted by wizards who don't speak Parseltongue. They theorized about its limits without ever testing them. Harry smiled slightly. I prefer experimentation to theory. Daphne studied him with those ice-blue eyes that saw far more than most people realized. You're showing off, she said finally. The tournament, the tasks, the way you handled that dragon, you're making a statement. Several statements, actually. Such as? First, that I'm not the frightened boy everyone expects. Second, that I have abilities no one anticipated. Third, Harry's smile faded. Third, that whoever entered me in this tournament made a serious mistake. You know who it was? I have suspicions. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, would never have flinched when I spoke Parseltongue. The imposter wearing his face went pale and started sweating. An imposter? Polyjuice potion, I suspect. Someone has been wearing Moody's skin since the year began, waiting for the right moment to deliver me to the Dark Lord. Harry's voice was clinical, detached. The Triwizard Tournament was never about testing champions. It was about getting me alone, vulnerable, somewhere the goblet's magic could be twisted into a trap. What are you going to do? Let them think their plan is working. Let them believe I'm stumbling toward their trap without suspecting. Harry picked up the golden egg again, examining its surface. And when the moment comes, when they reveal themselves, I'll be ready. That's dangerous. Everything is dangerous. The question is whether the risk is worth the reward. And is it? Harry met her eyes. The reward is Voldemort, exposed and vulnerable, thinking he has the advantage. The chance to wound him before he's fully recovered, to show him that I'm not afraid, that I've been preparing for this confrontation my entire life. He could kill you. He's tried before. It didn't take. Harry's smile returned, cold and sharp. I intend to return the favor. The Yule Ball was politics dressed in formal robes. Harry navigated the dance floor with Daphne on his arm, both of them playing their roles perfectly. She was the Ice Queen of Slytherin, beautiful and untouchable, deigning to accompany the tournament champion. He was the dark horse, the mystery, the boy who had somehow tamed a dragon with nothing but words. Their partnership had evolved over the past months. What had begun as political alliance had grown into something more complex, mutual respect, intellectual compatibility, and increasingly, genuine attraction. Neither of them mentioned it directly. Neither of them needed to. The French champion is watching you, Daphne murmured as they swept through a waltz. Fleur has been watching me since the first task. She's trying to determine if I'm a threat or an opportunity. Which are you? Both, depending on her choices. How romantic. Romance is a luxury. Harry guided them toward the edge of the floor. Speaking of which, we should discuss what this looks like. What looks like? Us. Together. The political implications of a Potter-Greengrass alliance visible to every influential family in Britain. Daphne's eyes glittered with amusement. You're asking about my intentions, Harry. How traditional of you. I'm asking because the assumption will be made regardless. Better we control the narrative than let others write it for us. And what narrative do you want? Harry stopped dancing, holding her gaze with unusual intensity. The truth, he said quietly. That I've chosen you, and you've chosen me, and together we're going to build something that will outlast everything currently standing. Daphne was silent for a long moment. That's quite a declaration. I don't make small ones. No. You don't. She leaned closer, voice dropping. Very well. Let them see us. Let them draw their conclusions. And when the time comes, we'll give them something worth watching. They resumed dancing, but something had shifted between them. An understanding. A commitment. Not love, perhaps, not yet, but the foundation on which love might eventually be built. In the shadows at the edge of the ballroom, Barty Crouch Jr. watched them with growing unease. The boy was supposed to be isolated. Alone. Easy prey for the Dark Lord's return. Instead, he was building alliances, establishing partnerships, weaving a web of connections that grew more complex by the day. The plan would still work. The portkey was ready. The ritual was prepared. When Potter touched the Triwizard Cup, he would be transported directly to the Dark Lord's waiting arms. But for the first time, Crouch wondered if the Master truly understood what he was dealing with. The second task came and went. Harry had solved the golden eggs riddle in a single evening, recognizing the Mermish language immediately and translating its warnings about the lake, the hostages, the time limit. He had prepared obsessively, gillyweed for breathing, a point-me charm keyed to Daphne's magical signature, combat spells modified for underwater casting. When the task began, he descended into the Black Lake with the same controlled confidence he'd shown against the dragon. The Merepeople watched him pass with expressions of wary respect, the Grindylows scattered before his silent spells. He reached the hostages first, freed Daphne, and returned to the surface with 20 minutes to spare. The judges awarded him full marks. The crowd cheered. And the imposter Moody watched with something approaching desperation. Time was running out. The final task approached. And Harry Potter showed no signs of walking blindly into the trap that had been so carefully prepared. The night before the third task, Harry found Cedric Diggory alone in the castle's astronomy tower. Potter. Cedric turned, surprise flickering across his handsome features. Didn't expect to see you here. I wanted to talk. About tomorrow. What about it? Harry moved to stand beside him, looking out over the moonlit grounds. Someone entered my name in this tournament without my consent. They've been manipulating events all year, ensuring I advance, removing obstacles that might have stopped me. You think it's a trap? I know it's a trap. The third task, the maze, the cup at the center, it's all designed to deliver me somewhere I don't want to go. Cedric was quiet for a moment. Why are you telling me this? Because you're a good person. Honest. Brave. All the things Hufflepuff is supposed to represent. Harry turned to face him. And because tomorrow, when we reach that cup, I don't want you caught in whatever's about to happen. You expect me to step back. Let you face it alone. I expect you to understand that this isn't about winning a tournament. It's about something much larger, much darker, and much more dangerous than anything the organizers intended. Cedric studied him, the calm assurance, the absolute certainty, the sense of power barely restrained. You're not what I expected, he said finally. When I heard Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts, I imagined someone different. Everyone does. Who are you, really? Someone who's going to change everything. Harry smiled slightly. Stay behind me tomorrow, Cedric. Let me face what's waiting. And when it's over, when I've done what needs to be done, we can talk about what comes next. And if you don't come back, then you'll have to change things yourself. But I intend to come back. His smile sharpened. I have too much left to do. The maze rose around them like a living thing. Harry moved through its corridors with a wand in each hand, his own Hollyann Phoenix in his right, a backup purchased through Knockturn Alley in his left. The hedges pressed close, filled with creatures and obstacles designed to test a champion's worth, but he had prepared for all of them. Sphinx riddles answered in seconds. Boggets dismissed with contemptuous efficiency. Blast-ended scripts avoided entirely through careful navigation and magical tracking. He wasn't rushing. He was letting the other champions exhaust themselves on the maze's challenges while he conserved his strength for what waited at the center. Because something did wait. He could feel it, a wrongness in the maze's heart, a distortion in the magical fabric that spoke of portkeys and dark rituals and the return of something that should have stayed dead. The cup gleamed in a clearing, radiating magical energy that tasted of transportation charms. Harry stopped at the edge of the space, assessing. Cedric burst from the hedge on the opposite side, wand raised, face flushed with exertion. Potter. The cup is a trap. Harry didn't move. Touch it, and you'll be transported somewhere very unpleasant. How do you, I know. That's enough. Harry raised his wand, pointing not at Cedric but at the cup itself. I'm going to destroy it. You can't. The tournament is irrelevant. What matters is what happens next. Harry's voice was calm, certain. Stand back, Cedric. This might be explosive. But before he could cast, the hedges behind him erupted. Victor Crumb staggered through, eyes blank, wand raised, moving with the jerky motions of someone under the imperious curse. He fired a curse at Harry without warning, dark magic, painful and precise. Harry deflected it without thinking, spinning to face this new threat. Crumb advanced, still firing, each spell more dangerous than the last. Stupefy. Cedric's spell caught Crumb from behind, dropping him instantly. Thanks. Harry didn't lower his guard. "The cup, together," Cedric said, moving to stand beside him. "Whatever it is, we face it together. That's what champions do." Harry hesitated. This was wrong. Cedric shouldn't be involved, shouldn't be put at risk. "Trust me," Cedric said quietly. "I can handle it." Could he? Did it matter? The trap was sprung regardless, and having an ally might prove useful in whatever came next. "Together, then." Harry moved toward the cup. "On 3. 1, 2. They touched the glowing surface simultaneously. The world dissolved into spinning chaos. The graveyard was dark and cold, filled with headstones that spoke of old deaths and older magic. Harry landed in a crouch, wand already raised, eyes scanning for threats. Cedric stumbled beside him, disoriented by the unexpected portkey. "Where, little Hangleton?" "The Riddle family cemetery." Harry's voice was grim. "We're exactly where they wanted us." Movement in the shadows. A hunched figure emerging from behind a massive cauldron, carrying something bundled in its arms. "Kill the spare," a high, cold voice commanded. Harry moved before the words finished. He shoved Cedric aside, raised his wand, and cast the most powerful shield he knew. The killing curse, because of course it was the killing curse, slammed into his barrier and dissipated into green sparks. That shouldn't have been possible. The killing curse couldn't be blocked. But Harry Potter had never played by anyone else's rules. "Interesting," the cold voice said. The figure in the shadows resolved into Peter Pettigrew, carrying what looked like a deformed infant, but was obviously something else entirely. "You've learned new tricks, Harry. But not enough to save you." "Cedric." Harry's voice was steady. "The cup is a two-way portkey. Touch it and say, 'Return.' It'll take you back to Hogwarts. I won't leave you, this isn't about you. Go. Now." Cedric hesitated, loyalty warring with sense. Then he grabbed the cup and vanished. Good. One problem solved. Harry turned to face Pettigrew and the thing he carried. "Well," he said calmly. "Here we are. Here we are indeed." The voice came from the infant now, Voldemort, reduced to this pathetic form, dependent on servants and rituals to survive. "My faithful Wormtail has prepared everything. The bone of the father, the flesh of the servant, and soon, the blood of the enemy. You've been planning this for months. The tournament, the portkey, the imposter wearing Moody's face." Harry didn't move, didn't show fear, kept his voice conversational. "All to bring me here for a ritual that will restore your body. You understand? Good. It will make this easier. I understand many things. For example," Harry raised his wand. "I understand that you're currently helpless. That without the ritual, you'll remain this pathetic creature forever. And that killing you right now, before you can be restored, would end everything." Pettigrew's wand hand trembled. "Master, do it," Voldemort hissed. "Use the boy. The ritual must." Harry moved. His first spell wasn't aimed at Voldemort or Pettigrew. It was aimed at the cauldron, a blasting curse that shattered the ritual vessel into 1,000 pieces, scattering the carefully prepared potion across the graveyard stones. His second spell caught Pettigrew in the chest, sending the squealing rat flying and Voldemort's diminished form tumbling across the ground. His third spell was darker. Something from the diary's memories, something even Tom Riddle had hesitated to use. Mortem vincula. Chains of black light erupted from Harry's wand, wrapping around the infant-like horror that had once been Lord Voldemort. The creature screamed, a terrible sound, inhuman and agonized, as the magic bound it in place. "You think these chains can hold me?" Voldemort's voice was distorted by pain but still filled with contempt. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You are incomplete." Harry walked forward until he stood directly over the bound creature. 7 pieces, scattered across Britain. I know about all of them, Tom. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The snake. He paused. And me. Silence. Absolute, horrified silence. That's right, Harry continued. I carry a piece of your soul. Have carried it since you tried to kill me 15 years ago. We're connected, you and I, bound together in ways neither of us intended. Then you cannot destroy me without destroying yourself. I don't intend to destroy you. Not yet. Harry knelt, bringing his face close to Voldemort's twisted features. I intend to let you know that I could. That I chose not to. And that one day, when I'm ready, when I've gathered all the pieces and found a way to separate your contamination from my soul, I will end you completely. You're bluffing. You're a child. You don't have the power. I just shattered your ritual, bound you in chains you can't break, and stood over your helpless form explaining exactly how I'm going to destroy you. Harry's smile was cold. Does that seem like bluffing to you? Voldemort's red eyes burned with hatred. When I return, you'll find me waiting. Stronger than now. More prepared. More dangerous. Harry stood. Enjoy your diminished existence, Tom. It won't last forever. Nothing does. He turned and walked away, leaving the Dark Lord screaming impotent fury behind him. Pettigrew was crawling toward Voldemort, desperate to help his master. Harry stunned him with a casual spell. The man would be useful later, as proof and as leverage. The cup waited where it had fallen. Harry picked it up, felt the familiar tug of portkey magic, and spoke the word that would take him home. Return. The graveyard vanished. Hogwarts appeared. And Harry Potter emerged from the maze victorious in ways no one would ever fully understand. The aftermath was chaos. Cedric's story of dark rituals and portkeys sparked an investigation that Dumbledore tried to contain and Fudge tried to suppress. The imposter Moody was exposed as Barty Crouch Jr., his confession, extracted under Veritaserum, confirmed everything Harry had suspected. But no one knew the full truth. No one except Harry. He had faced Voldemort and walked away. He had demonstrated his power in ways that would echo through the Death Eater networks for months. And he had delivered a message that the Dark Lord would never forget. I'm not afraid of you. I never will be. The summer that followed was intense. Harry spent every waking hour preparing, training his body and magic, studying the diary's remaining secrets, coordinating with his growing network of allies. Sirius worked alongside him, driven by guilt and love in equal measure. Narcissa provided resources and counsel. The Court of Whispers expanded its influence through careful manipulation and strategic positioning. And the Veil Covenant waited. Harry could feel them watching more intensely now. His display of power in the graveyard had attracted their attention in new ways. The whispers in his dreams grew louder, more insistent, offering power beyond imagination in exchange for something. He still didn't know what they truly wanted. But he was beginning to suspect. Fifth year began with Dolores Umbridge. The Ministry's response to Voldemort's possible return was to bury its head in the sand. Fudge, terrified of anything that might destabilize his government, had launched a campaign to discredit both Dumbledore and Harry. Umbridge was the tip of that spear, a toad-faced bureaucrat with a taste for cruelty and a mandate to bring Hogwarts under Ministry control. Harry despised her immediately. Not because she was cruel, he had known cruel people before, had learned to work around them. But because she was stupid. Petty. Small-minded in ways that made her dangerous to everyone around her. Educational Decree Number 24, she announced, her girlish voice carrying across the Great Hall. All student organizations must be approved by the High Inquisitor. Any group meeting without approval will be disbanded, and its members punished. She looked directly at Harry as she said it. She knew about the Court of Whispers. Or suspected, at least. The Ministry's intelligence networks weren't completely incompetent. What do we do? Tracy asked later, in their usual meeting spot. If she's watching for secret organizations, we give her one to find. Harry's smile was thin. Dumbledore's Army. A defense club, teaching students the practical magic that Umbridge refuses to cover. Public enough to satisfy her paranoia, popular enough to provide excellent cover for our actual activities. You want to create a fake resistance movement. I want to create a real resistance movement that thinks it's doing one thing while actually doing another. The students who join will learn genuine defensive magic. They'll also provide information, connections, and distractions that serve our purposes. That's manipulative. That's strategic. The distinction matters. The DA took shape over the following weeks. Harry led it openly, teaching hex reversal and shield charms in the room of requirement while quietly recruiting the most promising members for deeper involvement. Hermione Granger proved surprisingly useful, brilliant, organized, and so convinced of her own moral superiority that she never questioned whether Harry might have ulterior motives. Useful. But not part of the inner circle. Some people were better as tools than allies. Umbridge investigated. She probed. She issued decree after decree, trying to squeeze the school into submission. But she never found the Court of Whispers. Its members were too disciplined, its security too tight. What she found instead was a growing movement of students who hated her, united by Harry Potter's leadership and bound together by shared purpose. When the confrontation finally came, Dumbledore taking the blame for the DA and fleeing the castle rather than face arrest, Harry watched with satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The vision came on a spring night, sharp and urgent. Harry saw the Department of Mysteries. The Hall of Prophecy. Sirius, bound and bleeding, tortured by Death Eaters who demanded something Harry couldn't quite hear. He woke with his scar burning and his mind racing. A trap. Obviously. Voldemort had learned about their connection and was using it to lure Harry into danger. But was Sirius actually there? Or was this pure fabrication? Harry closed his eyes and reached through the link between them. Not deep, just a surface touch, enough to determine if Voldemort was showing him something real or manufactured. The vision wavered. Shifted. Became something else entirely. Not Sirius in danger. Sirius at Grimmauld Place, eating dinner and arguing with Creature about the proper way to polish silver. The trap was revealed. Voldemort wanted Harry to rush to the Ministry, to walk blindly into an ambush. The prophecy, the original prophecy that had marked Harry as the Dark Lord's equal, must be there, in the Hall of Prophecy, and only Harry could retrieve it. A normal person would have stayed away. Would have recognized the trap and avoided it. Harry was not a normal person. "We're going to the Ministry," he told the court that night. "All of us." Into a trap. Blaise raised an eyebrow. "That seems uncharacteristically foolish." Into an opportunity. Harry's eyes gleamed. "Voldemort wants me there. He's arranged Death Eaters to capture me, force me to retrieve the prophecy, and then probably kill me. But he doesn't know that I know it's a trap. And he certainly doesn't know what I've been preparing. Which is a counter-trap." Harry spread a map of the Ministry across the table. The Department of Mysteries contains more than prophecies. It holds artifacts and magics that the Ministry doesn't want anyone knowing about. Including, he pointed to a specific room. The Veil. Silence fell over the group. "You want to confront the Veil Covenant," Daphne said quietly. "I want to understand them. To see what they're actually offering, face to face, without dreams and whispers clouding the issue." Harry met each of their eyes in turn. "The Death Eaters will be a distraction. While they're focused on capturing me, I'll slip away and find the Veil Chamber. Whatever happens there, whatever I learn, it changes everything. And if it kills you, then you'll have to finish what I started." Harry's smile was thin. But I don't intend to die. I've come too far for that. The ministry was dark and empty when they arrived. Harry led his allies through corridors he'd memorized from stolen floor plans, avoiding the obvious paths, heading for the Department of Mysteries through routes the Death Eaters wouldn't be watching. They split up at the entrance to the department. The court would provide distraction and support. Harry would go alone to the Veil chamber. "If I'm not back in an hour," he told Daphne, "take everyone and leave. Don't come looking for me." "Harry, I mean it. Whatever's in that chamber, it's mine to face. Promise me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then, surprising them both, she leaned forward and kissed him. "Come back," she said against his lips. "That's not a request. I'll do my best." He left her there, moving deeper into the Department of Mysteries alone. The Veil chamber was exactly as he'd seen in dreams, a vast stone amphitheater, descending in tiers toward a central dais where the veil hung suspended in an ancient archway. It fluttered despite the absence of wind, whispering with voices just beyond comprehension. Harry descended the stairs slowly, his wand raised, his senses extended to their limits. "You came," a voice said. The voice from his dreams. Ancient. Hungry. Patient beyond measure. "You knew I would. We knew you would eventually." The door beneath Hogwarts. The dreams. The whispers. All leading here, to this moment. The veil's fluttering intensified. "You've been carrying our mark since the night you survived what should have killed you. Did you think that was an accident? I thought it was Voldemort. Voldemort was the instrument. We were the cause." The voice was coming from the veil now, or from somewhere beyond it. "When he tried to kill you, his soul shattered, but yours expanded. Reached through the barrier between life and death. Touched what waits on the other side. You. We are what waits. What has always waited. And now, little heir, you stand before us at last. Ready to receive what was always yours." The veil pulsed. Something reached through, not physically, but magically, spiritually. An offer. An invitation. Harry felt it, power beyond anything he'd ever imagined. The ability to walk between life and death. To command forces that made Voldemort's magic look like children's tricks. To become something more than human, more than wizard, more than mortal. All he had to do was accept. All he had to do was take their hand. "No." The word echoed through the chamber. "You refuse." The voice held no anger, only curiosity. "You stand at the threshold of godhood, and you refuse?" "I refuse your terms." Harry's voice was steady. "Whatever you're offering comes with chains I can't see. Costs I can't calculate. You've been patient for millennia, you can wait longer while I understand exactly what this deal means. And if we cannot wait? If the door must be opened now or never? Then it never opens." Harry met the veil's swirling depths without flinching. "I will not accept power I don't understand. I will not bind myself to forces I cannot control. That was Voldemort's mistake. I won't make it mine." Silence. The veil's whispers faded to nothing. "Then, you are more than we expected. More than anyone expected. Very well, little heir. We will wait. We have waited forever. A few more years means nothing. And when I come back, if I come back, I'll be stronger. Strong enough to bargain as an equal. Perhaps. Or perhaps you will learn that some powers cannot be bargained with. Only accepted or refused." The voice was fading now, withdrawing into whatever dimension lay beyond the veil. "Go. Face your enemies. But remember, we are always here. Always watching. And when you are ready, I know where to find you." The veil fell still. The chamber went silent. Harry turned to leave, and found Sirius Black standing in the doorway. "Sirius?" How, followed you. Couldn't let you face whatever this is alone. Sirius's eyes were wide, taking in the veil, the chamber, everything. What was that? What were you talking to? Something old. Something dangerous. Something that wants me to become like them. Harry moved toward his godfather. We need to go. The Death Eaters are everywhere. I saw them, Harry. Bella and the others. They're hunting through the ministry, looking for you. Then we fight our way out. Together. Harry looked at the man who had spent 12 years in prison for crimes he didn't commit. The man who had escaped Azkaban to protect him. The man who represented everything good about the parents he'd never known. Together, Harry agreed. Always. They climbed the stairs side by side, leaving the veil and its whispered promises behind. The battle through the ministry was brutal. Death Eaters emerged from every shadow, spells flying in deadly patterns. Harry and Sirius fought back to back, covering each other's weaknesses, moving through the corridors with desperate efficiency. The court was fighting too. Harry could hear Daphne's voice somewhere ahead, Draco's defensive spells crackling through the air. They were holding, but barely. We need to reach the atrium, Sirius shouted over the din, the flaws, I know. Harry deflected a killing curse and returned fire. Keep moving. They burst into the death chamber, a mistake, the wrong corridor, and found themselves surrounded. Bellatrix Lestrange smiled from across the room, her wand trained on Sirius. Hello, cousin, she purred. Did you miss me? Bella. Sirius's voice was cold. Still playing servant to a madman, I see. Playing? Oh, Sirius. I've never played at anything. Her wand moved slightly. Now, where is the prophecy? Where is the boy? Right here. Harry stepped forward, drawing her attention. Bellatrix's eyes widened with something like recognition. The famous Harry Potter. You look like your father. But you feel like, she paused, confusion crossing her features. What are you? Something new. He attacked without warning, spells pouring from his wand in combinations that Bellatrix barely managed to deflect. She was skilled, perhaps the most dangerous duelist among the Death Eaters, but she wasn't prepared for what Harry had become. Their battle raged across the chamber, magic scorching the ancient stones, neither able to gain clear advantage. Sirius joined the fight, and then other Death Eaters, and the conflict became a swirling chaos of light and darkness. And then everything changed. A pulse of energy erupted from the veil, the same veil Harry had just left. Something was trying to come through. Something that had sensed the violence and wanted to join. Harry! Sirius screamed. The veil's archway was glowing now, power building towards something terrible. The Death Eaters hesitated, sensing danger they didn't understand. It's opening, Harry breathed. They're trying to force it, close it. You have to close it. I can't. The connection isn't strong enough yet, then I will. Sirius was moving before Harry could stop him. Running toward the veil. Toward the gateway that pulsed with ancient hunger. Sirius, no. Take care of him, Sirius shouted over his shoulder. Tell Narcissa, tell her I'm sorry, he threw himself into the veil. The explosion of light was blinding. Harry felt the connection snap, the Covenant's reaching grasp, suddenly severed. The gateway collapsed inward, consuming itself and everything that had tried to come through. Including Sirius Black. No. Harry's scream echoed through the chamber. He ran toward the veil, but it was already fading, already becoming nothing more than a tattered curtain in an ancient arch. Sirius was gone. Someone grabbed him from behind, Daphne, her face streaked with tears and smoke. Harry, we have to go. More are coming, he's gone. Harry's voice was hollow. I know. I'm sorry. But if we stay here, we die too. She was right. He knew she was right. But for a moment, he couldn't move. Couldn't think. Could only stare at the veil that had taken his godfather. Don't become what they want you to be, Sirius had said once. Any of them. Harry closed his eyes. Breathed. Found the cold center that had always been his strength. Get everyone out, he said, his voice steady now. I'll hold them off. Harry, go. Now. She went. The court retreated. And Harry turned to face the Death Eaters alone. Dumbledore arrived in time to witness the end. He burst into the atrium just as Harry finished dealing with the last of the Death Eaters, not killing them, but binding them in chains of magic so tight they couldn't move or speak. Harry. The old man's voice was heavy with concern. What happened? Where's Sirius? Dead. The word came out flat. He sacrificed himself to close a doorway that should never have been opened. A doorway? What? It doesn't matter now. Harry looked at the old man, really looked, seeing past the twinkling eyes to the calculating mind beneath. You manipulated this. All of it. The tournament. The prophecy. My entire life, arranged to serve your purposes. Harry, I did what I thought was necessary, you kept me ignorant. Afraid. Dependent on your protection and guidance. You raised me to be a weapon, Dumbledore. Just like Voldemort wanted to use me. Just like the Veil Covenant tried to claim me. I never wanted, it doesn't matter what you wanted. It matters what you did. Harry's eyes were cold. Sirius is dead because of choices you made. My parents are dead because of prophecies you allowed to spread. And I've spent my entire life being shaped by forces I didn't understand and couldn't control. Harry, no more. Harry turned away. The war is coming. Voldemort will return in force, and everything you've built will crumble. When that happens, I'll fight, not for you, not for your order, but for the people I actually care about. We need to work together. The prophecy says one of us must kill the other. It doesn't say how, or when, or who wins. Harry paused at the threshold. I intend to write my own ending, Dumbledore. And I don't need your help to do it. He walked away, leaving the old wizard alone in the ruins of his carefully constructed plans. The game had changed forever. And Harry Potter was done playing by anyone else's rules. The summer after Sirius's death was the darkest Harry had ever known. He didn't grieve openly, that wasn't his way. But something had shifted inside him, a hardening that even Narcissa noticed with concern. He trained longer, harder, pushing his body and magic to limits that would have broken most wizards. And he planned. The Horcruxes. He knew what they were, where most were hidden, and what would be required to destroy them. The war that was coming would provide cover for his hunt. Voldemort would be too busy conquering the wizarding world to notice his anchors disappearing one by one. The Veil Covenant. They would wait, as they had promised. But their patience wasn't infinite. Eventually, Harry would need to face them again, either to accept their power or to prove he didn't need it. And Dumbledore. The old man was dying. Harry could see it in the blackened hand he tried to hide, in the careful way he moved, in the subtle desperation that colored his actions. Whatever curse had afflicted him, it was slowly consuming him. When the end came, Harry intended to be ready. You're different, Daphne said one evening, finding him in the Manor's training room. I've always been different. More different, then. She moved to stand beside him, watching him execute spell sequences that most adult wizards couldn't manage. Sirius's death changed something in you. It removed my last illusion. Harry paused his practice. I spent years believing that if I was clever enough, strong enough, prepared enough, I could protect everyone. Sirius proved me wrong. That wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? Harry's laugh was bitter. I walked into that trap knowing it was a trap. I thought I could control the situation, turn it to my advantage. Instead, people I cared about died. One person. Who chose to sacrifice himself. Because I couldn't close the door myself. Because I wasn't strong enough to face the Covenant and win. Harry's hands clenched. If I'd been stronger, you would have made a different mistake. Daphne's voice was gentle but firm. You're not a god, Harry. You're a wizard, brilliant, powerful, maybe the most dangerous person of your generation, but still human. Still capable of failure. Then I need to become something more than human. At what cost? The question hung between them. I don't know, Harry admitted finally. But I intend to find out. The 6th year began with war on the horizon. Voldemort's forces moved openly now, attacking families, destroying infrastructure, spreading terror throughout the wizarding world. The ministry was compromised, pious thickness danced on the Dark Lord strings, implementing policies that served pure blood supremacy and Death Eater control. Harry watched it all with cold assessment. Not yet. The time wasn't right. Voldemort was too strong, too entrenched, too confident of his invincibility. The Horcruxes needed to be destroyed first, his immortality stripped away piece by piece. Only then would Harry strike. He hunted through the year, the locket from a cave filled with inferi, the cup from the depths of Gringotts, the diadem from the room of requirement. Each destruction was a victory, each anchor severed a step closer to the final confrontation. And through it all, Dumbledore was dying. You know about the Horcruxes, the old man said one evening, when they met in his office for what both knew might be their last conversation. I know about all of them. Including the one inside you. Harry touched his scar. Including that one. And you found a way to survive its destruction. I found possibilities. Whether they'll work, Harry shrugged. We'll see. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I underestimated you, he said finally. When you came to Hogwarts, I saw a weapon to be shaped. A tool to defeat Voldemort. I didn't see what I actually was. Who you actually were. The difference matters. The old man's eyes were sad. I've made so many mistakes, Harry. Manipulated so many lives. And now, at the end, I find myself wondering if any of it was worth the cost. Does it matter? The past is done. Only the future can be changed. Perhaps. But the future I imagined, the one where you followed my guidance into battle, where you trusted my wisdom to see you through, Dumbledore shook his head. That future died a long time ago. You've become something I never anticipated. Something better. Something different. The old wizard studied him with something approaching respect. Promise me, Harry. When you've won, when Voldemort is destroyed and the world is yours to shape, promise me you won't forget what you're fighting for. I'm fighting for survival. For the people I care about. For a future that isn't ruled by madmen and ancient darkness. Those are good reasons. But they're not enough. Dumbledore leaned forward. Power without purpose becomes tyranny. Victory without mercy becomes slaughter. Whatever you become, Harry, remember that the goal was never power itself, it was the freedom power provides. Harry considered this. I'll try, he said finally. That's all anyone can promise. Then that will have to be enough. Dumbledore sat back, exhaustion clear on his face. Now go. The war is waiting. And we both have preparations to make. Harry rose, moving toward the door. Then he paused, looking back. You weren't entirely wrong, he said quietly. About me. About what I needed to become. The weapon you tried to forge, it exists. It's just not pointed in the direction you expected. No. It's pointed wherever you choose. Dumbledore smiled slightly. That's as it should be. That's what freedom means. Harry left without another word. But he carried the old man's wisdom with him, a reminder that even weapons could choose their targets. Even monsters could decide what they protected. Dumbledore died on a tower, struck down by a curse that shouldn't have been able to touch him. Harry wasn't there. He was hunting the final Horcrux, the snake Nagini, tracking it through countryside that Voldemort's forces had turned to wasteland. But he felt it happen. The connection between them, not friendship, not trust, but something deeper, snapped like a broken string. "Don't forget what you're fighting for," the old man had said. "I won't," Harry promised the empty air. "I won't forget anything." The war was about to begin in earnest. And Harry Potter was finally ready to fight it. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Dominion. The war came like wildfire. Harry stood on the ramparts of Malfoy Manor, watching the distant glow of burning villages paint the horizon orange. Voldemort's forces had abandoned all pretense of subtlety, they moved openly now, Death Eaters and giants and werewolves sweeping across Britain in waves of destruction. The Ministry had fallen within a week of Dumbledore's death. Scrimgeour was dead, replaced by Thickness, who signed whatever decrees the Dark Lord demanded. Muggleborns were being rounded up, their wands snapped, their lives forfeit to the new regime. And through it all, Harry waited. "The Order is requesting support," Narcissa said, joining him on the ramparts. "They're planning a defense of Hogwarts. They want you to lead it." "Not yet. Harry, people are dying, people have been dying for months. A few more days won't matter." He turned to face her. "The snake. Nagini. She's the last Horcrux besides the one in my head. Until she's destroyed, Voldemort can't truly die. And you know where she is? She never leaves his side. Which means I need to get close to him, close enough to strike before he realizes what's happening." Harry's eyes were cold, calculating. "Hogwarts will provide that opportunity. When he attacks, and he will attack, I'll be there. Waiting. You're using the battle as cover. I'm using everything as cover. The Order, the students, the defenders, they'll buy me time while I hunt. And when I find the snake, you'll kill it. I'll kill it. And then," Harry's smile was thin. "Then I'll kill him." Narcissa studied her protégé, this boy she had raised, this weapon she had forged. He had grown beyond anything she had imagined. Beyond anything she could control. "What about the peace inside you?" she asked quietly. "Have you found a way to remove it?" "I've found possibilities. The Veil Covenant's offer still stands, they claim they can separate my soul from Voldemort's contamination. And there's another option." He paused. "Dying. Harry, not permanently. The Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. It allows communication with the dead, but more than that, it creates a bridge between life and death. If I can control that bridge, use it to cross over and return." He shook his head. "It's theoretical. Untested. But it might work. And if it doesn't? Then I die, and the Horcrux dies with me, and someone else has to finish the job." Harry met her eyes. "I've made provisions. The court knows what needs to be done. Draco and Daphne will continue the work even if I fall." "That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's realistic." Harry looked back at the burning horizon. "We've always known this might end with my death. The prophecy says one of us has to kill the other, it doesn't specify who survives. You're being fatalistic. I'm being practical." His voice softened slightly. "But for what it's worth, I intend to live. I have too much to do, too much to build. I'm not going to let the Dark Lord take that from me. Promise me." "I can't promise survival. No one can." Harry took her hand, a rare gesture of affection. "But I can promise that whatever happens, I'll fight until the very end. For you. For everything we've built together." Narcissa squeezed his hand once, then released it. "Then fight," she said. "And win." The Battle of Hogwarts began at sunset. Harry arrived through passages no one else remembered, emerging into a castle transformed into a fortress. Students and teachers had erected barricades throughout the corridors. The Order of the Phoenix coordinated defensive positions. Everyone who could hold a wand was preparing to fight. And outside the walls, Voldemort's army gathered. Potter. Professor McGonagall found him near the Great Hall, her face tight with tension. We weren't certain you'd come. I wouldn't miss this for anything. The headmaster, Professor Snape, has fled. The castle is ours, but we're badly outnumbered. She studied him with sharp eyes. We could use your help coordinating the defense. The defense isn't my responsibility. I have something more important to do. More important than protecting this school. These students. More important than anything. Harry's voice was flat. Voldemort has an anchor, something that keeps him alive no matter what we do to his body. I need to destroy it before he can be killed permanently. McGonagall's expression flickered. Dumbledore mentioned something like this. He never explained, he couldn't explain. The information was too dangerous to share. Harry started walking. Keep the defenders focused on the walls. Buy me time. When I've done what needs doing, I'll join the battle. And if you fail, then run. Take as many students as you can and run. Nothing else will matter. He left her standing there, her face pale with the implications of what he'd revealed. The hunt was beginning. Nagini was with Voldemort in the Shrieking Shack. Harry had tracked her through the link he shared with the Dark Lord, a dangerous use of their connection, but necessary. He moved through the battle-torn grounds with silent efficiency, avoiding the worst of the fighting, slipping through gaps in the enemy lines. The shack was guarded, but poorly. Voldemort's arrogance had convinced him that no one would dare approach while he commanded from this position. He was wrong. Harry entered through the tunnel from the Whomping Willow, moving with predatory grace through darkness that felt almost comfortable now. The Horcrux inside him resonated with Voldemort's presence, a sick, cold feeling that he'd learned to use rather than fear. Voices filtered down from above. Voldemort, speaking with Snape. The Elder Wand refuses to serve me properly. It should be invincible, yet I feel its resistance, my lord, perhaps the wand's allegiance, was never yours to give, Severus. You killed Dumbledore, yes. But the wand passed to the one who disarmed him before the tower. Voldemort's voice dropped to a hiss. Harry Potter holds the Elder Wand's allegiance. The boy doesn't even know he possesses such power. Then we must nothing. I will claim the wand's loyalty the only way that matters, by killing its master. The sounds of movement, scales sliding across wood. Nagini. Kill him. Harry burst through the trapdoor as the snake struck. His spell caught Nagini mid-lunge, a concentrated beam of fiend fire that incinerated the serpent before she could complete her attack. The Horcrux within the snake screamed, a psychic wail that Harry felt through his scar, and then went silent. Snape collapsed against the wall, blood flowing from a wound in his throat. Voldemort spun, red eyes blazing with fury. You. The word was a curse. You dare, I dare everything. Harry raised his wand. That was your last anchor, Tom. The ring is destroyed. The locket. The cup. The diadem. And now the snake. You know nothing of what I've achieved. The soul magic, 7 pieces. You split your soul 7 times, and I've destroyed 6 of them. Harry's smile was cold. The only one left is the piece you gave me. And I intend to deal with that too. Voldemort's fury transformed into something else, calculation, strategy, the cold assessment of a master tactician facing an unexpected threat. The piece inside you, he said slowly. You can't destroy it without killing yourself. Maybe. Maybe not. Harry moved closer, keeping his wand trained on the Dark Lord's chest. But we're about to find out. You'll die. Then I'll die. But I'll take you with me. Harry's voice was steady. One way or another, Tom, this ends tonight. The question is whether you want to face me here, alone, or run back to your army and hope numbers can protect you. Silence. The two of them faced each other, the Dark Lord and his prophesied destroyer, connected by magic and fate and the fragment of soul that linked them across any distance. Then Voldemort laughed. You've grown, he said, something almost like approval in his voice. When you faced me in that graveyard, you were a child playing at power. Now you're something else entirely. I'm what you made me. What the world made me. A weapon that chose its own targets. And I'm one of those targets. The primary one. Harry's wand arm didn't waver. I've spent my entire life preparing for this moment. Everything I've learned, everyone I've trained with, every piece of forbidden knowledge I've acquired, it all led here. To you. To the end of everything you represent. You sound almost sad about it. I'm not sad. I'm ready. Harry took a breath. This is the last chance, Tom. Surrender. Face trial for your crimes. Spend whatever remains of your existence in Azkaban, knowing that you lost to a boy who was supposed to be your victim. Surrender. Voldemort's eyes blazed. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You're broken. Harry cut him off. You've been broken since the first time you split your soul. Every Horcrux made you less human, less rational, less capable of understanding what you were losing. You could have been the greatest wizard of the age, instead, you became a monster that can't even feel love or loyalty or joy. I feel power. That's enough. Is it? Harry shook his head. Look at yourself, Tom. Look at what you've become. A snake-faced horror, dependent on servants who fear rather than respect you, chasing immortality because you're too afraid to face what comes after death. You know nothing of what waits after death. I know more than you think. Harry's voice dropped. The Veil Covenant has been calling to me since I was a child. They've offered me everything you've ever wanted, true immortality, power beyond imagination, dominion over life and death itself. And I've refused them. Every time. Because I understand something you never did. Which is that living forever isn't the same as living well. That power without purpose is hollow. That the fear of death, your fear, Tom, has already killed everything in you that mattered. Harry raised his wand slightly. You're already dead. You've been dead since the night you killed my parents. I'm just here to make it official. Voldemort's response was not words but action. His wand moved with blinding speed, unleashing a torrent of dark magic that Harry barely managed to deflect. The shrieking shack exploded around them, walls shattering, floor collapsing, the entire structure coming apart as two of the most powerful wizards alive tried to destroy each other. Harry rolled through the wreckage, casting shields and counter-curses with practiced efficiency. Voldemort was strong, stronger than anything he'd faced before, but the Dark Lord was also unbalanced. The destruction of his Horcruxes had wounded him in ways that went beyond physical damage. They fought through the ruins and into the night beyond. Spells lit the darkness like lightning, green and red in colors that had no name. The ground shook. Trees burst into flame. The very air seemed to scream with the force of magic being unleashed. You cannot win, Voldemort snarled, pressing his advantage. I have drunk of the darkest magics. I have transcended mortal limitations. You are nothing, a boy with borrowed power, mortem vincula. The chains of black light erupted from Harry's wand, the same spell he'd used in the graveyard years ago. Voldemort deflected them with a contemptuous wave, but the effort cost him half a second of concentration. Enough. Harry's second spell caught him in the chest, not a killing curse but something older, something from the diary's deepest memories. Soul magic, designed not to destroy but to bind. Voldemort screamed. His body convulsed, red eyes going wide with shock and agony. What have you done, connected us? Harry's voice was strained, the spell was draining him rapidly. The Horcrux in my head creates a link between our souls. I've just strengthened that link. Made it two-way. You fool. If you destroy me now, you destroy yourself, that's the idea. Harry raised his wand for the final strike. One of us dies, Tom. The prophecy requires it. But the prophecy never said which of us had to survive. No, Harry cast the killing curse. Green light erupted from his wand, blazing toward Voldemort's chest. At the same moment, he felt something tear inside him, the Horcrux fragment, ripped loose by the magical connection he'd created. The world went white. Then black. Then nothing at all. Harry opened his eyes in a place that was neither here nor there. White mist surrounded him, formless and infinite. He was lying on something solid, stone, perhaps, or the memory of stone. His body felt strange, disconnected, as if he wasn't quite inhabiting it properly. Interesting, a voice said. Most interesting. Harry sat up slowly. A figure stood before him, a woman, ancient beyond measure, with eyes that held the depth of eternity. The Veil Covenant, he said. It wasn't a question. One aspect of it. One voice among many. The woman smiled, or something close to a smile. You've done something unprecedented, little heir. You've died and brought the one who killed you with you. Voldemort. What remains of him? She gestured, and the mist parted to reveal a pathetic figure curled on the ground nearby, a deformed infant, crying weakly, its red eyes filled with nothing but animal terror. Without his anchors, without his stolen immortality, this is what Tom Riddle truly became. A broken soul, unable to move forward, unable to return. Is he dead? That depends on your definition. He has no body to return to. The fragment of soul that was Tom Riddle has been severed from life permanently. The woman's eyes gleamed. But you, little heir, you are different. You still have a choice. What choice? The choice we have always offered. She moved closer, her presence vast and ancient and hungry. Return to life, to the limited flesh, to the brief candle of mortal existence. Or step through the door at last and become something greater. Something eternal. Something worthy of ruling not just the dark, but all the spaces between stars. Harry looked at the pitiful thing that had been Voldemort. At the woman who represented powers older than human magic. At his own hands, which seemed simultaneously solid and transparent. If I return, he said slowly, what happens to him? He remains here. In the space between. Forever aware, forever unable to escape, forever suffering the consequences of his choices. The woman's smile widened. A fitting punishment, don't you think? For one who feared death so desperately. And if I accept your offer? You transcend. You become one of us. The boundary between life and death becomes yours to command, not crossed, but inhabited. You would be something that has never existed before, a lord of the threshold, master of the veil between worlds. At what cost? The woman was silent for a long moment. Humanity, she said finally. Not all at once. Not immediately. But eventually, inevitably. The longer you dwell in the space between, the less you remember of what it meant to be mortal. Love becomes a concept rather than a feeling. Joy becomes a memory rather than an experience. You would have power beyond imagining, but you would lose everything that power was meant to protect. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of Narcissa, who had saved him from the cupboard. Of Draco, who had chosen brotherhood over blood. Of Daphne, whose kiss still burned on his lips. Of Sirius, who had died to protect him from this very choice. He thought of the world he wanted to build, not ruled by fear or ancient darkness, but shaped by purpose, protected by strength, guided by the wisdom of those who had learned from the mistakes of the past. He thought of what it meant to be human. No, he said. The woman's expression didn't change. You refuse? Even now, standing at the threshold of godhood? I refuse because I'm standing at that threshold. Harry opened his eyes. Power without humanity isn't power, it's emptiness. I've seen what that looks like. He gestured at the broken thing that was Voldemort. I won't become another version of him, no matter how grand the package. You would choose mortality? Death? The certainty that everything you build will eventually crumble? I would choose life. Real life, with all its limits and flaws and beautiful, painful impermanence. Harry straightened, facing the ancient entity without fear. I'm going back. I'm going to finish the war, build what I've always intended to build, and live until I die naturally. And when that happens, when I finally cross the threshold for good, I'll do it as myself. Complete. Human. The woman studied him for a long moment. You are not what we expected, she said finally. I've heard that before. You will hear it again. Something like approval entered her voice. Very well, little heir. Go. Return to your world. But remember, we will be watching. Always watching. And if you ever change your mind, I know where to find you. Yes. She began to fade, the white mist reclaiming her form. You do. Harry turned toward a light he hadn't noticed before, warm, golden, pulling him forward. He walked toward it without hesitation, leaving the Veil Covenant and Voldemort's broken soul behind. The light grew brighter. And Harry Potter returned to life. He woke on the battlefield. The Hogwarts grounds were chaos, fires burning, spells flying, screams echoing through the night. Harry lay in the crater created by his final confrontation with Voldemort, his body aching from magical exhaustion. But he was alive. Somehow, impossibly, he was alive. Harry. The voice was Daphne's. She appeared at the edge of the crater, face streaked with tears and soot, wand still smoking from recent spell work. He's alive. More figures appeared behind her. Draco. Blaze. Tracy. Members of the court, who had been fighting to reach him through enemy lines. Help me up, Harry said, his voice rough. Daphne half slid down the crater wall, catching him as he struggled to stand. What happened? We saw the explosion, the light, Voldemort is dead. Harry leaned on her shoulder, finding his balance. Really dead, this time. No more Horcruxes. No more coming back. Are you sure? I saw what was left of his soul. Harry's smile was thin. He's not coming back from where he is. The battle still raged around them, but something had changed. The Death Eaters fought with less conviction now, sensing that something fundamental had shifted. Their master's presence, the cold power that had bound them together, was gone. We need to end this, Harry said. Show them that Voldemort is destroyed. Break their will to fight. How? Harry looked toward the castle, where defenders still held against overwhelming odds. Then at the enemy forces, pressing forward with mindless aggression. Give me your wand, he said to Draco. What? Mine is depleted. I need a fresh one. Harry held out his hand. Trust me. Draco hesitated for only a moment. Then he handed over his wand, hawthorn, unicorn hair, 10 inches, and stepped back. Harry raised the borrowed wand and pointed it at the sky. Mors Mordra. The dark mark erupted from his wand, but different. Changed. Where Voldemort's mark was a skull with a serpent, Harry's was something else, a phoenix rising from darkness, wreathed in flames that were somehow both black and golden. It hung over the battlefield, visible for miles, impossible to ignore. The Dark Lord is dead. Harry's voice rang out, amplified by magic, carrying to every corner of the conflict. Tom Riddle, the man who called himself Voldemort, has been destroyed. His soul is gone. His power is broken. The fighting stuttered. Both sides paused, staring up at the impossible image in the sky. You have a choice. Harry continued. Surrender now, throw down your wands, and face justice for your crimes. Or continue fighting and die for a master who's already gone. The decision is yours, but make it quickly. Silence. Then, slowly, wands began to drop. One Death Eater at first. Then another. Then dozens, as the reality of their situation sank in. Without Voldemort, without his terrible presence holding them together, they were just people, frightened, exhausted, facing an enemy that had somehow defeated the most powerful dark wizard in history. The battle was over. The war was won. The aftermath took months. Harry stood at the center of it all, not as a figurehead, not as a symbol, but as the architect of everything that followed. The Court of Whispers emerged from the shadows, revealing the network he had built over 6 years of careful cultivation. Political connections. Economic leverage. Alliances that stretched from the oldest pureblood families to the newest Muggle-born graduates. The ministry reformed under pressure from every direction. Harry didn't take control directly, that would have been too obvious, too easily opposed. Instead, he placed allies in key positions, shaped policy through strategic intervention, and ensured that the new government reflected his vision. A government that was neither light nor dark, but something new. A government that valued power tempered by purpose, ambition guided by wisdom, strength in service of protection. Narcissa became the power behind the Wizengamot, her Slytherin cunning perfect for the subtle art of legislative manipulation. Draco took over the family businesses, using Malfoy gold to fund reforms that benefited everyone while consolidating Harry's economic influence. Daphne moved into the Department of International Cooperation, extending the alliance's reach beyond Britain's borders. And Harry himself? Harry became Minister of Magic. Not immediately, that would have been unseemly, a teenager claiming the highest office in Wizarding Britain. But by 25, after years of careful positioning, after proving himself again and again as the only one capable of managing the post-war chaos, the appointment was almost inevitable. The public wanted a hero. Harry gave them one. They wanted security. Harry provided it. They wanted to believe that the darkness was over, that the sacrifices had been worth it, that the future would be brighter than the past. Harry made sure it was. 10 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry Potter stood in the minister's office, now his office, looking out over Wizarding London. The city had changed. Rebuilt. Old prejudices had given way to new understandings, old conflicts replaced by new prosperity. Muggleborns served alongside purebloods in every level of government. The old families had adapted or faded, their power structures absorbed into something larger, something more enduring. It wasn't perfect. Nothing ever was. There were still problems, still conflicts, still shadows in the corners that required attention. But the foundation was sound. The architecture was his. The delegation from the ICW is here, Daphne said, entering without knocking. She was Minister of International Affairs now, his partner in every sense. Their wedding had been the social event of the decade, two great families united, the public narrative complete. Send them up. In a moment. She moved to stand beside him. You're brooding. Reflecting. Same thing, with you. She touched his arm. What is it? Harry was quiet for a long moment. I was thinking about Sirius, he said finally. About what he said before he died. Don't become what they want you to be. Any of them. And have you? I don't know. Harry turned to face her. I've built everything I set out to build. Destroyed everyone who stood against me. Created a world where the people I care about are safe and powerful and free to shape their own destinies. But sometimes you wonder if the cost was too high. Sometimes I wonder if I remember what it feels like to be anything other than this. He gestured at the office, the city, the world beyond. The chess player. The architect. The one who sees everyone as pieces on a board. Daphne studied him with those ice-blue eyes that had always seen him too clearly. You're human, Harry. You've always been human. The fact that you're asking this question proves it. Does it? The monsters don't ask whether they're monsters. They don't care. She moved closer. You built this from nothing. A boy in a cupboard, beaten and starved and abandoned, and you became the most powerful wizard in the world. You defeated Voldemort. You refused the Veil Covenant's offer of godhood. And you still wonder whether you've lost yourself? Maybe that's the point. Maybe I'm wondering because I'm afraid the wondering will stop. Then keep wondering. Keep questioning. Keep pushing yourself to be better than the easy answers. Daphne smiled slightly. That's what you've always done. That's why I chose you. Harry looked at her, this woman who had stood beside him through everything, who had never flinched from his darkness or his ambition. I love you, he said. The word still felt strange on his tongue, even after all these years. Admitting vulnerability had never come naturally. I know. Her smile widened. I love you too. Even when you're brooding. Reflecting. Whatever you need to call it. She kissed him briefly. Now, the delegation. They're here to discuss the new international defense protocols. Try not to intimidate them too badly. I make no promises. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Harry navigated it with the same cold precision he brought to everything, reading the delegates' hidden agendas, deflecting their subtle probes, steering the conversation toward outcomes that served his purposes. By the end, the protocols had been agreed, the alliances strengthened, and several representatives had quietly offered their personal loyalty. It was, by any measure, a successful meeting. But something lingered at the back of Harry's mind. A whisper. A familiar voice from a place between worlds. We are still watching, the Veil Covenant reminded him, as they did from time to time. The door remains open. The offer still stands. And my answer remains the same, Harry thought back. I am not interested in your transcendence. Not now. Not ever. Forever is a long time, little heir. Even for you. Then I'll enjoy every moment of it that I can. The whispers faded. They always did. But they never stopped entirely. The Covenant had learned patience over millennia, they could wait for centuries more, hoping that Harry would eventually reconsider. He wouldn't. He was certain of that, at least. Some doors, once closed, should stay closed forever. Evening found Harry in the manor's private gardens, watching the sun set over grounds that had once belonged to his enemies. Narcissa found him there, as she often did. Age had touched her lightly, she remained beautiful, elegant, sharp as the finest blade. The years since the war had been kind to her, but they had also revealed depths of warmth that Harry had never expected. She was family. Not by blood, but by choice, and that mattered more. You're thinking about the beginning, she said, settling onto the bench beside him. Always, near the end of the day. Harry watched the colors bleed across the sky. That night when you found me. The cupboard. The choice you made. I found a weapon. I intended to forge something useful. Her voice was quiet. I never expected to find a son. Is that what I am? It's what you became. She turned to face him. Not the son I raised for political advantage. Not the weapon I shaped for war. Something else. Something more. Harry was silent for a long moment. I used to dream about killing them, he said. The Dursleys. After you took me away, I spent months imagining all the ways I could make them suffer. The spells I would use. The fear I would cause. I wanted them to understand what they had done to me. And now? Now I don't think about them at all. Harry shrugged. They're nothing. Less than nothing. Whatever power they had over me died the night you walked through that door. You never went back. I never needed to. Their punishment was watching me become everything they feared, magical, powerful, respected. Knowing that the freak they tried to break had risen to rule the world they couldn't even see. His smile was thin. That's enough. That's more than enough. Revenge isn't what drives you anymore. It never really was. Not after the first few years. Harry looked at her. You taught me that. Power isn't about hurting those who hurt you, it's about ensuring they can never hurt you again. Building something so strong that enemies become irrelevant. I taught you many things. Some of them I'm not proud of. Some of them I'm not proud of either. Harry's voice softened. But we're still here. Still standing. And the world is better than it was, not perfect, never perfect, but better. That has to count for something. It counts for everything. Narcissa reached out, touching his face briefly. You were a boy with nothing. Now you're the most powerful wizard alive, surrounded by people who love you, ruling a world that respects and fears you in equal measure. That's not nothing, Harry. That's everything. Then why does it sometimes feel empty? The question surprised them both. Harry hadn't intended to ask it, hadn't even known he was thinking it until the words emerged. Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. Because power is a means, not an end, she said finally. You've spent your entire life pursuing it, perfecting it, wielding it against everyone who threatened what you were building. But power alone can't fill the spaces inside you. Only connection can do that. Only love. I love Daphne. I love Draco. I love you. I know. And that's why you're still human. She smiled slightly. The emptiness isn't a sign that you failed, Harry. It's a sign that you're still reaching for something beyond mere dominion. That you want more than power for its own sake. What more is there? Purpose. Meaning. The knowledge that what you've built will outlast you, not through fear or compulsion, but because it's good enough to survive on its own merits. Narcissa rose, looking down at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You've conquered, Harry. Now it's time to create. To nurture what you've planted rather than just defending it against threats. That sounds almost peaceful. Peace is earned. You've earned it. She began walking toward the manor. Come inside. Draco's coming for dinner, and the children want to see their Uncle Harry. Children. Harry shook his head. When did that happen? While you were busy running the world. Narcissa's voice carried back to him. Life goes on, Harry. Make sure you're part of it. The dinner was chaotic and wonderful. Draco's children, 3 of them, the eldest just starting at Hogwarts, swarmed around Harry with the fearless enthusiasm of youth. They had no concept of his power or his past. To them, he was simply Uncle Harry, who did amazing magic and told the best stories and never seemed to mind when they demanded his attention. Tell us about the dragon again, the youngest demanded, climbing into his lap. The one that let you take its egg. I've told that story 100 times. Tell it 101. Harry looked at the child's face, so much like Draco's, yet with Astoria's softness, and felt something shift in his chest. This was what it had all been for. Not the power. Not the fear of his enemies. Not even the grand architecture of the world he'd rebuilt. This. Family gathered around a table. Children safe and happy. A future worth protecting. Once upon a time, he began, there was a very brave, or very foolish, young wizard who had to face a dragon. The children listened, enraptured. The adults watched, knowing the true story was far more complicated than the version Harry told. And somewhere beyond the boundaries of the world, ancient powers observed it all with something that might have been curiosity. Or regret. Or hope. Late that night, Harry walked alone through the manor's deepest corridors. There was a room here that few knew about, warded against all detection, protected by magics older than the building itself. Inside, carefully preserved, lay the artifacts of his past, the diary, dormant but not destroyed. The resurrection stone, recovered from the forest where he'd briefly used it. The remnants of Voldemort's other Horcruxes, kept as reminders of what he had overcome. And one other thing. The Elder Wand lay in a case of crystal and silver, pulsing with a power that had no parallel in the wizarding world. Harry had never used it openly, the attention would have been counterproductive, but he kept it close. Just in case. He opened the case and lifted the wand, feeling its warmth, its absolute obedience to his will. This was his right, claimed through the complex chain of allegiance that had passed from Dumbledore through Draco to him. The most powerful wand in existence, wielded by the most powerful wizard alive. A combination that could reshape reality itself. Harry held the wand for a long moment. Then, carefully, he put it back. There would always be temptations. The Veil Covenant's whispers. The Elder Wand's potential. The knowledge from the diary that hinted at magics darker and more powerful than any he had yet attempted. There would always be more power to be claimed. But there was also this, a family who loved him. A world that was healing. A purpose that extended beyond mere dominion. That was enough. That had to be enough. Harry sealed the room and walked back up to the light. Years passed. Decades. The world changed around him, shaped by his influence but increasingly independent of his direct control. Harry learned to delegate. To trust. To let go of the reins he had held so tightly for so long. The Court of Whispers evolved from a political faction into an institution, its members rotating through leadership positions, its principles outlasting any single individual. The people he had loved grew older. Some died, Narcissa, eventually, peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by generations of family she had never expected to have. Others grew into their own power, no longer needing his guidance or protection. Draco became a grandfather. Daphne stepped back from politics to write histories that shaped how future generations understood their world. The children Harry had watched grow up became leaders in their own right, carrying forward the vision he had established. And Harry? Harry remained. Not unchanged, that was impossible, but constant. A fixture in the world he had created, watching over it with the same cold vigilance he had always maintained. The whispers from beyond the veil continued, occasionally, in the quiet hours of the night. They no longer offered transcendence, they simply waited. Watching. Curious about how the mortal who had refused them so many times would finally meet his end. Harry didn't fear that end. He had made peace with mortality long ago, in a white space between life and death, rejecting eternity for the brief bright candle of human existence. When his time came, and it would come, eventually, even for him, he would face it without regret. He had won. Not just against Voldemort, not just against his enemies, but against the darkness that had threatened to consume him. He had remained human. That was the greatest victory of all. The last scene, an old man sits on a throne that is not quite a throne, in an office that commands the wizarding world. His hair is gray now, his face lined with age and experience. But his eyes, green as killing curses, sharp as they ever were, still hold the same cold intelligence that has guided him through 7 decades of power. A young woman enters. She bows deeply, not from fear, but from respect. "Minister," she says. "The delegation from the Americas has arrived. They're waiting in the south wing. In a moment." The old man rises slowly. His body has finally begun to fail him, the magic that has sustained him for so long is finally running out. "There's something I need to do first." He walks to the window and looks out over the city he has shaped. The world he has built. It's not perfect. It never was. But it's his. "Tell me," he says quietly. "Do you believe in legacies?" The young woman hesitates. I'm not sure what you mean, sir. Legacies. The idea that what we build can outlast us. That our choices echo through generations we'll never see. I suppose I do, Minister. The world you created, will change. Is already changing. That's how it should be. The old man turns to face her. I spent my life pursuing power because I was afraid. Afraid of being helpless again, the way I was as a child. Afraid of losing the people I loved to forces I couldn't control. And now? Now I'm not afraid anymore. He smiles, a genuine expression, warmer than any he's shown in public for decades. The fear drove me. Shaped me. Made me what I became. But it also blinded me, sometimes, to what mattered most. Which was the people. Not the power, the people. Narcissa. Draco. Daphne. Everyone who stood beside me, not because they were afraid of me, but because they believed in what we were building. He walks past her, toward the door. Send the delegation in. Let's see what they have to say. And after that? The old man pauses. After that, he says, I think it might be time to rest. Epilogue. 5 years later, the funeral of Harry James Potter was the largest gathering of witches and wizards in recorded history. They came from every corner of the world, former enemies and old allies, those who had feared him and those who had loved him, representatives of every magical nation and tradition. They filled the grounds of Hogwarts, where he had first discovered his power. They lined the streets of Hogsmeade, where he had walked so many times as a student. They came to say goodbye to the man who had shaped their world. Daphne spoke at the service. Her voice, still strong despite her age, carried across the silent crowd. Harry Potter was many things, she said. A savior. A conqueror. A builder. A ruler. But to those who knew him, truly knew him, he was something simpler. He was a man who refused to be defined by what was done to him. Who chose, again and again, to be more than the sum of his wounds. He could have been a monster. The world tried to make him one, first through abuse, then through war, then through the seductive whispers of power without limit. But he refused. Every time. He held on to his humanity with both hands, even when it would have been easier to let go. He wasn't perfect. He would be the first to admit that. He made choices that cost lives, that hurt people, that changed the world in ways not everyone wanted. But he also saved lives. Loved fiercely. Built something that will endure long after we're all gone. That's the legacy of Harry Potter. Not the power. Not the fear. But the simple fact that when faced with a choice between transcendence and humanity, he chose humanity. Every time. Until the very end. She paused, looking out over the sea of faces. He asked me once what I saw when I looked at him. I told him I saw a man who was still reaching for something beyond mere dominion. Something that mattered more than power for its own sake. I still see that. I will always see that. Goodbye, Harry. Rest now. You've earned it. After the funeral, after the crowds had dispersed and the dignitaries had returned to their homes, a small group gathered at a grave in a quiet corner of the Hogwarts grounds. Daphne. Draco. Their children and grandchildren. The last survivors of the Court of Whispers, grey and weathered but still standing. They stood in silence for a long moment, remembering. Then Draco spoke. He asked me once what it meant to be his brother. I didn't have an answer then. I'm not sure I have one now. He looked at the simple headstone, just a name and dates, no titles or accolades. But I know what it felt like. To be chosen. To be trusted. To be part of something larger than myself. That was his gift, wasn't it? Making people feel like they mattered. Like they were part of something important. Even when he was manipulating them, asked one of the younger family members, a great-grandchild who had never known Harry as anything but a legend. Even then, Draco smiled slightly. He was manipulative, yes. Ruthless when he needed to be. But he was also honest about it, at least with us. He never pretended to be anything other than what he was. What was he? Draco considered the question. Human, he said finally. Deeply, stubbornly, sometimes infuriatingly human. He had every opportunity to become something else, something greater, or something worse, and he refused. He stayed with us. He chose us, over and over again, even when the choice cost him. Is that enough? For a legacy? It's everything. Draco put a hand on the headstone. Goodbye, brother. Say hello to my mother for me. He turned and walked away. One by one, the others followed, leaving the grave in peaceful silence. Above, the sun was setting. The world was moving on. But the legacy remained. On the headstone, Harry James Potter 1980 to 2060, we change everything. Together.